paper, so.
Okay, so everybody, we're in agreement, everybody wants to see a paper.
I'm happy to make it, I had fun doing it.
Okay, so please, we're
Yeah,
gonna make it, we're gonna include the whole budget, everybody agreed to that. We'll have to see, pardon?
Dates are critical.
The dates are important, but the dates and the dates and times and locations, I think, you know, we can waste a couple pictures on the front cover. The back cover pretty much has to be the mailing portion, right?
right, the only reason I put pictures there is because you can't put anything else there. You can only have,
So we really, out of the 12 pages, we lose 2 pages, the front and rear cover, because you don't want to put much on that. So you got, so that leaves you 10. 6 of it's a budget, so that leaves you 4. Locations take up half a page, 3.5.
the
Bills.
articles.
The articles are 2 pages. Well, the articles are actually a page and a half.
Right, and if I could make that smaller font, last year I did all this in 11-point font, I could go down to 10.
Yeah, I
But like
think they're
these
recommending
pages,
12 because people are getting older and can't see.
these pages could be like a column for the Wyndham Central letter, a column for the board letter, a column for the Dover letter.
If we're gonna kill a tree, let's make it so that the tree didn't die in vain.
Yeah.
That somebody can actually read it.
Just
I'm with you.
saying.
Really?
This like, yeah, see, like, I made it extra spaces too, so.
Hey, you guys are the ones that are making this meeting go forever. You just let me do whatever I want to do.
All right.
Raina said,
Well,
would you?
Okay.
Let's leave it up to Anita.
Anita, yeah, so Anita, we're gonna get you something from the principal's bill, the board itself.
Yep,
We'll get you the dates, the agendas, and the budgets.
yep,
And then let's see where we stand, and you give me a call, and the board's gonna give me permission with Rick to approve whatever gets sent out, they don't care.
all right.
But we're gonna look at it at the
I feel like
7th,
that might be too strongly worded.
but we're gonna look at it as a group on the meeting on the 6th.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a definite, like, if you and I talk about it once beforehand, I can have like a
Yeah,
final-ish
yeah,
thing
and,
at that
and
time.
Bill will write my letter, I'll write my letter tonight, tomorrow night. Can you contact a printer? I noticed that there's another guy doing printing over there on Canal Street. He prints banners and stuff. I wonder if he could do it.
I don't know, I'll make a couple phone calls.
There's a graphics guy where the motorcycle, where D&D,
Oh, it's been for a while. Lotus?
Lotus. Do they do
Oh, yeah,
these?
we've used Lotus a lot. I find that Minuteman is a little bit less complicated.
Okay.
You know, you're talking to the owner himself all the time,
We
and you
don't have
get
to do it
really
after,
fast
right?
answers.
No, it's
So-
under 2,000, $3,000.
But, yeah, I like Lotus. So you're gonna
You're
work on
okay,
the,
right? Bill?
you're gonna work on the
Thanks.
mailing list again?
I'm not gonna work in the mailing list. I'm not gonna take responsibility for that.
How do we do that then?
I think we're just gonna have to plan on mailing a bunch more.
It'll end up being close to 5,000 pieces.
It's, you know what, it's not my right to take somebody off the mailing list.
Well, we weren't taking them off, really. We were trying not to take them off. We were trying to.
Yeah.
One to an
Yeah.
address, one to an address, as opposed to one for you and Regina.
Okay,
But you don't
I'll
need
give
to
you the
know
list and
an
you can
address
cross
of
it
the
out.
No.
Because it's not just taking them off, it's adding the names. So, you know, if there's,
You can give the, we can give the list to.
where I got in trouble was I maybe sent it to Laura Sibilia. I didn't include Laura, TJ, and Junior, or.
See, and when
Miss.
I did the Wardsboro list, I tried to like type in every
Right,
name
and
and all.
in Dover, that will take you forever.
Right, it took me forever in Wardsboro because I didn't know enough people.
And it took me forever, and I just don't have the time. If I have to write a
Can
letter.
we do postal patron?
I don't think you can with this kind of document, but I will find out.
I think that's a puzzle.
Because I think that Bucketville News looked into how to not have to put addresses on it and it didn't work. So, and then in that
And I think
case-
you're actually gonna wind up with a whole bunch more, because there's so many people in West Dover that are, you know, so many, I go into West Dover post office with 15 keys. So I'll get 15 of them.
I am not going to agree that I should take on the deduplication.
Well, I can talk to Andy, I'll give Andy.
Andy's not gonna take it on either.
No,
because
no, no,
Andy-
I'll just ask him if there's some way that he can think of that we can make these lists clean.
Can we send it
and-
to tax? We can't send it to the tax one, so we can.
Again, it
Registered
makes,
voters, right? Registered voters.
right, but
Yeah.
the problem is if there's, you know, a
Right.
couple kids in the house, I mean, there were some houses that, like, I think there was 8 or 10 of them going to the house.
And I pulled dozens out of the trash in the Wardsboro post office. And I just crossed out the address and put them around where people could pick them up.
Okay.
Right,
It's not an easy task.
No?
Okay, so we'll talk on the 7th. You and I will email,
yes, we will.
okay, and then, and we'll have something for the 6th, the meeting on the 6th. But you'll at least get somebody lined up and let them know we're looking at for 12
Yep, I'll
pages.
talk to a couple people.
And we're looking to get it out ASAP.
Okey dokey.
Okay, cool. We're having a blast. Okay, I know, that's why you guys are just enjoying the meeting.
All right, Matt.
Old business,
Stepping it up.
equity, calendar for discussion, it's just a placeholder. Website design, placeholder, we're gonna talk about tonight. Residency policy, F-13 action, so,
There are no changes to either the Wardsboro and Dover. It's just been reformatted to be under River Valley, so it's the exact same policy.
thank you, Anita.
Wardsboro and Dover had a line there 3 years ago.
You're gonna hate me.
No,
I've gotten lots and lots and lots of comments.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
comment away,
I
man.
did homework.
That's good. That makes me
Bad
feel
last
good.
meeting.
Rich, can I open up the discussion with a question to
Guilt
Bill?
set in.
Would you like to ask Bill a question?
Go for
I
it.
would, yeah.
Ask Wild Willie a
Good, I'm
question.
glad you did.
It is,
You guys have one of these?
it is clear that F-13 and, I think the affidavit,
You go to the
are
afternoon.
written for, non-operating districts.
That is the model in which we
Have
used it
taken
from.
So we have some work to do there.
Okay,
Um,
great.
I have, do you want small little, like,
No.
editorial
Yeah.
What I,
changes
Yeah.
in addition to content?
Where are you?
Okay, so hang on then. Are you serious when you say a lot? Like, do you have more than 5 or 6?
Oh, yeah.
How many do you have?
I had about that, 5 or 6.
Do we wanna maybe just, do you wanna type an email? Do you wanna go through and edit that and then get that to me so we get it to Bill?
Sure.
And maybe that would be the better thing to do, just to save time. If,
and then I can bring it back in January.
right, because if everybody can send me your edits or send them to Bill, send your edits directly to Bill, let him edit it and bring it back to us.
I think mine weren't so much edits, I just had some questions.
Okay,
clarification.
go ahead. So, Mark, any questions you have other than
I'm looking to
edits?
see which, I want, go ahead.
Okay.
That's great. Oh, first of all, thank you both very much.
Yeah, I mean,
Outstanding.
so for the Dover Wardsboro policy, 2 of the criteria, I guess, for being a resident are 5 and 6, a recent bank statement and a packing slip from like UPS or FedEx. I don't know if, first of all, a packing slip from FedEx, is that something that pretty much anyone got to residently? If you could get something shipped to you?
Well, usually it's like an electrical bill or it's a,
Yeah.
Like two separate.
So I didn't think that was really a
Not
good,
fun.
The DMV does that also.
what's that?
The DMV uses that as one of their criteria.
Really?
well, it's usually a
Just a
utility
packing
bill.
slip
In
from UPS?
addition to utility bill, they want some other piece of
Yeah, but-
semi-official mail.
Okay, but my only question is like a packing slip you could ship, you put your name on any address, I would think you ship it somewhere, so that was my question on that. Bank statement, I don't know if that tells you anything either, because you could set up a bank account with any address, I would think. So that, I don't know if those are good ways of,
Indicators, I think, of commitment.
maybe,
To the-
yeah, but if, maybe.
You have a bank in Connecticut, or do
But
you have
these
a
are-
bank
These
you
are,
could possibly visit
they're,
here?
like, what they're saying is that this is the following, usually says proof of residency, they're not just an indication
Yeah.
where they're at. So I don't think, my only concern is these don't prove residency, those two things. That's
Well,
my
the-
concern there.
Right, because it's all, it's subjective.
Yeah, so I don't, and I,
So it's just how many pieces can you produce?
right, the other ones are great, but that, those two I think are, like, maybe you'd be thrown out, or, I thought maybe a tax return would be better, but anyway,
Well, tax return that shows where you filed, because, you know, part of it is you're claiming residency for your,
mhm,
so that you pay taxes.
yeah.
You pay your school tax by income versus.
Yeah, I think, was it in the other one, was the declaration, was in the other,
On the affidavit.
affidavit, so I would think the declaration would be much better to be put in that.
You're gonna email me these.
Sure.
They're great.
A number of questions. One, the homestead. My house is owned by a trust.
Okay.
I don't fill out a homestead. I couldn't prove residency.
You don't fill out a homestead?
I did not fill out a homestead.
Okay.
A new house, I will, but where I live now, I wouldn't be able to. So that's just something to consider.
Yeah, that's
So
just
you're,
one,
you're a tenant, then you, in your house, you really don't own it, because,
No,
Trust owns it.
Trust owns it.
right, so you pay rent on it? You don't reimburse the trust or anything? Okay. Because we had that one time, and that's what the person was able to do, was show that they wrote checks to the trust for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also the trustee, so I could write a letter saying that I'm the tenant,
Mhm.
but, I mean, that doesn't, again, that doesn't prove. I'm just raising
Yeah.
possible issues. I know a number of people that live in homes and apartments, happens all the time in New York City, that are owned by trusts.
Yeah, that's
or
just-
other family members.
and that's just one example of, but I think a declaration is stronger than a UPS tracking, so that's my only point, is one option to prove residency.
Well, I wasn't disagreeing with
Yeah,
you
okay,
on,
all right.
on that. I personally couldn't present a bank statement for local bank because I bank in
Right,
a bank that
that's
doesn't
true
have a
too.
Vermont branch. But that's just me. I have no problem asking for those things
Yeah.
because I think that it helps the people making the decisions as to whether or not you are a resident.
Right.
I don't think they can be exclusionary.
Thank you.
Same thing with utilities. Somebody can live in a house and the utilities could not be in their name.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think those are things that just, they're good to ask for, I just don't think they can be exclusionary.
Short story, I share a well with my neighbor, he's getting older, so I decided it was in his name, so I thought I'd have to go through hoops, I just called up the electric company and said, can I put it in my name? They said, sure. They didn't ask anything. I was like,
And I had to change the meters for Trail's Edge out of the developer's names, and it took me a year. It
Really?
took me like about 100 phone calls and letters and emails.
They could care less, as long as you're gonna pay the bill, great. So, anyway,
Yes. Well, let Dwight, are you?
I have some
set?
others, but if
Oh,
anyone wants.
no, why don't we let Dwight finish, and then we'll go to.
So I guess
Mark.
other than that, I thought that was great, the actual policy. So then the affidavit, just, some questions I just don't know. So question 7, is this a continuous, regular, and adequate residence? I'm not sure, what that really even means or in what, and I guess I understand the meaning or the reason behind it, what they're trying to get at, but I don't know what it's even, maybe I'm not quite sure. What is a continuous, regular, and adequate?
So I set up my, my pickup camper in the backyard, and me and the 5 kids are living in it for the
Right.
summer, because we're
Yeah.
kind of camping
It's not
out.
adequate.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means, but I don't know if that's necessary. And then the next one, is it a primary nighttime residence? I'm not sure what that means either. And how many nights are spent in this I mean, I get the intent, and just, the questions seem kind of vague to me, and I'm not quite sure I understand that. And then number 10, what brings the guardian to the area of the town? Is that something we can ask? I guess we can ask it. It's on the.
You can ask anything.
You can ask anything. So you're asking why are they moving here?
Can
don't
I ask a
know.
question related to that? It was unclear to me whether in number 9 says, if no, please skip next question. So, and the question is, do you own, rent existing living arrangement with any properties other than the one listed above? So, if they say no, then are they meant to skip question 10? Or are they
It's trying to
just-
get to the point of, I own a home in New Jersey,
Mhm.
and I purchase or rent a condo in Wardsboro. Am I staying there, or did I just purchase it? Or
If it's
rent
your
it?
only house,
I understand the question, I
Good chance.
think it should just say skip question 10.
I pulled stuff out, so that could easily be edited.
Yeah.
But please mark that.
Don't get me wrong, I'm completely in favor of this, I'm just trying to figure
No,
out if
it's
it's
great.
fair and equitable
Yeah, yeah.
questions and necessary questions. So then on page 3, so it says, I certify that students residents within the RSU has not been established solely for the purpose of attending the schools thereof. What would be the harm if it was the primary reason that they came here? They came here because they wanted to go to school.
I think that goes to Mark's.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that move to the school districts because they like the school.
Yeah,
So I'm not sure why that question is in there.
well, the
So,
difference is
yeah.
if
this is, we like the tuition that you pay to the private
Maybe.
schools.
Maybe, I'm just, that could be a valid reason for someone moving to an area and they.
No, we're not asking, we're not saying it's valid or invalid. We're
It's
asking
just a
to
question.
attest that that is correct or incorrect.
Yeah, so, anyway, and this one, I certify that I have intent to maintain a principal dwelling place in the school district indefinitely.
That's directly from the law.
Yeah.
So what does that mean
Got
from the law,
copies
what
of
do you mean
people
in terms
want.
of, so you have to testify that you're planning on staying here indefinitely, right?
That is the quote from the law.
Okay, all right,
If you were to challenge
well, that's their intent,
residency,
so I guess,
you have to challenge that fact.
yeah, so that their intention is to stay here and, okay. That's all I really had, I think.
That's really good. It's very
Did my
helpful.
homework, see?
I appreciate it. All right, board.
All right, so in F13, Blake pretty much brought up most of my questions.
Did you guys have like a party and
Yeah,
stuff?
that's right, that was crazy, that was a rager.
On page, what is page 3? Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
No, but
No? Okay.
you're gonna send me the edits.
There's a line in regards to if a pupil resides in the Dover Wardsboro area as emancipated minor. Next sentence is, the natural parent or legal guardian and the emancipated minor must complete an affidavit concerning pupil residence. Why would a natural parent or guardian need to require an affidavit for an emancipated?
Highlight that.
What's that?
Highlight that. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, grammatically. Because if you're emancipated,
You
you're
are.
you're legally making your own
guardian.
call.
Yeah. Kind of a stupid question, but there's a phone number in here, which I believe is probably the Dover School, 5386.
I brought that one up too. I called it to see if it was River Valley's, and it was answered Dover School.
Pretty sure the 464, it gives it away.
I called Lori on staff.
Uh-huh.
She tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bill, we need to decide, when I call 464-5386, I don't care if that's a number, but it shouldn't be answered Dover School, it should be answered River Valley's Unified School District.
If it's in this policy. But in general, it should be answered the Dover School, because this is the Dover School, and that is the number from the Dover School. Until the board decides that this isn't the Dover School, that would be my recommendation, that you would answer the phone, this is the Dover School.
I mean, we can't have two places that are being answered the same.
Why not?
Two separate buildings that are being answered the same?
Well, they don't have to be exactly the same,
So-
it could be River Valley's Unified School District, Dover,
Okay, well, that's not
but
exactly
it's
the
not
same.
Dover School, it's River Valley's Unified School.
Then I think there should be a separate RVU or phone number. Parents are gonna wanna call the school. They're not, parents aren't calling the district.
On this one, they're calling for the district.
You're right. No, for here, that's, right, there probably should be a number for the school.
They don't have a number.
I'm fine with it. Do we have to say Dover or Wardsboro though? Because you can't answer it the same for both buildings.
No.
That's-
I answer the same, no matter what building I'm in.
Hello?
What do you want? No, I'll start using hello, that's so much nicer.
No, but that's a good catch, because I would like to have two numbers.
I'm assuming it was just a typo.
Bill's humoring me.
The actual, VSA law number was
Oh,
left out, with 3016.
Yeah.
I also would like to, I would like to see the actual laws included in this packet and not just the one
The
sentence,
citation.
not just the one, number 2 that starts with section 3, which is for the purposes of this title, resident. But right, but that's only the first line of the entire law, and I think there are other relevant parts to that law. So I think we should just have a page where the relevant laws are included.
You wouldn't cite it at the bottom.
I would not cite it at the bottom. I don't want them to have to go look it up. They're also not the easiest things to look up.
You all set?
I'm all set, yes.
You all good, Bill?
As long as the two of you.
I'm fine.
No,
You're sending me,
Oh, I know,
you're,
trust me, you're gonna get it.
No, I mean, is Bill all set with what Mark? Okay, your turn.
So the citations
Yes.
can change, the law can change every year.
The citation law. Well, the laws
Well, the
have.
section
yeah, they have-
usually, the individual, usually the chapter will stay the same. Residency will always be under that
I mean,
chapter.
sometimes you just change a word,
Right.
sometimes you change a phrase, but the citation will likely remain the same.
Okay.
That's, otherwise you're gonna be,
You'd have to update,
It'll
we'd
be
have to update
stale,
it every
yeah.
year. Okay.
it would be nicer to have the whole law there.
it was a great discussion.
Well, it's not that
Maybe
hard
just
to
look-
find
just
if
include
you,
it-
if you
include
go
a
into
link.
Vermont statutes, Title 16, VSA.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a hard time doing it.
If I can do it on my flip phone, almost anybody.
You can do it on your
cannot
flip
do
phone?
No, he can't. No, he's lying. No, he can't.
Yeah, I do. Hey, Bill, what's the law? Matt, can you do me a favor? You call me again? Are you all good, Lori?
Yes.
The only thing I had was the phone number, because I actually called the number figuring I was gonna talk to somebody, River Valley's Unified School District, and
You need to get that.
hey,
back.
I'm talking.
Something very important.
You need a gavel, Mr. Chair.
I want an oak gavel that I can wrap somebody in the knuckles with. Can I get a ruler? Okay,
Or your last meeting.
annual meeting, discussion we covered. Mark, you wanna bring up transportation under old business?
Yeah, we can discuss the warning, because I had a couple of comments on the warning also.
Yeah,
Oh,
but do
But
the,
first
do
the
the, do transportation.
Okay, we got well, Bill and I got an email from Chris, on his discussion with Mark at, do with it,
Those muskies?
DBA.
Oh.
And the crux of it is that DBA wants us to pay for a bus.
That they're not gonna help.
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, they
I
will
was-
organize it,
They-
they will
right.
arrange it, and they will invoice for it.
They will definitely invoice
Gotta
for
pay
it.
for it.
There are, I believe Chris mentioned, that there is one district where, parents can pay like $800 a year to use the bus. Bill, am I
Yeah.
right?
They pick the bus up at the Stratton town offices.
Is there a welcome sign?
Yeah. I think it was $8 or $900.
So, my only question for the board is that something we even want to consider allowing parents, giving parents that option? If not, I'm not even gonna convene another transportation committee meeting because,
Well, I think Wardsboro, we're allowed to opt into that if we want to.
Right.
I don't know about, well, I don't know
I
why
guess you
Dover
could.
would be any different.
It just leaves so early
That-
that
that
hardly
bus-
anyone
that-
takes
that
it.
bus
Leaves
is
like
full.
6
And
in
it
the
was,
morning.
it is full.
It was at capacity, yeah.
It was at capacity, right,
Right.
yeah.
Where was this bus coming to?
This particular one was going to Dots.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, me
and
too.
it was $32,000. And that only covers morning.
That's just the morning.
Right.
Yes.
I think if we hear clamor from the public demanding that we do this, then we should move forward. Other than that, we should just leave it.
Well, it's good to know,
Yeah.
right?
And
Yeah.
we now have.
Now we
an
have
answer-
a
we now
number.
You have a
an answer.
number,
Now we
you
have
have
a
a,
number.
you have a distance, you have a number, you have.
And I think you should share with your committee.
I was gonna share, I just wasn't gonna call a meeting to discuss just the numbers. That was all.
Okay. Are you good then, sir?
I am good. yes.
Everybody on board good? Okay, so back to the annual meeting. So, Matt just passed around, the warning, so this is the latest and greatest from Andrew. So, legal voters, town of Dover, everything there was good. Article 14, that was my typo, to be voted by Australian ballot at town meeting Dover and from the floor at town meeting in Wardsboro on March 3rd. The polls will be open for Australian voting. Town meeting starts at blank in Wardsboro.
Here's a color copy coming.
Oh, you brought a color copies?
Wow.
Well, Andy colored them, so I figured.
Okay, so
Reds
anyways,
and
what time
yellows
does the
and-
town meeting start in Wardsboro? Anybody?
Town meeting? 10 a.m.?
Is it 10 a.m.? Can you find out, Bill?
Yeah.
Boy, you didn't sound real positive.
Thanks. 10 a.m.?
Are you sure?
You know, I think it does, yeah.
Okay. You want us to go with it? Huh? Okay, so anyways, Article 1, I don't think anybody has any problem with. Article 2. Article 3. Article 4. Article 5. Article 6. Article 7.
Article 7 looks a lot like Article 6.
Article 7 is Article 6.
I left those in.
Did you do that on
I
purpose?
noticed that.
We both get it, you got it too?
You guys
So
both,
we both did
you
our
both
homework.
let me know. I was impressed.
Was that a test?
That was a
It was
test.
not a test.
I also have a question in regards to that. Who does that apply to?
That applies to anybody that gets mileage reimbursement.
Which is who?
Well, the board can get mileage reimbursement if you go to training. The school personnel get mileage, like if they go make a deposit somewhere. It's anybody that's allowed to get mileage reimbursement. So Article 6 shall be mileage reimbursement. Article 7 shall the voters
Yeah.
authorize the school directors to withdraw money from the capital reserve fund, but not more than, and we're gonna change that to 200. Okay, so Andy's suggestion is swap Article 9 and 10 in case 10 needs to be adjusted if the voters amend 9,
Which was the,
which was just the opposite of what
Opposite of
Rick
what-
wanted.
yeah.
So I think we can just go back and swap them again.
Yeah, I believe it.
Is that 17,850 and a final number, Bill?
We have not
That's yes.
received our letter. We'll get a letter
So we're gonna put,
No, that's exactly what,
very soon.
no,
that's exactly what Rick said.
Right,
Put the budget first and then do the tuition rate.
right, so we want, which is the opposite we have. We have the tuition rate first and the budget second.
I know, but that's not what he wanted.
I know, that's what I'm saying, that's what we said, we're gonna switch them. So Article 7 is gonna be the old Article 8. And Peter, I will send you this, so don't get too worked up. And then Article 8 will be the actual budget,
Okay.
It's in Article 10, yeah.
and which I can also insert that, what was that number, 5?
5680223. It's already in there.
No, the per pupil.
Oh,
That you gave, Lori
it's
just,
19868. That includes the penalty.
yeah,
That's what you have to.
right. Okay, and then Article 9 will be what he has for Article 9 now.
Ah, yeah.
And we'll leave that 17,850, because again, we can, it's suggest that be amended from the floor.
Oh, it says 19 to 20 in there.
Oh, okay. Don't worry, there'll be some mistakes going forward. Article 10 will be, so the voters establish reserve accounts as set forth by the school directors and fund each account as follows. So it's going to be, we're gonna call the first one, nope, it was, hang on.
The operational one, the general fund?
Okay, yeah, but we don't, because that they vote on for the budget. So, so it's gonna be reserve fund, and we're gonna fund that one at, that one's gonna be funded at, so it wasn't 400, because we moved that.
369, right?
No, 569, because we got the 200 from last year.
Right, but by the time these guys vote on it, that money's gone.
No, it isn't.
Oh, right, because you're gonna do it before.
569, 143. And then we're gonna have a capital improvement fund,
It's the 200,000.
improvement fund, buildings, and that's gonna be at 200.
Rich, that was 64, wasn't it? Not 69?
Transportation, hang on. Yeah, let's go back to that. Transportation's gonna be at 100. So there is, jeez, crap. There's 300 right there. There's 30 in the miscellaneous one, and that's just gonna stay. And then we have, so that's 330. And we have a total of
564, 143.
94, 143. So it's gonna be 143, 2, 4, 6, 564, 143?
Yep.
Okay. 564, 143. And then dedicated,
Plus you.
dedicated, special revenue, I'm sorry. Revenue, and that's roughly 29, 424. And then what we'll do is we'll have a handout to give everybody for that. So they'll be able to see.
One cheater.
Huh?
One cheater kind of
Right.
explains that.
So is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so the voters of the Riverside Unified School District move the district annual meeting to the second Tuesday in April, which would be actually Article 11. And then Article 12, any other business that may legally become. And then Article 13 to be voted at town meeting in Dover and Wardsboro. Randy said to cross all the rest of that crap out. So we have to change on the front page 14 to 13. And then Article 13, and then Article 14, so the voters adjourn and reconvene at Dover and Wardsboro for election of officers on town meeting day. Everybody, yes?
So one issue is if you do this in April, town meeting will have already happened.
Well, that's next year. we
Yeah,
have
the
to.
year, okay.
Don't worry,
Don't worry about
don't
that.
confuse things, right?
Got it.
So wait, the
Okay.
directors of Dover's town meeting is voted at town meeting as well? I thought you guys said
Right, we do it by ballot, you guys do it from the floor.
floor.
Right,
But
and
he's
the
the only
ballot's on
vote.
town meeting.
Exactly. Okay.
And he said it didn't, he just
Didn't
put
matter.
for election of officers.
Okay.
That was Andy, he's our clerk.
That's trusted in.
So you end on Article 14.
Right.
Okay.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for everybody's help on that.
Everybody's name spelled on the last page.
Mark, I took Mark's off, but I couldn't take it off the tax bills. I took his off his letter to me. Figured he knew how to spell his name, because I sure didn't have it spelled like that. I was close. I was really, really close, Mark.
Could have taken off one of Warren's articles.
And then you would've yelled at me if it was wrong, and I would've gone home and cried. Okay, so is everybody good? Do I keep that?
Yeah, this is gonna be 3 pages in our,
No, it'll get down to
You get
2, because
two.
remember, I have to cross
yeah.
something off on the first page.
Okay.
And you have to publish the signature lines.
Signatures. And remember too, that's why we did the signatures on a whole separate page, so that he could start posting that, and then we could get the signatures later. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have that all prepared, so plan on signing at the next meeting. Laura, you gonna be here at the next meeting, right? Because you don't go up till
Six.
Tuesday.
Yeah, well, theoretically, I'll be done with that now.
After the meeting.
Yes.
Okay. How do you spell extraordinaire?
Why?
Just write it down on a piece of paper. Okay, so.
Extraordinaire?
Extraordinaire, yes. Okay, because I don't have spell check on my flip phone.
You don't?
No. Any other old business? We're running a little late. So new business, FERPA report from the administration. This was something requested at the last meeting. Supervisory union ensures all employees are aware of the details covered by FERPA and the Education Rights and Privacy Act 1970 law. Through an annual training procedure that includes a study guide and a quiz required by all employees. FERPA includes 3 major rights to students' records, to inspect records, to challenge content, and to consent to the disclosure of educational records. Principals review the results of the quiz for each employee and reviews whether or not employees require further instruction. Supervising all employees. So that means even like people that don't have contact with students. Custodial staff. Interesting.
All employees.
If FERPA rights are not properly observed, the administration can pursue disciplinary action with an employee. In the event of a violation of your rights, the administration may also seek further education for all employees in an effort to avoid any future lack of clarity relating to the law. So we had to go to a driving class one time, and they said to me, "Why are you here?" And I pointed over to a fellow employee and said, "Because he couldn't keep his car on the road."
You had to go to training.
So I have to go to training. It was not fair. So, is everybody okay with that?
I just got a quick question.
Go ahead.
If it's all employees and it includes janitorial staff, Wardsboro outsources that, do they have to go through this as well?
And if you're
I
not
don't
sure,
know. I'd have to ask.
yeah, just find out for us.
Yeah.
And what about people like that do specials, you know, like, when I was doing Dare in the building, or you have the winter sports program people, or you have people going to Kuwait as chauffeurs or chaperones. I can't spell
I
that
did
either.
that.
You had to go through the training?
No, I went to Kuwait.
So,
You know, when people say, "How come you're such a bad with grammar and spelling and stuff?" and I just say, "I'm a proud graduate of university."
yeah, there's no that.
Yeah, they don't really have access to the records, there's confidentiality issues.
So this is all about just
But
mainly
this is
records.
FERPA. This is about this is a specific act.
Okay, which is specific to student records.
Correct.
Okay. Well, a janitor who has keys to the principal's office could have access to student records.
Yes.
Are
Yeah.
student records kept locked up separately, like employee personnel files?
They are kept locked.
Just in the office or in a separate,
In
is there a
my
locked?
Is the cabinet itself locked? No, the door is locked.
So if I have a key to your door, I know I saw Peter, hang on a second.
Yes, if you have a key to my door, you have access to the records.
Okay. Go ahead, boss.
Knowing the names of my passengers on the bus is access to student records, I think.
Names are considered directory information by FERPA, which is handled a little differently.
On the other hand, special needs kids on my bus are a case.
If you were informed of their case.
If you're aware of it.
I was
Yeah.
instructed that that was the case.
Oh, so that was, you did do FERPA training then?
I don't know if I did FERPA training or not. I think I probably did, whatever they called it. But
Yeah, we,
because we had so many special needs kids on the bus, I was roped into FERPA whenever FERPA came up.
Okay, interesting.
Which was 1974.
At least since 19.
That was when he was in middle school.
Year I was born.
Yeah, rub it in.
Same here.
No, I think I was first married in 1974.
Okay, so that's something we asked Matt. So is there anything else we want Matt to bring back to us, or are we satisfied with Matt's
Yeah.
response here? Is everybody okay? Okay. Matt, thank you. I think that covers that. IB Assessment Practices Report, which is the next. Reporting on IB attributes. Each grade includes information about IB learner profile, including a 3-point scale for the following learner attributes. 3 always demonstrates, 2 sometimes, 1 not. And you've got all those things that you've used at the last few graduations. I think, Bill, you used it at your last graduation here too, didn't you?
I never got the opportunity.
Oh. Students are rated on how often they demonstrate these characteristics through their work in and out of school. Always, sometimes, never. Okay, so is this put on a report card?
This is sent home on report cards.
Okay, but again, so this would be covered under the FERPA, so this would only go. Okay. Anybody any questions on that? Is everybody okay with that? Now, do the parents get it? Do the parents get this? Has this been sent home?
Yeah, this goes home twice a year on report cards for all grades.
But, I mean, the summary here.
Yeah, this wording is exactly what parents see on the report card. So they get the attribute, they get a brief description of the attribute, and then they get a teacher's rating on a student's progress in that area.
Wow, okay. And the FERPA, does that go out to parents?
Parents each year have receive notice as part of our fall data collection. They receive various notices about FERPA and their protections under it.
So, I thought there was something a few years ago that we had an issue because there was a photograph from a photographer, or somebody like this gentleman back here. This happens to be videotaping, and students walk by, and then you have to blur out the student because unless the parents sign, but that wasn't part of FERPA, that must be a whole different thing.
No, I think it's still part of FERPA, jump in if I'm wrong, but it's a little gray on video versus photography. But most schools observe video in the same way that they do photography. Video's not explicitly noted in the law, but it's treated the same way by most schools.
But that has nothing to do, because it's not a record, you're not,
Right.
We do an opt-out. So every guardian or parent gets an opportunity to opt their student out of photographic images. And we do our best to treat video exactly the same way.
we all good with that?
Yes.
Okay, moving right along, budget presentation, communication, discussions, all done. We already did that. Contractual review, contractual issue. I think I'm gonna ask that maybe we do that next meeting. If that's okay with everybody?
I got my packet, I keep bringing it.
Yeah. And I think just we can say that the letter from our last executive session has been mailed.
No.
Okay, make sure you mail that.
I just
We
got,
only
I
have
just
10
realized you
days
guys
to do that.
emailed me back with my answer to my questions, I saw that.
Okay, yeah, definitely get that out if you can. That is somewhat time sensitive. Okay. Unless anybody really wants to stay and hang out with the audience, I would say that our next meeting is January 6th in Wardsboro, the 20th, 27th, I get down, when do you all want to meet, the 20th or the 27th?
27.
Okay. So we'll meet on the 27th, then we have February 3rd, we'll be in Wardsboro again, and February 11th will be the annual meeting. So remember, the important thing is at the 6th, we have to sign the warning, and we also have to approve the packet to get mailed out. So can we make sure, Peter, that's in the minutes? Bill, can you make sure that's on the agenda? The packet to go out and sign the warning.
For the 27th and the 3rd, we're starting those meetings at the same time as normal?
6:30. And we'll, use the at least dedicate at a minimum the first hour. If it goes a little longer, it goes a little longer.
The 11th is at 7.
The annual meeting's at 7.
That's in the school board box.
Agenda for the 6th?
Oh, well, we do have some correspondence really quick. I'm sorry, Peter.
On the agenda for the 6th, sign the warning.
Right.
Thanks.
And also, sign the warning and approve the communications for the budget in the annual meeting.
Got it.
Okay. Well, this has to go in executive session. This is 2 months old. Do we?
I just saw it.
We got a letter from a student saying the student council had their first meeting this year. I don't know when this is from. We thought of an ice cream social would be fun on October 23rd. We're gonna sell ice cream at lunchtime. We're gonna have a bake sale at Morning Sing on November 14th for adults only. Each of us will bake.
How'd it go? Went well.
Here, give them one.
Can't wait to hear it. Sounds like fun.
We just got a copy of the audit, if anybody wants to look at it. Okay,
The one that we've been waiting for?
no, this is 2 years
The
ago.
Dovers.
So, that seems like a system that might need to change.
Yeah, there is no school board box in either building anymore. You need to send a letter out to all the staff
And the students,
that any correspondence to the River Valley's board needs to be, can be put in a sealed envelope if it's personal and confidential, and needs to get delivered to either the superintendent or the administrator in the appropriate, or either building.
or they can mail it to us.
Mail it where? There's no River Valley's Unified School District building. There's no PO box, there's no address.
Or a phone number.
I should send it to the principal and to the attention of.
Yeah,
That's the best way to get it.
yeah.
And we just need, it's new, so we just need to communicate.
Yes.
Right.
It's gonna be fun.
No more than 12, I guarantee it. Okay, is everybody good?
That's it.
Can you imagine when I get old and crotchety?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
I love you guys, but I'm out of here. So somebody make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you, team. Dwight, you'll send it to me?
Happy
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, additions to the agenda tonight. Have any? No. Good. I have no remarks. Open public comments regarding agenda items only, please. And our auditors are not here yet, so we will skip them. Approval of regular meeting minutes and budget meeting minutes, please, from December 3rd and 4th.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the minutes of December 3rd and 4th as printed.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the meeting minutes from December 3rd and 4th as printed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? I'm gonna get you right where you sit down. Come right up and come talk to us.
Listen, man, I've been in the car for 3.5 hours, boy. Can I
Walk slow.
stand up? Absolutely. Where you guys want me?
Right here.
Can we steal another chair?
there.
Oh, stop. Yeah,
There's 2 chairs. Come on up.
yeah, Cindy's gonna join us, all right?
Perfect.
Please. Tired. It's been a long year.
Yes, it has. Okay. You know, getting us all on camera.
Good evening.
How are we doing?
Doing good.
So you have the floor. Talk to us.
I'm Ron Smith, principal with R.H.R. Smith and Company. I just spent the past 4 hours driving in a blizzard over here, so if I'm a little off my game, I apologize, but certainly here to talk and close out 2018 and talk about 2019. I apologize it's taken me so long to get here. Let me tell you this, I had a death in my family this summer on the 4th of July, and I know Cindy's had a long year, so here we are, and certainly actually we're prepared to talk about 2019 as well. So we sent Cindy a draft today.
Yes.
So she hasn't had time to review it. We'll hit the highlights and certainly give her a chance to respond over the course of time and review. But I think we can hit some of the highlights of that and go back and start where we, this fiscal year, start at the beginning of the year, 6/30/18 and come right up to today.
Sure.
And tell you where you're at financially and certainly go over any questions you guys may have.
Perfect.
So going back to June 30, 18, I'm going to start with your general fund. Your general fund had about $700,000 of surplus, of which I think $330,000 was unassigned. And then we had the rest of it, which is about $360,000, $370,000 assigned for a multitude of purposes, that was certainly either committed or obligated, whether it be at town meeting or through the board, through your statutory rights. Based on a general fund budget of about $2 million, we like to see your surplus at 30, 60 to 90 days of that. And that's what our industry benchmarks say. So where are you at with that $330,000? Probably somewhere right around 45, maybe 50 days on June 30, 2018. And we actually see that going up a little bit for 2019, up to around $400,000, just based on Cindy's review and whether or not we got all the carry forwards and restrictions in the right place. We actually see that going up in 2019 to the unassigned, the unrestricted, to about $400,000. And I think the restricted is going to stay right about there too, where it was on June 30, 2018. And Cindy just hasn't had the time to go over that, but
We just got it today.
yeah, she just got it today. We wanted to make sure we put it in her hands, but we're pretty confident, that the number she gave us, we made little to no adjustments on, as far as the transfers go. So I think more importantly, it's just going to be a function of where the restrictions are with the balances forward, at the end of the year. I think probably the thing that stands out the most, is with this town, is the fact that the money that it's obligated to capital improvements and infrastructure. And on June 30, 2018, you have a emergency capital reserve account with about $1.6 million into it. You have a capital reserve account with about $1.5 million into it. You have another capital account with about $400,000 into it, and I think you have a culvert account with $57,000, in it on 18. So you had about $3.6 million on 2018 in these various reserve accounts, and I think that separates you, from a lot of your neighboring municipalities, because obviously you had the foresight to put some of that money away, for those intended purposes. In 2019, you use some of it, and the expectations are it's going to go down to about $3.3 million, where we see it on June 30, 2019. Your emergency reserve dropped about 100. I believe your capital reserve dropped about 90. I actually think the culvert might have gone up in 2019, but your other capital reserve account went down. They all went down cumulatively about $300,000. But I still think that you get the A, for average and score for certainly having that money put away into that capital reserve account. A lot of municipalities of your size don't have that. So obviously at some point in time in need, at some point in time in the past, while you had the ability to do it, I think you did a lot of right things. And clearly that money is statutorily set. There's a statute that clearly governs what you can use that money for, in the future. And I think you know what that is. And my advice would probably be is to make sure that your plan, make sure that your future needs, and make sure that the stars align with that $3.3 million, because I'll tell you, I am sure when your largest taxpayer was here, that was probably a reason why you were able to move some of that money into that capital reserve. They're not here anymore, and certainly it's going to be hard to do that. So I think that, what I would probably recommend is maybe what your needs were once upon a time ago. Make sure that there's still needs today. And if you need to de-obligate that or reassign, that money to other capital needs, or different capital needs, do that, while you still can and certainly have that money. You've got about $1.6 million sitting in trust in 2018 and 2019. A lot of that's in capital reserve accounts. Again, you've got a lot of capital reserve accounts. I think that there's like $300,000, sitting in the capital reserve accounts and the special revenues, that you have. You've got some road money that's sitting over there. You've got a bunch of special projects that are sitting over there. You've got about, I think, $250,000 in cemeteries, in 2018 and 2019, sitting in those permanent funds. So you got a lot of funds, you got a lot of, you're a busy town, and you've got a lot of funds, that there are purposes, for, whether it be an ordinance, a special town meeting, or an outside intervention looking in saying we want that money, put away, for us, or for that day. You've got quite a bit of money put away for all those special purposes too. So I would argue your special purposes are actually healthier than the town of Vernon's general fund that you vote on every March, itself. But the fact that you've got all that money put away for those calculated reasons, I think really, depicts the whole financial picture of the town, which I really think puts you in a great financial condition, certainly for this town. So I give your, because there's always room for improvement, I give you probably a financial score, a B+, for sure. I think that you've done a lot of good things while you had the ability to do good things. I think there's some challenging times ahead of you now, with your tax base. I think you've got almost close to $200,000 in a reappraisal fund that will probably be, certainly discussed and talked about now, as you try to go through some revaluation with your tax base. So you've done some right things, to put some money away for that day, when...
We just did a townwide reappraisal.
You did, is it this year?
Oh, they just finished it.
Yeah, so obviously, the intentions of that money, clearly, has been met, and probably certainly necessary, to go back and see where your tax base is and what the values, of your grand list is, certainly for the municipality. So, yeah, but on June 30th, I think a large part of that money was still there, to spend for the reappraisal. I know it was in 18, I actually thought it was in 19 too.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of it.
Well, I can tell you exactly how much you spent, so if you guys all want to know.
19.
19. So again, the grade is I'd say is a B+. I think while you had the money, you certainly were able to put some of that away for the reasons, such as a reappraisal and that you had right now. What's that?
176.
176 on, so it's 176 on June 30, 2019. And it sounds like you've gone through quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
As of today. So without going through 70 pages, there's the state of the town, for sure. And yeah, I think that Cindy does a great job with the books, where the fact that when she gives us the information, we're able to deliver it back the same way it looks, and that quite doesn't always. We do, Sam and I and our company, we've got 30 professionals. We do 350 governments in the states of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And let me tell you, your books are very clean, on how they're given us, and you can just tell the great pride, that goes into that work, and certainly and it doesn't always roll that way, when you're doing these audits, for sure. I think we probably do about 150 municipalities, probably somewhere close to 150 school systems, and then a rest, including state government itself, and it just doesn't. The way that when you come in and do an audit, there's never an expectation that what you're going to be given is just clean, and your books are clean. They're very clean. So certainly I'll make that statement right now. I think one of the things that we had talked about, with points, is, and one of the things, topics of interest, is how you guys move pieces of paper. The library, I think was one of those issues and talking points, and clearly as far as following some kind of statutory protocol like the town does, my recollection with the library is that some of these bills that are being paid over at the library are actually getting approved after the fact. The checks are getting dispersed, yet not going, to the trustees, until after the checks have already been dispersed. I'm sure that's not a best practice and something that you probably definitely want to take care of. And there's a lot of statutory precedent when it comes to libraries and the Board of Trustees and autonomy. No matter what the statute says, there needs to be some control before those funds are dispersed, not after. And I think we saw clear instances in both years of that, and again, we discourage that practice for sure. So we're not saying anything's wrong with the disbursements, we're just saying the process and the protocol. Clearly, as you go through here at the town, you have a warrant that you approve at a public meeting, and then those funds have dispersed. It's actually, in the library's case, opposite. A lot of those funds have been dispersed, then approved after the fact. And again, we don't consider that a best practice. So that'd probably be one of the bigger talking points that we had, I think, during the course of the year. Other than that, just minor things as far as what other municipalities do and conversations we've had in Cindy and getting into Vernon and how you guys do it here. I think she does a great job with your books. Absolutely. So.
Chris, questions? Jeff?
I don't. I wish I did to make your long travel a little
Hey,
more
listen, no worries.
worthwhile.
We're going back to Brattleboro, have some fun, then we're working our way up to White River tomorrow. So
All right, I'm not going to hold you up there.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming. Though.
Listen, glad we could. So, and I again apologize for taking me to. It's been a bad year for me, a very long, heartening year. Let me tell you. So.
There's New Year's coming.
What's that?
There's New Year's coming.
It can't get here soon enough. I can tell you that. So today was a little bit more of a slap in the face on the way over. So.
I'm the library director.
Gotcha.
And I read that note, so I guess we have to work that out. I mean, the board only meets once a month.
Yeah.
And that's why that happens,
So,
because
so a lot of times there's provisions, Gene, so a lot of times there's provisions, that where statutorily, what you guys can do is designate a member of the board until you convene, together, to sign, that warrant, I'll use the same word that that government uses. So many times for schools and municipalities, you're given some statutory immunity provided you have a policy, and usually it's ratified annually, where you say, hey, we're going to pick a member of our Board of Trustees, and we know we can't convene 5 together, but we can circulate and get 1 there to sign this off, and we're going to have a policy or procedure that allows us to do that. That's much better than what you have right now, is probably the best way I can say that. And that would be one thing, certainly, that's a very common practice in the world of government, that you could use.
Okay.
So.
And then it's all
But
only...
and I'm just trying to walk you through the logic. You're doing you can't make this up. I'll give you a real life situation. you're doing a renovation project to your library. Heck, you're building a new library, okay? And, and your out goes, a $200,000 disbursement to the contractor. Lo and behold, to the satisfaction of your clerk to the works, that the work wasn't done and performed satisfactorily.
Right.
This is a real situation. I'm actually giving you an example. And that contractor has got and cashed his check, and the trustees say, don't pay him. I talked to the clerk of the works, and we're having problem with the quality of his work.
Right.
Too late for that $200,000. It's been delivered in cash. I didn't see it. It never got signed. There's an instance, right there on that, and just take that and just apply that to any vendor, that you do business. And we're not necessarily saying, that the practice is wrong. What we're saying is the Board of Authority had no chance to look at and disseminate and ask questions regarding the funds that are going to get dispersed.
Right.
And there's a lot of money flowing through that line. The library is busy, and so is the town. So our advice would be is, in the worst case scenario, take a delegate of your Board of Trustees and have them sign off at least until you get into a public meeting.
Oh, okay, because then they would still require the.
Yep.
Right.
at
It can
least
be
3
circulated through, we can get into the
signatures
whole issues of
Okay.
the best practices, but it could even be circulated through an email. So, where all the others, see it, but one physically would go on and say, I give permission to release these funds until we congregate together as
Okay.
a respective board, which is a much better practice than what you have now.
True, true.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
thing I do have to say is that all the bills that come from the library, Jean does review them
Yep.
and sign them before she gives them to us. We never pay any
Mhm.
bills
Right.
from our office without Jean
Yeah.
signing
Right.
off on it.
So,
Right. Yeah, it's just the timing
Yeah.
of things.
And-
I want
and it's-
Cindy to
and
have
if-
time to do
and
it
if that's the
on
case,
time.
Gene, it sounds like you're the logical spokesperson.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe where somebody with authority, you want to be careful, and just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure, you're a select person at this town?
Yes, I am.
You just want to be careful, with any type of conflict of interest, and I'd be more than happy
Oh,
to
yeah.
talk about that, to make sure you don't put yourself in that role.
Right.
But I'd even argue that the board could designate somebody with knowledge to do that, in
Right.
anticipation of that board meeting. There's a lot of better ways to do it than what I think that you're doing now. And I would just probably improve that practice, and if you want to huddle up with Cindy and maybe we can
Yeah.
have a 4-way conversation, we'd enjoy that, Gene,
Yeah,
for sure.
That would be great to
So.
Yeah.
help with that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Thanks for coming in.
Season's greetings, happy holidays. and
Thank you,
good to
you
meet
too.
Good to see you too.
Bills and warrants.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrants. 13T, accounts payable, $58,244.44. 48S payroll, $8,293.20. 49S payroll, $9,192.24.
Second.
Moving and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Can we go back and do the budget minutes? Oh, we didn't vote.
We did both at the same time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we approved them as written, both of them. Okay. Now we are about to head into an executive session on employee-related matters.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we, the board and Cindy, go into executive session.
Michelle, I
And
would-
Michelle, on appointment or evaluation of public officer employees. Title I, VSA 3133A3.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into an executive session on an employee-related issue. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We are in executive session.
You did number 2?
All right. We went into executive session at 6:55 PM. Out at 7:01, no action was taken. Travel and reimbursement policy.
I underlined everything that's different from the one that was added, the one that we have this time. It was in red, but you couldn't really see the color.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the travel reimbursement policy as amended.
May I add one more thing before we do that? Through talking with the VLCT, there's no record of whether we go to the trainings or whether we don't, and that was questioned, so I believe my addition to this would be that if we go to these trainings, that the literature that is available to us should be brought back, made accessible for everybody on this board, and I feel that we should at that time be able to explain during this meeting what the training was for, how it's going to benefit the town, and this is the literature that is accessible. So if everybody is okay with that, I would like to have that added here.
I'm definitely okay with that. Yes. I think that's great.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Vernon is investing in education that shouldn't be limited just to the participants.
Correct. I also did find in the ordinance book that we have that there is, and I don't know the last time that it was actually used, but there is a reimbursement agreement for training. And I don't recall that that's ever been in there, or that it's ever been used, but it is still in there, and it clearly states that if we pay for you to go to a training and then you up and leave the board, you owe us that money back. And I don't know the board's wishes on that, but it's in that book, it's not being used, so we either have to get rid of it or start using it.
It's not just for the board, it's for anybody.
Have any employee that goes to anything paid for by the town.
I think probably the reason you haven't seen much of it is because when they tried to enforce it, it didn't get enforced.
Which, understandable, but it is, so I don't know what the board's pleasure is with that, on whether that needs to stay or whether we need to amend that, look at that again, or what, but that is something that's in the book.
Do you wanna look at that again?
Yeah.
Because I did see that when I was pulling this out,
Mhm.
but I think that would be something you would probably sign with your personnel policy, like when you get, it's like.
No, it's specific on there, which training you're going, what the date is and all, so
Oh,
it is.
so you sign it
is
after,
per
before
each
everything?
training, yep. And it looks like you sign that at the same time that you're requesting approval to go to that training.
So should we add that into here?
I don't,
before you
I'm open
approve
for discussion
this,
on that one,
maybe?
because I didn't realize that until I found it the other
I think
day.
you should keep that separate. You were on the board when that happened, weren't you, Georgia? And it was like, yeah. I'll keep it separate.
Okay. Keep it separate from the policy?
Yeah.
on this? Okay.
Because it is different. You're not just going to a meeting, you may be going to a, you know, training how to be a whatever.
So,
I think what needs to be added, it indicates mileage reimbursement, but there's no specific language addressing where somebody would get that from. I mean, I realize, you use the federal one, but I think it needs to be stated in here.
Yeah, every year, we as a board reset that.
so you're saying add
Or I'll
the
just-
federal mileage reimbursement on C? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you guys think that addresses, the specific figure to use, yeah. You can't put in a specific figure because it's gonna go up with inflation anyways.
And federal is what we use for all town employees.
Yeah, I think that those words ought to be in there.
So just add something like next to mileage reimbursement at federal rate, or?
Yeah. At current federal rate.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, once we get through, yep. It should have been done at the beginning of the meeting when you had the opportunity to speak regarding agenda items, but I know people are here to talk about it, so let's talk about it.
One other question I had was approved for training more than 2 hours, or overnight would be approved more than 2 hours. I was curious as to how long it takes to get to Montpelier, which according to my app is 2 hours and 11 minutes on average.
Oh, I must drive like a jerk then.
You do.
Oh. Well then, we didn't even beat around that one at all, Sandy.
You said it before.
It's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's totally feasible to get to Montpelier in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess it
I'm just
depends
saying it's on
on,
the borderline, but
it depends on how nitpicky you want to get. Do you want to choose an app that we, no, I swear to God, I mean, we're going to this length, so let's,
Well, another thing
it'll
is
change, but.
Montpelier can have really bad weather when you get up there.
And that's why I asked to make sure that there was things in there that stated the weather. If there was a conference in Burlington that got out at 4 o'clock, I wouldn't, I mean, if you don't want to drive home, then that's a different circumstance that we could address, especially this time of year where it's dark at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or we had the storm that came in, we knew it was coming, and if there was a conference to go up last night, even if it is within that 2 hours, just based on safety, I think that there is some circumstances where we can certainly look outside of that.
so how do you want E to read? Your literature and getting training from the trainer, so to speak, section.
I mean, it's really the literature that I think needs to come back, and I don't know, somebody help me with the wording on this, but just, I think that it would be beneficial that we take the 5 minutes so that we know what happened and.
Do we include it in the following select board meeting packets?
I think so.
The literature?
I think, or, yeah, we can do that. Yep.
Okay.
Some of it can be pretty I mean, that's a lot of paper, just warning you. Usually you get like the entire PowerPoint presentation,
And you can always download those from, look them up on VLCT's website too. Right?
Sure, I mean, and it doesn't
So
have to be
maybe
included in the
available.
packet, but
Well, that's what.
I think that there needs to be something that comes back that says, yeah, I was at this training that the town is paying for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe made available to the board members?
sure. And I think that speaking about that for a couple of minutes, just to, hey, this is what it was great, this is how it's going to help the residents of Vernon.
Right.
I think that they're deserving of that since ultimately it's their money.
Did you want that as number E, or can I just put that where it
Number
makes
8.
sense? I was thinking.
I wasn't gonna say it, Sandy, but. Well, you're on a roll tonight.
Funny. I said number 8. Because I think you already said it.
The only thing that I question on this is C. As much as I like both of you, I really don't want to share a hotel room with you, so if either of you want to attend with me, I'm going to pay for my own damn room.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
We won't fight.
Well, they probably don't really want to room with you either. so
No, that's what I'm
good.
kind of getting at, is we don't want to stay together, so.
So then on that, should there be something in there that if you're choosing to not stay in that room, that falls solely on, I mean,
Yeah,
at
that's
this
fine.
point now, we've got to.
Well, I mean, it is. That if this is passed as it is, employees or officials of the same sex attending the same conference shall share lodging, blah, blah, blah.
But it should probably be.
That's part of the policy.
If choosing to
Or pay for their own lodging.
Oh, yes, there needs to be
There you
something,
go.
yeah.
Or pay for their own lodging. And you flip a coin of who does what.
I do need, before you approve this, can I get this approved by the attorney? Because this may, that actual, since you are delineating between sex and, I think I feel better HR-wise if that was looked at.
What do you mean?
Because
That
if
you
I
are
get
writing a
this
policy to
information-
force somebody to share a room with somebody else. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female, or, I just wanna make sure that HR-wise, we're not crossing a line.
If I identify as a female that night,
Right.
or
That's my only concern with that.
Okay.
Sandy identifies as a male,
And there may be another way to word it, so I don't see a problem with the current employees.
They could stipulate, depends on if you have a 2X chromosome, then that's the line. Yeah, probably is politically incorrect.
yeah, that one might get us in trouble eventually. Okay. We have any other changes or additions to this policy? So we will have it
Well,
vetted.
going back to the question about, the GPS mapping program. I don't know, maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. I mean, apps are gonna come and go, but just say, popular mapping.
I mean, you
Or
could,
put your mileage.
Miles away,
What are you talking about?
instead of hours, miles?
Well, he was, mileage reimbursement, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh,
the 2-hour
The 2 hour.
limitation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you, in other words, like, if my Google Maps says 2 hours and 11 minutes to Montpelier from here, Apple mapping might say,
1 hour and 59 minutes.
yeah,
Yeah.
oh,
it doesn't need to be more complicated than, but, some specificities.
So if you go to miles, you could do 120 miles, because at 60 miles an hour, that's 2 hours.
This is Vermont. I was just saying, depending on where you're going.
Vermont.
Well, I understand that, but
I would say that time, because that affects a conference starting in the morning, and,
yeah,
mileage may not be that great, but if it takes you 3 hours to get there,
sure.
I think the time factor is still
But again,
appropriate.
I guess it's the which one do you use to determine the time? I mean, how, because if I'm using Google Maps and Jeff is using, MapQuest, and you're using Waze, and you think you're okay based on your Waze, and Jeff and I look at our 2 apps and we're like, that was 1 hour and 45 minutes, and yours says 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then we have a conflict.
so print it off and add it to your request.
I like it.
Or you just keep searching for an app that's gonna tell you less than 2 hours.
That's your job.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so we're happy with the 2 hours, and when the request is made, we all use our heads about what 2 hours is. Yes?
Do you want to put the documentation from the travel app in the hours? I'm sorry, is that a joke, or am I adding that?
You suggested printing something off.
Yeah.
I guess if there's some,
Although if you drive it all the time, you're not gonna use the app, But if there's, so I would leave it the way it is, and then if the question comes up that, I said it took longer, you can say why, and I said, well, this is what Rand McNally told me, and I can go back and, you can always reprint.
Okay.
Rand McNally.
All right, so it's old school. Thank you, Brooke. Yeah.
Side of the table.
How's the
I use
That's my
to.
MapQuest.
Not anymore.
Yeah, that's if you want us to go back and find.
All right. Anything else on this one? On this policy? So we will get those couple things rewritten, throw it up to Larry, get his nod, and approve it next time around. Sound good? Okay.
Do you want to take further questions?
Sure. Questions?
2 questions. Why do you go with the federal mileage reimbursement instead of state mileage reimbursement?
Cindy always recommends.
That's what Cindy recommends? Okay. Yep.
That's what the board voted on
Okay, thank you.
years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't me that made that decision, it was the board.
Just asking. And why don't we look into renting a car instead of doing mileage reimbursement? It saves the state of Vermont a lot of money by renting a car as opposed to paying you back reimbursement for mileage.
Yeah, I can see that, because if you're running up to Burlington, it's 300 miles at, what is it current, 58 cents?
Yeah, 58 by.
Times
You can rent a
58.
car around here.
That's $174.
I know, go to rent it.
You can rent a car for about $60.
Round trip.
From where?
Where?
Enterprise.
Where's that?
It's up on Putney Road.
Oh.
There's probably another one down. We use Enterprise. That's what I use when I go to Waterbury, Burlington, Berry. Yeah. Because they only allow us to use our own vehicles if there's no rent-a-car or no fleet car available. And if we have to use our own vehicle, we get half the mileage reimbursement. So it makes sense to rent a car for $60.
So what's the case, you're speaking of, that if there are multiple attendees?
We carpool.
Yeah, yeah, it's
One-
expected.
One
right?
rental car, four employees go.
We can look into it.
And again, if you don't wanna ride in the rental car, you
You drive
drive
around
yourself.
the house,
I
right?
mean, yeah.
I don't think any of us charge mile or reimbursement anyway. I mean, at this table,
I haven't.
so I've never charged for mile or reimbursement or meals. So,
Maybe you could
But,
do
yeah,
it.
you know, that's good, but we do need to not,
well, yeah, for
not
future,
expect it.
for future use, yeah. So, yeah, that's something we can look into.
Yeah.
The only additional expense to that would be obviously filling up the car, but that's part of your rental. Do you guys do the automatic fill up?
We do the automatic fill-up.
So it's an extra $30 on top of your rental or whatever.
Depends on how heavy a brake foot you have.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it varies from.
We all know Chris has a very heavy right foot based on
But they fill it up for you.
but,
Right, they fill it up, but it's part of your package.
Right.
yeah.
You just pick it up, go do your thing.
That's a great idea. Save your
Yeah, I
car.
mean, I like the idea that if only it saves wear and tear on your personal vehicle, particularly in the winter.
It's true.
And you're getting a fairly new car and everything's ready to go.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance enforcement, appointment of custodial officials and appointment of enforcement officials. So this is gonna be a long one for us.
So speaking of bringing back from a training, what we learned at the training to help the town, this was the last one that I was up in Montpelier doing. So in order to start enforcing, and I gave you kind of a copy of what I wrote as far as a warning ticket, if people wanna use it. And that just kind of gives you an idea of what we have on the books that we have fines set for. Again, we've gotta get rid of the bicycle ordinance, but I'll get that, on the list to get rid of that. But these are all the things that we actually have fines for. We'd have to take the parking out of there, cause, our enforcement officials will not be able to do anything motorized vehicle related. So they can't do anything with ATVs, snowmobiles, cars. That's all has to be done by a law enforcement officer. But, I tried to think of everybody that might possibly want to, or that you might want to empower to issue tickets and fines. So this is kind of the list I came up with. We can start scratching off before I start calling everybody to get birthdays.
Why is it necessary to have a birthday?
The Judicial Bureau requires it has to be a name, it cannot just be a title. It's gotta be a name and a birthday of the person. And I would also, have a training session for everybody who decides that, yes, they're going to write tickets. Cause there's a lot of important stuff to know before you actually pick up that ticket book and start writing stuff out. It's a responsibility, that needs to be taken seriously. And there may be people on this list that you want that may say, no, I don't wanna do it.
Yeah, you can take my name off from there. I don't want anything to do with this.
See, that's what I need to know.
Yeah. Writing tickets to the
Oh, really?
taxpayer.
We can get,
I put,
we can get taken off.
you can absolutely get taken off. I just guessed.
Yeah, and if you read how
And,
that's
you know,
written
some
in
towns
there,
had the whole
it's not even
select board
written
on and some
properly in
didn't.
the
Yeah, I know.
ordinance
Because,
what they're
I know that like for
classified.
noise
So
issues
they
and stuff, you
actually
guys
have
get.
semi-automatic
I
into that.
just put it on here.
So is everybody in agreement on this table that we don't wanna be in this loop?
You do that.
No select board members
No
want
select
to be
board
on this
members?
list?
I don't want anything to do with
Okay,
that.
I don't need to.
so no select board members.
Okay.
Question for you.
Sure.
What tickets are you using? Are you using the Vermont State VCVCs? Or are you creating your own ticket, or?
The tickets are issued through the Judicial Bureau, so we don't actually have them yet because we don't have any enforcement officials or, what's the other thing?
This is the beginning of the process
we
to be
don't-
able to do all of that.
Right.
Okay, because when I read the ordinance, I can't remember which one it was, but when I read one of the ordinances, at the very bottom of it, should you be, I don't remember the exact wording, but should you be issued a ticket, check made payable to the town of Vernon. If you read the back of the VCVC through the state of Vermont, there are 3 boxes which you check off when you get a ticket. And one of them is you deny the allegation, one of them is you plead no contest, the other is you plead not guilty and request a hearing. In the ordinance, all you have is that, you pay the fine and that's it. So there's no ability for somebody to say, yeah, I want to check off the thing and I want to have a hearing. It was just an automatic, you've got to, cut a check to the town. And so that needs to
We
be
will make sure our
changed.
ordinances follow the tickets. I haven't seen the tickets, actually, and no checks would come to the state, to Vernon. They all go to the Judicial Bureau and then they send us a check. So
Yeah, I
there are
realize that.
some logistics that need to be taken care of, but we need to get those
Like I
tickets out.
said, we are in the very beginning
This is-
process of this and
Yeah.
don't have that knowledge that you have
Right.
being a previous police officer.
Still have.
But this is the first, this is the first step, is to assign some people, get our tickets in order, get our ordinances in order, and then go.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because you can't send it off to the Judicial Bureau and request a hearing without somebody that's gonna, you can't plead not guilty to something according to the ordinance.
I think it should just be the constables, the fire chief, the assistant chief, and the health officer.
Not animal control.
Oh, the assistant fire
He's
chief?
the second constable.
Oh,
so-
okay, yeah.
But yeah, I guess it should say animal control in case we have another second constable that decides they don't want to do that because they're an elected official and they have that right.
They don't even need the
they don't-
titles, I just put
I
them
question the same thing as why wouldn't we put second constable next to Jesse? And I guess we don't need the title, we just need the name and the date of birth.
Yeah,
And whatever
So
official
after
capacity
every
they sit
election,
in.
we have to change this? It can't be,
No, it's.
Yes.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
You cannot put just the title, it's gotta be the person and the birthday.
But if the person just doesn't get,
Then I just write another letter, like
okay.
the one that I'm writing, and give them the name and the birthday. and-
so what happens if somebody says, I'm not paying this?
Then they go to court, just like a speeding ticket, they will go to court.
What are these tickets you're talking about?
Well, right now, we have fines for mostly animal control's a big one, that our animal control officer has no meat in his, when he's trying to enforce the animal control laws. We also have fines for use of alcohol in public places, discharge of an automatic firearm, bicycles, that are not registered, which will take care of that.
You mean the bicycles the little kids ride?
Yes, it's just an old
1968.
ordinance that really
Many,
needs to be
many,
taken out
many
of the
years
books.
ago, you had
Yeah,
to
my
register
boys
your
had to
bike
do
and
it, yeah.
and it's still, the ordinance
It's
still exists,
still there.
we gotta get rid of it. It's
Um,
kinda like in Michigan, if you swear in front of a woman or child, you can get a fine.
We also have a noise ordinance and plowing and snow blowing, so like if somebody's blowing snow into the road. So those are things that we actually have fines for, but we have no medium to enforce them.
Isn't that still a health officer,
She's an assistant health officer.
even though she doesn't live in Vernon?
There's no requirement that she
Okay.
needs to, but, oh, do you want me to take the assistant health officers off?
I'm not sure about that, because if Mark's not in town, they're
Right, I leave them on.
the people that we call.
I truthfully don't like anything to do with this, so I don't care what you guys put on there and take off. I think that this is insane and that we're only going to upset people and people are still not going to pay it. Because what's the penalty after you go to court? It's the same, are they gonna suspend your driving license, like if you don't pay a fine in the state of Vermont? What is the ultimate
I think that
penalty?
they could, yeah, actually.
But does this tie into the emergency service? Well, some of it does, obviously, because if you're, I don't really understand it.
I mean, the whole thing is that we have ordinances in town that say if you let your dog run on somebody else's yard over and over and over again, you can expect to pay a ticket for it. And right now, we have no way of doing that. So if there's not gonna be any enforcement, then we need to rethink the ordinances that we have. Because we've got it on there and it just doesn't mean anything unless we do this. And people like the animal control officer have specifically asked to have some sort of medium to do it. And that's why I did this.
I think that we are opening every person that we name on that list up to either getting yelled at, spit on, or, and these aren't law enforcement officers that we're asking to do this. And we are opening them up to just some type of unnecessary, it doesn't make sense to me.
And you don't have to do any of this.
I was just gonna say, you're gonna
You don't have to write a ticket if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would if I could.
and they don't have to write tickets.
Right.
Nothing's forcing them, but if they are in a situation where they feel it's warranted, do you want these people to have the power to do that? That's basically the question. Or do you not wanna do it at all?
But just what you said right there, though, they can pick and choose, then that goes against the ordinance that we have in place anyway. If the person that is put on this piece of paper says you can write this ticket, and they say, I don't wanna do that, then that ordinance is still useless.
So if Jeff's dog bites me, bites one of my grandkids,
I only have cats.
I know.
If your cat scratches.
Yeah, well, the cat doesn't work, but we have a dog animal ordinance. So I'm going to sue the town because you didn't do your job.
But something like that, law enforcement would be involved in.
Yeah.
And then that takes the burden off from our,
So why do we have a dog why do we have the ordinance then?
Well, it's the ones that are running wild too, and,
Yeah, I know, I get calls all the time.
you know,
Another question
harassing
for you?
people.
We'll hold off until we finish with the select board, and then we'll get you guys in the audience. Thank you.
I mean, this is something you have to do.
No, it comes up all the
It's
time.
just
It's like-
requested.
But if you have an ordinance, you should either enforce it or get rid of it.
and I agree with you, but if the person that is listed here has the ability to say, I'm not writing a ticket for that, even though it was a violation of the ordinance, then there's no point in any of it.
Right.
Well, law enforcement officials do that all the time. They have the discretion to, if they pull you over for speeding, they have the discretion to just give you a warning or,
Or not pull you over.
yeah.
period.
So it's the same kind of thing.
Except that they're law enforcement with training and they're willingly put into that situation. These are our residents that we're asking them to do so, I don't know.
Well, can't
I
they-
just don't agree with it.
Can't they refuse to do it?
They can, but then what's the
Absolutely.
point in the ordinance,
Well,
is what
there
I'm.
might be one or two on here that say we will do it.
Some of them have requested this. Some of them on this list have requested tickets. To have something because they're out there with nothing. And they are trying to do their job, so that's how this started, was
Is
they
there
asked.
a different way that it could be, we have a violation of the ordinance, can it just be billed from the town without doing this? Couldn't we send
I
them a
don't
bill?
believe so.
Okay.
Cindy's shaking her head no too, so.
No? Okay.
So between the two no's, that's a pretty solid no.
So I guess, do we want to give those folks that want the opportunity to enforce the ordinances that they're in charge of, the ability to do so or not? That's the question.
I think so. I mean, if people on this list already expressed an interest in doing so.
They didn't all, I honestly
No,
just
right.
guessed at anybody that might. You know, I figured, I put Dave on here because he's out plowing all the time, and if he goes over and he has to plow over somebody's snow blowing, their stuff, I just guessed who might want,
But
have the
yeah,
opportunity.
no, I mean, I agree, like, if they're not gonna be enforced at all, there's no reason to have any ordinances. And I think some of these are worthwhile in retaining.
Mm-hmm.
And then every March, we have to send the state of Vermont a updated list of who
Individuals.
has permission to rate these out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But every March, we send lists everywhere.
I'm making sure I'm on the same page
Yep.
here, that's all.
Yep.
And then out of these, I mean, if we had somebody discharging a automatic firearm, then I'm pretty sure state police are going to be somewhere involved in that.
Yeah, because I mean, that automatic is not semi-automatic.
Yeah, and the way that that's written in that book needs to be addressed if we're going to do this as well, because that makes it sound like any semi-automatic weapon is also included in this.
Wait, what book? The
In
policy book?
The ordinances, yes, where it defines automatic weapon. The way that I read it, it sounds like it includes a semi-automatic.
Because didn't we just do that? Didn't we just update that ordinance?
I thought we did away with it a long time ago.
It's still in that book.
Is it?
Okay.
Maybe it's something else, firearm related.
Well, we spent a
did
lot
the
on
noise
the
ordinance.
noise, yeah, which related, or came about because of
that.
firearms.
So are we happy, I guess the custodial, let's start at the beginning. If we want to go forward with this, which it sounds like the majority of us want to go forward with this, so those folks that want to enforce their ordinances can, we need to appoint a custodial official.
I thought we already did that.
No, we didn't. And then we need to appoint the enforcement officials that are on this list after that. So I would suggest that because Michelle sits in the office, that she is the custodial official, meaning, you know, the person that sends this list every year and that kind of thing.
Administrative.
Yes.
I agree.
That person does not have to get writing.
So I make a motion that we appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement.
Second.
So moved and seconded to appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. So, now let's get back to this enforcement list. We've already exonerated ourselves from this list. So, my suggestion for this list is to leave everybody as it is and address those folks that haven't said that they want to, you know, be a part of it. So ask Dave, and if Dave says, yes, I want to be able to say, stop putting your snow in the road because it's, you know, interfering with our plowing, that he has the ability to do that. I don't feel personally comfortable just appointing these people without having those conversations with those people. To Chris's point, if somebody doesn't want to do it, then we don't want to appoint them. So.
Agree.
Right?
And then if Jesse is out as the animal control officer and writes a ticket, and somebody is upset and beats the crap out of him, who covers that?
We have insurance for that.
But, okay, all right.
But I mean, that could happen in his animal control officer
Right,
function now.
yeah.
He can, go pick up a dog in the middle of the field and bring it home, and why'd you touch my dog? I mean, it can happen regardless. Obviously, giving somebody tickets a little more tense situation than bringing your dog back, but
It needs a warning first.
yeah.
Question? Is there any cost to having people who write the tickets? Do they have to be bonded or any kind of extra insurance for them to be able to do that? No? Just anybody can write a ticket
Yes.
if their laws are on that list?
Yeah, but they can't write a ticket for just anything. So that's why they need to sit down and have some training about what they can and cannot write tickets for.
Right, but there's no cost to the town, no added insurance because they're gonna be writing tickets?
No.
There's benefit if somebody pays their fee and we get a portion of it back. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One of the things that Chris brought up, somebody gets a ticket and says, hey, I'm not gonna pay it, do whatever you need to do. Is your benefit off the tickets gonna cover either the town attorney or whoever writes the tickets for going to court to testify and do all that good stuff? Research, testify, get the papers in order and all that good stuff. Time involved in that, you gotta make sure that, the benefit is gonna outweigh.
And who's paying for that person's time to go to court?
The person who goes to court is the person who wrote the ticket.
And who's paying them for their missed time at
It-
work?
They're all these people are on stipend, unless you wanna take Dave off, he's the only one that's salaried. Everybody else
So we're
on this
asking
list-
these people to take time away from their paying full-time job.
Yes.
To go to court for a town ordinance, and we're not going to pay them?
Yes.
We're not asking them anything.
Well,
We're seeing if they wanna, that's why we're not appointing anybody tonight. We're asking them if they wanna be involved in this.
But even if they say, yes, I would love to write tickets, and then that person decides to take them to court, we're asking somebody that is a public servant, pretty much a volunteer, to give up more of their time to go to court over a $50 ticket? I don't know. I think this is ridiculous.
That would, whoever wrote the ticket, and if it is going to court, they don't show up.
Yeah, they could,
Then- then
and they own the
charges
ticket,
get
they could
dropped.
also just say, I forgive the ticket, it's up to them. Whoever
So
writes that
still,
ticket-
this whole thing is pointless, because they can just not go to court, because they're going to lose money. They can say, I don't want to write the ticket. I mean, it just,
I think it's important to have an enforcement vehicle if you're doing it. If
Or-
you don't wanna do this, I would just say to take all of your fines off the books then.
Or
That
another
would be
thing
my
to
suggestion,
throw in
that's
there
all.
is, if somebody says, somebody goes to court and says, yep, I was found guilty, well, hey, I wanna take this to the next level. And, I've had people, want jury trials on speeding tickets. Is that gonna involve the town attorney? What's that gonna cost? And then the other thing about the tickets is, Chris, you're right, if you're gonna have an ordinance, it should be enforced, but tickets are discretionary. Are you also gonna have warnings, written warnings? Somebody's dog is continuously running at large, write a couple of warnings, after a second warning, okay, the next time, it's gonna be a ticket, you write them a ticket, looks a lot better in court. So you have the discretion there. And then, if you wanna be the hardcore, we've got the ordinance, we need to enforce it, somebody's dog breaks their leash and goes taking off down 142, dog at large, technically, are you gonna write a ticket for that? I've seen some pretty big leashes busted by some pretty strong dogs. Are you gonna write a ticket for a dog that broke a leash? It's discretionary, so you can't sit there and say, yeah, because we've got this ordinance, we're gonna write a ticket.
But if we don't enforce our ordinances and some dog bites somebody,
That's true.
we're at fault.
So here's kind of my take on this, and take it with a grain of salt, is we're empowering these people to do what they do or do not want to do. We are not asking them as the town to go out and write 5 tickets a day. and bring in X amount of revenue. We're not asking them to do anything. They are signing up saying, yes, I want to be able to enforce my ordinance in this manner. That's their choice, with the understanding that it's a possibility that they have to go to court, and it's their choice whether they go to court or not, just like it is a police officer. There's times that you can't show up to court because you're doing something else. So you miss a traffic court date. So we're not asking these people to do anything more than what they want to do. We're empowering them to have the ability to enforce the ordinance that they're in charge of if they so choose.
The one big difference with what you just said is, if I'm scheduled on something else, I'm up at training, I'm incapacitated, and I can't go to court, they postpone the ticket hearings and they postpone it until a later date. But as a law enforcement officer, we just can't sit there and write tickets and then tell the sheriff or tell whoever our boss is, I don't feel like going to court. I'm gonna write all these tickets, but I'm not gonna go to court.
I understand that. It's just, I'm not showing up because I don't want to show up.
Yeah.
Kind of thing with a police officer. I was just trying to use that as an example.
Right, but if we're empowering these people to enforce the ordinances, which yes, they should be enforced, but there is nothing here that one protects these people, that whether they can voluntarily say yes or no, we're still giving them that authority. We're giving them no protection on top of that, and we're offering them absolutely no financial reason to go to court to try and get the town the $50 to enforce this ordinance. We're asking them to lose money
The
to
animal
make
control
us
officer
money.
gets paid. I'm sorry, I should correct that. He does get paid, like $15 an hour. So he would get paid. Other than that.
He would get paid to go to court?
I would assume that if he's in court for his animal control duties.
But that's not the way that that's written down, so why would,
No.
Do you have a contract with Jesse?
that says,
He gets paid
He gets
out of
paid.
the dog fund.
but how is that
So far, he's
worded?
submitted 2 months' worth.
But does that, would that, and I haven't seen the contract, would
What he
that
does-
cover him if he went to court?
He would put down on his timesheet, if you want to call it that, the date, the time that he was at court, and then he'd submit it, and we pay it because we have a contract with him. But he's the only one we have a contract with. And it's paid out of the dog fund.
So I guess, again, the question comes back is, do we want to allow these people to enforce their ordinances, or do we not want to allow them to enforce the ordinances? That's it. That's all this is about.
I move that we ask these people to be fit enforcement officials.
Second.
So moved and seconded to offer these people the opportunity to enforce their ordinances. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
So we will table the appointment of the enforcement officers until we hear back from everybody.
Okay.
Accept Recreation Board resignation from myself and appoint Amy Emery.
I move that we accept Josh Hunter's resignation from the Recreation Board, and furthermore, that we appoint Amy Emery to that board.
Second. Ooh, a big check.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation of Josh Hunter and appoint Amy Emery to the Recreation Board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Policy to bill for emergency services.
So I apologize, Chris, I could not get all the information together quick enough to actually write a draft policy. And I figured before I jumped into that maybe if the board could discuss this long list of billable items, then I will jump into whatever you decide you want me to write a policy for. I hope that's okay.
Have you checked with other towns to see how theirs are written?
It's hard to find written ones. I did give you a copy of Milton's, I think it is. And different towns have different policies, so Guilford charges for some things. Chris was telling me that Putney charges for other things. Some towns don't charge for anything. It was a little tough digging, but I spoke to a couple of different towns and did find it's like night and day. I mean, the towns are so different in what they've decided to do, so I'm sure that we could find a policy that we could work with.
Did VLCT have a sample policy?
Ultimately, the thought process behind this, and I started talking to Todd about it 2 years ago, that I don't care if we recoup $20 or if we get enough to fill the tank back up with diesel. I think anything is beneficial here, especially since it's going to the insurance companies. We're not asking the residents to pay for it. I believe, with the exception of a non-permitted burn, and was there one other one that was discussed or no? But anyway, otherwise it would all be charged to the insurance company. So I don't see a reason not to take their money.
I'm with you.
That's why you pay for insurance.
Exactly.
And they have to be there anyway,
Mm-hmm.
you know. I think I should also, do our guys go to 91?
If they did, it would have to be mutual aid, because
Okay.
Guilford covers our small section of that, to the best of my knowledge, because they have the emergency entrance over there.
Okay.
I do not think that we should bill for mutual aid. I think that that's a bad practice to get into. We see a lot of bigger towns like Brattleboro starting to bill to come here, or to other small towns, and they bill simply because they know that they're coming here and our guys aren't going to be here, or Guilford isn't going to. There's a reason that they've been called, and to start billing them when we're going to ask them for help at some point, I think is bad practice.
So you would keep that as an exemption?
Yes. I also don't like the allow chief, town administrator, or select board to not bill for services. I think that that sets a bad precedent and some favoritism. I say we bill them all, and then we could address that as a board should they decide to appeal it.
I agree.
I agree.
The person responsible for the billing, coding, follow-up, I think that that needs to be our treasurer's office. But I think that there needs to be something clearly spelled out in there that if it's John or JJ responding for EMS, or Todd or Keith, I think that their paperwork needs to be done in a timely fashion so that we can bill. But I think that the billing process should actually be done through the treasurer.
What's the equipment usage charge? What would that cover? Because I don't know.
So some towns, and I believe you included one in here.
Yeah, that's like.
They charge differently for how long they were on scene.
Okay.
Each separate piece of apparatus would be worth something
So
different
really
depending on size and how long and things like that. I believe some, and I'm sorry, Michelle, I didn't look through this,
No,
but I
it's right on
believe
the
some
front
of
page
them
this
bill
policy.
for
It had the equipment, like the light truck.
individual man hours, depending on how many people we have on scene.
Okay.
That's per call. That's like per hour.
That's a good idea.
And I don't know if there is a way, Michelle, to write the non-permitted burn. I don't know if there's a way to put something in there. Where was it the other day? They just had the large tannerite explosion that was felt all over. That was up in Cavendish. Fireworks. I don't know if there's a way to write it so that if you're doing something stupid that creates a fire, that you're also billed for that.
Would that fall under the hazardous materials incident?
I don't know. fireworks that, I'm just thinking somebody setting them off and catching somebody's
There
field
is-
on fire.
So in addition to non-permanent burn, I mean, there is the whole nuisance charge. You know, like if you have faulty wiring in your house and you don't fix it and.
That's
they're
fine,
out there all
yeah,
the
I could
time
see
and
added
have
to that,
said-
that if you're doing,
Doing something stupid?
yeah, just put that right in there.
Or put your name next to it.
Yeah, please.
I think I did see a policy that had something that alluded to that. So I couldn't find that.
And
But
as
see,
for
now,
what that money gets
a
off,
bill like that would go to
the homeowner,
the homeowner,
correct.
okay? There's also,
Which I think that nuisance charge needs to go to the homeowner as well. I don't think that that should be an insurance.
okay, and, there was also, let's see, homeowner, there's also, reference, it's like, if it's a DUI or another violation, and that's why you're getting your vehicle towed. I forgot where I was reading it, but those bills would go to the homeowner instead of the.
And hazardous materials, I think that that could be two separate things. There can be an accidental one, but then if somebody is dumping used motor oil over their embankment, then
So
that
that
would
should
be
go
a
homeowner, I think?
I think that needs to be two separate things.
So why
One that's almost malicious and one that is accidental and it's just what it is.
Why would the fire department be called for someone dumping?
I don't.
Okay.
If somebody dumped 10 gallons of gas on their bonfire and
Yeah,
decided
I
to
can
touch
see
that
that.
off, now we have that incident plus the fire. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not billing an insurance company for something that they're gonna be like, what?
And I think, doesn't it turn into a hazardous material if oil starts spilling on the highway, on the road?
Yep.
They have to start picking that up.
Yeah.
Oil, fuel.
And we just dealt with it on this pond up here, whose pond, that the car rolled into a couple of years ago, that I don't believe they can still use that pond because of the hazardous.
Here in
material.
Skibbs.
Yeah.
And the insurance company doesn't cover that? Or will
I
it
believe
cover
they
it?
would have
They
if,
would have if there was.
yeah.
She's still working on it.
So those, like, the vehicle recovery really needs, like, in Guilford, it goes through the tow companies. So we'd have to set up a meeting with all the tow companies, and the town of Barnard would submit their bill to the tow company, whoever towed the car, and then they submit it to the insurance company with their bill,
Right.
along with their bill.
And I think every tow company around here is being used by the same fire departments, so it's
Yeah, I
pretty
think they
common
have a
practice to
list.
them, yeah, so.
And then for the EMS, when you start billing for that, then you're looking at medical coding that needs to be done. So, this is something that's not gonna get done in the next 2 weeks, but, I'll look at what we need to know to get that done, especially for Medicaid and Medicare.
And I think that Rescue Inc. would be extremely helpful in getting squared away with that as well.
So true. Another town only billed for non-residents for vehicle recovery. Do you wanna do that, or do you wanna bill for everybody? I'm just trying to get a basis of what I'm writing, that's all.
Go ahead.
I think that would be for everybody.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
If not, it should say something to the effect of criminal activity, DUIs or things like that.
Okay.
But I agree with Jeff that it should be everybody.
And do you wanna, exempt payment if insurance doesn't cover the cost? You wanna keep that? kind of
Unless it is
wording in there?
unless it's one that's billed directly to the homeowner.
Yeah, I agree.
And I know that that's what some of the fire chief was a little reluctant to do this. He was afraid that we were trying to get more money out of taxpayers, or that this was kind of a punishment to them if they had an accident. But as long as we're keeping it with the insurance company, that's what it's there for. And we can recoup some of our costs.
Okay, and so I'll ask you, did you get a chance to see the prices that Milton had? Is everybody okay with that? I mean, I would be totally guessing, I have no idea where to start with how much it costs to run that truck out.
It's big, it's big.
It's a big
I would go, where's Putney? Do you have Putney's?
No, we do not have puppies. I'm actually waiting for them to call me back.
Yeah.
He hasn't called you back. I'll go up and see him at some point.
I think the rates make sense because regardless of the size of the town, depending on the, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never been on the fire department, depending on the size of the incident is how many trucks you roll and that kind of thing.
Correct, yeah, I'm just wondering if is there anything in this that talks about man hours? Because I believe that we can bill for that too.
This one has, yeah, that one. It just says hazardous material fires, $100 per truck plus $30 per hour for fire. Suggestions. They're just suggestions.
So this one says $1 per every $1,000 of estimated value of the vehicle.
I mean, if nothing else, I think that we should be able to bill for whatever the state's minimum wage is per person that is responding to that call. Because we're offering them missed wages, so we should be able to recoup that somewhere.
I'll check to see if we can do that, just to make sure, because on the University of Vermont thing, it doesn't say time, it just says standby and fire guard fees. But it doesn't say, but I'll find out as we go through this to make sure that, so.
I think Milton has a paid fire department, but maybe if I would.
They must up there, they're.
Yeah.
It's similar size to Bratt population-wise.
Yeah.
I know that because my in-laws are from there.
Did you say to guess $15 an hour for the firefighters?
I said at a minimum wage, until we find out what we can do, but yes, I would.
Because it's gonna be 15 in what year anyways.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then the other part of this whole thing is, well, if we make this money, what do you wanna do with money? Do you wanna allocate it back to the fire department? Should that be part of the policy? Should it not be part of the policy, and just go into the general fund? Should it go specifically to the capital plan toward purchase of fire trucks? I mean, it's up to you. It's up to
Where does
you.
the money go that we get sent back from tickets that are written from the sheriff's department? Where does that money go?
I have no idea.
That's, isn't that an income line on that? Safety, contracted safety? I thought he
I'm not
had
sure.
that in the budget.
I
just don't know where
think
it
it is, but I don't know
disperses.
where,
You know
so
what
it
I
just
mean?
goes to the general fund then, if it's
Yeah.
going on a line item there.
Yeah, I think it should go to general fund because we're asking the treasurer to do a lot of the bookwork. And so, to the fire department budget, you know, that doesn't go, I think it should go to the general fund. Because there's more than just the fire department involved here.
I'm fine with, yeah, I just want the money to come to the town one way or the
Yeah.
other.
General fund, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And depending on what that is, we can allocate that much more to the fire department, a percentage of it.
Also, if it showed as income for the fire department, it would end up in the general fund anyways.
It would.
So they can show it as income.
But if you wanted to put it toward like fire trucks, then we could, you know, if you would write a policy, it'd be part of the capital plan and be put every year to defer that, but that's totally up to you. Just if you're gonna bring money, and this could, you know, if we're charging for everything, it could end up being a significant chunk
I
of.
think the
of
EMS
money.
one is the one that would be the most money brought in. And that's also the most calls that they run, so.
Okay, so that gives me something. Anything else that anybody wants me to make sure to look into as I'm crafting this? Oh, okay. And I'll talk to Cindy about that too, so that she knows, so that she doesn't get surprised by having that put in her office. Okay.
I would imagine that there would be, we would have to find some kind of training for that medical billing to get her into.
I'm guessing,
Okay.
yeah, and hopefully in the research that I do, I'll be able to find something that.
Okay. We're skipping the salvage yard permit, public participation on non-agenda items.
I have a non-agenda item, actually, it's about the agenda. I know that Melissa Allen had requested to be on the agenda.
Mhm.
She's not, she wasn't called down for any of the items that are on the agenda. Where would she fit into this agenda? She specifically asked to be on the agenda, you said she would be. But
I
she
told
was
her that
not called
She
down.
could speak in public comments regarding agenda items or non-agenda items.
Okay, so is this my opportunity?
Sure.
Okay. I have a little presentation.
Okay.
Should I come up to the table?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. So my name is Melissa Allen. I live on Tyler Hill Road. I've been in town for a few years now and I grew up here. I started noticing a few discrepancies in some of the select board spending, and so I've kind of put together a few things that I wanted to share with you. Because I know that taxpayers have entrusted you with their tax money, and I would just like to point out some things and see if we can all work together to be a little bit better about it. Give you this.
So many eats today.
Staples
Yeah.
are quite expensive today. So I can just, so I'm just gonna start out and I'll just go on my spreadsheet here. You'll see that it's cut quite small. I wanted to get it all on one page, but I have everything in chronological order so you can follow along as I kind of tell you and kind of break down the last year and a half-ish of some things that I noticed. The first item that I want to point out is Michelle's timesheet, and this was dated the week ending 2/24/18. Specifically noting 2/21 was a full day of work for Michelle.
So if we're gonna be talking about
Yep.
somebody's personnel,
Yep.
we need to do this in executive session.
Okay, gotcha. There are some personal items, but I don't know exactly what that would qualify for.
Well, if you're talking about people's timesheets, their pay, their vacation time, any of that is
Because I
a
took
personnel
all of
item.
these from public records.
Mhm.
So there's nothing that the public can't get
Correct,
that
but
I
if you're
have.
discussing changes or those things that needs to be done in executive session, it'd be because it's a personnel issue.
Okay,
It's the
there's-
same thing that we just did with Cindy.
Gotcha. So there's nothing in here that I'm recommending for a change. That would be up to you. I'm just pointing out some discrepancies that I found. So if that needs to be executive, I guess it can be executive.
It probably should be, I think.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion that you go into
Okay.
safe session.
Sure.
My glasses back there. I'd like to go in executive session with Michelle.
Melissa Allen.
Melissa. Why do I call you Michelle? With Michelle and Melissa.
Yeah.
I've only known Missy since she was little.
Sure.
To evaluation, let's see. Discussion or consideration of records or documents accepted from the access to public records, no. Hold on. All right. I'd like to go into executive session to discuss grievances other than tax grievances. Premature general public knowledge and its personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session.
And then I move we go into executive session.
Oh, sorry, based on personnel.
Okay, then I move we enter executive session to discuss this personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed? We are in executive session at 8:05. executive session at 8:05, out at 8:34. No action was taken. Correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all of the correspondence in your packets, and yesterday, speaking of travel, ran up to Montpelier for a photo op and a press opportunity with the governor for our big check of $5,000 for the rec center, so.
Thank you very
That was
much.
pretty awesome.
Yes.
And that's it.
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
What's that?
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
It's a small one.
Did you get to talk to the governor?
I did.
All right.
Said hi, Suzanne.
Does he know where?
Got my picture taken with him. Got an email to me today. And actually got to meet face to face to the woman that I deal with a lot of the state, who, and I see her on email all the time, so it was nice to finally be able to put a face to her name and be able to shake her hand. And that was cool.
Great.
All right, that's all you got?
That's all I got.
Next meeting is tomorrow at 6:30, same bad time, same bad channel. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So yesterday was not a good day for Donald Trump. Not only is he reportedly panicking as he realizes that, as unlikely as an impeachment conviction is, he is 67 votes away from being removed from the presidency. We have a new report that says he committed multiple federal crimes. Crimes, not violations of his oath of office, which are bad enough, by the way. And he was raging all day yesterday. Once again, just tweeting all day. The entire day spent tweeting and retweeting all sorts of agit trash. The multi-hundred-page report from the House Judiciary Committee says that Donald Trump committed criminal bribery as well as wire fraud. Now, this is a really interesting report because all along Republicans and Trump have insisted you can't impeach if there's no crime. Now, of course, that's wrong. Impeachment is a political process that doesn't require violating criminal law. But it just so happens that Donald Trump now is accused of committing crimes as well. This set Trump off on another one of these petulant, childish tirades, including one tweet with all caps, "Read the transcripts," continuing to say the impeachment hoax is the greatest con job in the history of American politics. The fake news media, all capital FNM in fake news media, and their partner, the Democrat Party, are working overtime to make life for the United Republican Party and all it stands for as difficult as possible. Trump also going on to brag about the stock market. We know that he thinks, because he has said, if stocks are doing well, how do you impeach a president? Tweeting, quote, "New stock market high. I will never get bored of telling you that, and we will never get tired of winning." Now, just as a reminder, here's video of Trump 2 weeks ago on a day that stocks fell 400 points on the Dow, saying he doesn't watch the stock market.
But if the stock market goes up or down, I don't watch the stock market. I watch jobs. Jobs are what I watch. I watch making the proper deal. We've been taken advantage of, the United States, by China for so many years.
Yeah, he doesn't talk about it on days that it's down, I think more accurately we could say. Then Trump coming completely unglued about his upcoming 2020 re-election campaign in a multi-tweet explosion, saying, quote, "I look very much forward to debating whoever the lucky person is who stumbles across the finish line in the little-watched do-nothing Democrat debates. My record is so good on the capital E economy and all else, including debating, that perhaps I would consider more than 3 debates. The problem is that the so-called Commission on Presidential Debates is stacked with Trump haters and never Trumpers. 3 years ago, they were forced to publicly apologize for modulating my microphone in the first debate against crooked Hillary." This is the president tweeting, folks. "As president, the debates are up to me, and there are many options, including doing them directly and avoiding the nasty politics of this very biased commission. I will make a decision at an appropriate time, but in the meantime, the Commission on Presidential Debates is not authorized to speak for me or Republicans." Now, we're going to dig more into this debate stuff on the bonus show today. And I know that producer Pat has many things that he wants to say about it. Trump then continuing all day. I mean, it is all day long, retweeting endless propaganda videos from Fox News and Rudy Giuliani. The narrative being it's all a con job. Everyone's been tricked. They're attacking him unfairly. It's all unbelievable. So don't be tricked. Trump is raging because he got caught, but he still might get away with it. They did it in public, crimes in real time, some on live television, some on Twitter, witness tampering, intimidation, all this different stuff. And the right is helping Trump turn himself into a scapegoat or even a martyr. One of the biggest differences between Nixon's 1970s and Trump now is that Nixon didn't have the benefit of not only a degree of partisanship that, listen, people always say we've never seen partisanship like this before. That's true, but there's always been partisanship, but it is worse now than it was during the 1970s. But also this fact-free, alternative fact, post-truth thing, which we will talk about later today, which makes it so that no matter what happens, you have a media apparatus that will excuse, defend, or counter-accuse, no matter what it is that Donald Trump has done. And unfortunately, they will likely get away with it in terms of impeachment. Maybe not, but they will likely get away with it. And we can't let them get away with it in the November of 2020 election. Although I know I'm supposed to always pretend that everything is great and I don't know that Donald Trump is going to be denied re-election in November of 2020. I'm scared. I'm going to address this more a little bit later on this week. Rudy Giuliani is saying the quiet part out loud. After all this time spent arguing that he's not involved in the Ukraine stuff, he didn't interfere, they didn't push anybody out, everything was perfect, the phone call was perfect, the relationships with everybody over in Ukraine, the ambassador and everybody else, everything was just perfect. Rudy Giuliani has now admitted to New Yorker reporter Adam Entis that yes, he needed Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch out of the way, later going last night on Fox News' Laura Ingraham program and saying, I got her out. You aren't supposed to admit this, Rudy, but you're certainly making it much easier, that's for sure. Quote from Adam Entis' great piece in The New Yorker. Rudy says, I believed that I needed Yovanovitch out of the way. She was going to make the investigations difficult for everybody. Rudy goes on to admit that he was working on a dossier, not just about the Bidens, but also about Marie Yovanovitch herself, and said, let's make this as prominent as possible by going on TV to talk about it. Then last night, Rudy went on Fox News and confirmed this to Laura Ingraham. Now, he tries to deny that he needed her out of the way, but admits that he forced her out, which is exactly what they've been denying all this time. Take a look at this clip from last night.
Now, this hit piece, and it's a hit piece,
of course,
also has you on the record admitting that you forced out Marie Yovanovitch.
Of course
you
I
said
did.
you needed her out of the way, but you're a personal attorney for the president, so why do you need her out of the way?
I didn't need her out of the way. I forced her out because she's corrupt.
So the alleged hit piece that Laura Ingraham is referencing is accurate. And again, Rudy's trying to make this distinction. I didn't need her out of the way. I forced her out of the way. The issue is a non-elected, non-Senate confirmed, non-government person who is Donald Trump's personal lawyer forcing out ambassadors who are selected by presidents. This is red alert stuff. And I know that in the era of scandal fatigue, in the era of constant drama and fiascos and scandals, this stuff gets lost. But Rudy Giuliani is admitting that he, as a non-government actor, saw an ambassador as an impediment to getting what he wanted and to Donald Trump getting what he wanted and forced her out. He admits it. He's just a lawyer. That's all. He's not a government actor. This is what they have been denying all along. During the impeachment hearings, one of the main narratives that, remember, the Republican lawyer during the impeachment hearings was this guy, Steve Castor. And what Steve Castor tried to push was that no one was trying to push Marie Yovanovitch out. Everybody was fine with her being the ambassador. Trump wasn't bothered. Rudy wasn't bothered. But Trump wanted to root out corruption and she didn't and all that stuff. Here is Rudy admitting. He says to Adam Entis, she was an impediment and I needed her out of the way. He says to Laura Ingraham, I got her out of the way. This is very reminiscent of when early in Donald Trump's presidency, remember when they were denying any contact with Russians? It's laughable now because of everything we know, but you had Trump denying contact with Russians. Mike Pence was denying contact with Russians. Don Jr. denied it. Jeff Sessions famously denied it. He got caught lying and ended up having to recuse himself on anything Russia related when he was Trump's beleaguered attorney general. Now it seems unbelievable that they were ever denying it, but at one point they were. And then you had Don Jr. tweet out, oh, yeah, we were in touch with Russians, Russian business people, this Russian, that Russian, but it's no big deal and everything's fine. It's deny, deny, deny until it's too late and then they don't. And then they say, well, no, I mean, oh, yeah, it happened, but it's totally fine. The real story is some Democrat did some other thing. This time, I don't actually think it's part of a plan by Rudy Giuliani. It seems once again he's off the reservation. And this is exactly why Rudy Giuliani was pulled off TV multiple times. Early this year, very early this year, we reported on it. He blundered badly in multiple interviews, and he was pulled off for a while. More recently, he was pulled off again from Fox News. But he did speak to this reporter last month. He then was back on Fox News last night, and it is as ridiculous as any of us imagined. Everything is the opposite of what they tell us. Trump was rooting out corruption. No, Trump wanted smears. Yovanovitch was working on corruption, and Rudy wanted her out and got her out, even though that's what they had been denying. I really hope that Rudy Giuliani ends up testifying in the Senate impeachment trial. It would be something amazing to see. People around Trump should try to convince Trump that it would be great for Rudy to testify, that Rudy would just do so great. Of course, it's not true, but that might get Trump to tell Rudy to show up and testify in the Senate impeachment trial. And then it would just be an amazing situation to watch Rudy Giuliani self-destruct. Never mind Trump. Trump said he would consider testifying in the impeachment trial. I can't imagine he will be allowed anywhere near the Senate trial by his lawyers to the extent that they can control him. But we can always hope. And that would be, instant self-incrimination. Let me know what you're hoping for in the Senate impeachment trial, given that a conviction is extremely unlikely. On January 1st, we will be kicking off 2020. It's insane that it's already 2020. I remember when it was New Year's Eve 1999, and 2020 seemed comically far off, and we're just a couple weeks from it. On January 1, 2020, we will have a crazy membership special. If you've been thinking of, it's an election year, you want to support alternatives to corporate media, get on our mailing list by signing up for it at davidpakman.com, subscribe to the newsletter, and then on January 1st, you will get a beautiful email, a perfect email, as Donald Trump would say, with an extremely extraordinary membership special. Let me know what you think about Rudy on Laura Ingraham by sending me a tweet at dpakman. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are David Bratt and Susan Shattle. Thanks to both of you. Really appreciate your support. And I also want to say thanks to another David, David Newton, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. David Newton's been with us almost 5 years. I invite you humbly to sign up for a membership. It's cheap, it's quick, it supports the work we do at joinpakman.com. Billionaire Michael Bloomberg was a late entrant to the Democratic primary, and he is polling 7% in a recent poll after spending reportedly around $100 million on advertising for his campaign. And this tells us many things. It tells us that you can buy your way into a campaign, but not necessarily past 1%. We'll talk about that. Bloomberg combining his money with at least some notoriety to buy his way all the way up to 7%. This tells us that, at least in some sense, the idea of fighting Trump with a better billionaire is appealing to some people, 7% anyway. And it also confirms that when you were polling 1 to 2% for like a year during the campaign, you're probably not going anywhere. And so Delaney and Williamson, Bennett, Castro, Steyer, and Gabbard should probably drop out at this point in time. The newest Quinnipiac poll out yesterday has Biden at 30, Warren at 17, Sanders at 16, Buttigieg at 9, and Michael Bloomberg at 7%. In what is essentially a statistical tie for fourth place within the margin of error with Pete Buttigieg. Andrew Yang and Amy Klobuchar each with 3%, Cory Booker at 2%, Gabbard at 1%, Steyer at 1%, Castro at 1%. Now, another interesting thing about this is that even though you can buy your way in, not just anyone can do it, because Tom Steyer has also spent a ton of money, not nearly as much as Bloomberg, but he can't get past 1%. So to buy your way in, it can't just be money. It has to be money and something else. More questions now about whether Michael Bloomberg will ever have an opportunity to debate, because remember, he is not accepting individual contributions. Therefore, he cannot qualify based on the current rules that the DNC has established with growing donor thresholds as we get further and further into the primary debate period. And so there are now more and more questions about whether the DNC will or should change its rules. Now, I said before, if the DNC now says, hey, you know what, even though Michael Bloomberg doesn't have donors, at least in the formal sense that you need them in order to qualify for the debates, he's polling 7%. Let's figure out a way to get him into the debates because he's polling 7%. The other candidates would and should rightly go absolutely crazy. Now, if the DNC doesn't make any change, you will end up with a candidate that is effectively tied for fourth place within the margin of error with Pete Buttigieg, not in the debates. Both are wacky scenarios. Now, I've said before, I don't think we need another billionaire running. From a political analysis, from a logic analysis, having a candidate tied for fourth place who is not in the debates is strange, but these are the rules of the game. They have been established by the DNC. I've previously been critical that they weren't strict enough in getting some of the zeros and ones out of the debates early enough. And now, live by these rules, die by these rules, unless they say, hey, let's just change these rules to accommodate one particular person, which they may or may not do. The other question is, it's not really clear the DNC wants Michael Bloomberg in there. Michael Bloomberg's presence certainly has the risk of hurting Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg, the establishment candidates, more than it has the potential to hurt Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren based on the numbers I've seen so far. There are different numbers. By all means, send them to me. So it's not clear to me that the DNC, aside from the logic of if you're polling 7% tied for fourth place statistically, should you be in? Aside from that, it's not clear from a strategic perspective the DNC would even really want Michael Bloomberg in the debates. But with the latest poll, Quinnipiac, Michael Bloomberg already polling 7%. I know most of you know that Donald Trump lies, but here's a hilarious story. Trump often has stories about his black friend or his veteran friend, that type of thing where he says, oh, yeah, no, my black friend told me this or my veteran friend told me that. Normal people would see how much Trump lies and immediately suspect that those stories are also lies. Trump has been telling, I guess we could say it both ways. He's been telling a similar story about his Jewish friend. And every time the Jewish friend is somebody else, this is just the best. Trump told basically the same story on September 9th, December 7th, and twice on December 11th at different events. The context is always that Trump says he did the right thing by getting out of the Iran deal. And he supports this by saying, even my Jewish friend came to me and said, the best thing wasn't, moving the embassy or whatever. The best thing was getting out of that Iran deal. The first time he mentioned that it was people who were telling him this. The second time Trump told the story verbatim, he said it was big Republican donor Sheldon Adelson who told him this. Then the third time he told the story, it was the owner of the New England Patriots NFL football team, Bob Kraft, who told him this. And then the fourth time that he was praised for getting out of the Iran deal, it was the father of his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Charles Kushner. Check out this compilation video with Trump telling the same story 4 times, each time naming somebody else.
And if you really think about it, I said to people, what's more important, the Golan Heights or the capital of Jerusalem by moving our embassy there? He said, neither, sir. What you've done in Iran is more important than both. I said, I guess you're right. I said to Sheldon, What do you think was bigger, Israel and the embassy going in, and it became Jerusalem, the capital of Israel, or the Golan Heights? He said neither. He said the biggest thing you did for Israel was breaking up and terminating the horrible, one-sided, catastrophic deal that was made by President Obama. I said, Bob Kraft, which is bigger? Which is more important to the Jewish people? He said, neither. I said, what does that mean? He said, what you did by terminating the Iran nuclear deal is bigger than both. I think that's true. And then I asked Charlie Kushner, I said, Charlie, let me ask you, what's bigger for the Jewish people? Giving the embassy to Jerusalem, it becomes the capital of Israel. What's bigger, that or the Golan Heights? He said, neither. I said, what does that mean? He said, the biggest thing of all is what you did by ending the Iran nuclear catastrophe. I think that's true.
Apparently, Trump has asked this question many times, and all of his Jewish friends seem to be giving him the same answer, right? He's having trouble keeping the lies straight. That's what's going on. We recently did a segment about compulsive lying, and here we are with a great example. Trump lies so much. It's so second nature to him to make stuff up that he can't keep the lies straight, or he has those delusions where he thinks nobody will notice, and he just tells the story differently each time for kicks, much like many of the compulsive liars that I've known in my life. And of course, if you call them out, if you on December 11th, after Trump did the first event and said, hey, Bob Kraft said this to me, and in the second event, it was Charlie Kushner who said this to him. If you said, you just told the same story and named two different people, he would come up with something. He would say, well, it was actually both of them who said it to me. Or he would say, well, they both basically said the same thing. Or, well, Kushner said it before and Kraft said it more recently, and both stories are true. I just told them out of order. I get a lot of emails that say, David, this is very clear evidence of dementia. And I've said before, Trump may have cognitive decline, but Trump clearly remembers enough that he could tell this story one way every time if it was a real story. Actual possible cognitive decline aside, we're letting him off the hook when we say this is merely dementia. This is merely cognitive decline. This is a liar who lies so much that he probably is not remembering which lies he's told, who he's told them to, and this is what you end up with as a final result. Even the American right should be scared to death that this guy has control over nuclear weapons. He has a huge degree of control over the financial future of the United States. This is very scary stuff because he's lying about insignificant things, as we know, crowd size, hand size. I think you know what I mean. These Jewish friends who tell him this stuff, but he's also lying about really, really big things as well. And we've reported on many of them. This is scary stuff. This is the stuff of nightmares. And now let's actually step back a little bit and quantify the dishonesty and frame it historically in terms of what we're now experiencing. History is not aware of any president that has lied as much as Donald Trump has lied. Often that number 12,000 lies is thrown around. That number is now outdated. We have an updated number. The Washington Post has been tracking Donald Trump's lies and misleading claims for his presidency. They have updated the number. It is now 15,413 false or misleading claims over 1,055 days. Now, before we move on, I do want to address, a lot of people will email me, they'll say, David, why don't media outlets just call them lies? You will notice that the Washington Post stays away from the word lie. There's a lot of interesting legal stuff behind that, behind the hesitation from corporate media to actually call a lie a lie. And from what I've been told by attorneys in the field, they say, when you call something a lie, you're signaling intent and you're signaling a certain level of calculation, and it's hard to do that. So instead, media outlets tend to say the statement was factually inaccurate. It was misleading. But I think we all understand more than 15,000 lies and incorrect statements and misleading claims by Donald Trump during his presidency, and it does not matter. By the way, ramping up the lies in 2019. In 2017, Trump told only about 2,000 lies. In 2018, it went up to about 5,700. And in 2019 so far, we still have a couple weeks left and they could be doozies, Donald Trump has told 7,700 lies. What has really kicked up the number of lies in recent couple of months have been the record lies of related to the Ukraine fiasco. That has caused just a persistent stream of endless lies from Donald Trump. But I want to get back to the consequences, which are probably none. All of these talking points from the right about alternative facts, fake news, the lying, dishonest, corrupt media, as Donald Trump likes to say, these talking points have worked. And we on the left, I've said for a long time, we're pretty bad at messaging and talking points and influence on the left on a lot of different issues. And Donald Trump has really successfully developed these phrases and talking points. The people who realize Trump lies all the time are probably not voting for him already. Mostly, with some exceptions. The Trumpists have already been convinced by the talking points. A media outlet says something negative about Trump, it's got to be fake news. An apparent disagreement about simple facts, it's just perspective. It's a sort of new right-wing postmodernism. We have alternative facts as the phrase. And I'm reminded once again about 1984 versus Brave New World. These are two prominent dystopian novels, along with one called We, which is lesser known, but I still recommend reading it. 1984 by George Orwell, Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. And Neil Postman once wrote, quote, "What Orwell feared were those who would ban books. What Huxley feared was that there would be no reason to ban a book, for there would be no one who wanted to read one. Orwell feared those who would deprive us of information. Huxley feared those who would give us so much that we would be reduced to passivity and egoism. Orwell feared that the truth would be concealed from us. Huxley feared the truth would be drowned in a sea of irrelevance. Orwell feared we would become a captive culture. Huxley feared we would become a trivial culture." Now, I don't want to write off the ways in which 2019 Trumpian America is like 1984. There's a combination of both 1984 and Brave New World. There is some banning of information. I mean, look at what Trump did to NASA on climate change research that they were doing, and we have many other examples. But more importantly, or more significantly maybe for Trump avoiding consequences from his lies and propaganda, is that Trump has created a culture of, oh, Trump is in another scandal. It becomes irrelevant. Scandal fatigue, the moniker of fake news. When you get confused, I hear one set of facts and another set of facts. They don't need to ban contradictory facts. They just put out a counter narrative. People say, what the hell? I'm going to go back to my video games or my Netflix shows or whatever the case may be. Claims of a witch hunt against him. All of this stuff is much more like Brave New World than 1984. It's part 1984, but a big part Brave New World, and it's scary stuff. Make sure you're following us on Instagram for more on this and every other story from today's show. We are at David Pakman Show on Instagram. By the way, I posted a picture of me with my dad's dog on my Instagram today. He is ready for Hanukkah, very much ready. Follow me on Instagram at david.pakman. Quick break, part 2 of my interview with Jen Fugger next, and then much more.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Find our videos online at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show and on Steemit at steemit.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's continue with part 2 of my conversation with Young Turks founder, host, and also California 25th District congressional candidate Cenk Uygur. So I understand that corporate media often has a bias, number one, to the status quo, and number two, to salaciousness. So even reporters who can't pronounce your name if their life depended on it are sure that they need to talk about all of the bad things that you've done and said, et cetera. I understand that piece. The part that to me is getting a little concerning is that even like personal friends I know on my Facebook page are tweeting stuff, having no idea who you are, about how you'd better not support this guy, and this person and that person had better retract their endorsement. And it's starting to me to seem like one of these sort of circular firing squad, self-destructive things. I mean, make it about policy. And I've not seen anybody say, hey, you know what? Cenk's wrong on this policy, and I love the policy of Cenk's opponent. I'm seeing none of that. I'm seeing the types of attacks that to me are completely self-destructive.
So, David, that's the third group. So there's the corporate Democrats, disingenuous. There's the corporate media that turns out to be even more hostile to progressives than we realize. Then the third group is, I think, honest actors who we agree with on the policy, but we now disagree on a really interesting issue/tactic, right?
Yes, yes.
So when you and I battle right-wingers, some portion of those folks who are genuine progressives don't like that. And there's this thing called cancel culture. So, and it's a legitimate and interesting debate to have. You and I happen to fall on the side of, no, if you ignore them, they don't go away, they fester, right? And by the way, David, you were doing this more than anyone else. You and Sam Cedar are probably the top at it. And for a while, we actually tried that. Anna and I stopped talking about the right wing at all. We stopped talking about Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro and Milo and all those guys, and we hoped that they would go away. They didn't go away. That tactic totally did not work. Now, you could say, hey, I don't care that it doesn't work. I just don't want those monsters to get 1 second extra of airtime, even if you're battling them. We happen to disagree on that, but that doesn't make us bad people, and that doesn't make the opposite side bad people either, meaning the progressives who are in that cancel culture and not deplatforming, et cetera. But it's a real intellectual disagreement. But if they take it further and they go, well, Cenk Uygur or David Pakman are bad people that are not really progressives because they platform people, well, then I would say, okay, you've crossed the line. Well, you cross the line from an interesting intellectual conversation or debate into being unfortunately malicious. I'm not doing that to them, as you could tell here, right? I'm saying, I hear you, brothers and sisters, but let's talk it out.
When you think about the path forward for the campaign, you've got the stuff from the blog posts and the corporate media reaction to that. You've got some of these folks that you agree with on policy but seem to disagree on tactics. You've got arguments like Cenk doesn't live in the district, therefore, ... fill in the blanks. What's the strategy for dealing with this? Because you actually, since it's gotten national attention, you may need one strategy nationally, but then also something different when you're talking to the voters in the district.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, as part of the national conversation, and your viewers are obviously all over the country, look, there's two things that are happening now. The corporate media is overwhelmingly against me. Every article is against me. They make it seem like my entire history is being some sort of right-wing misogynist. And they all know that's not true. They all know that they've critiqued me before for being too progressive. It's so disingenuous. So that's millions of dollars in free media to smear me. Plus, all the corporations I criticize are now pouring in money to my opponent. Plus, all the Democratic Party, they're like, oh, no, he's going to call out the corruption, pouring in millions to my opponent. So Cenk2020.com, it's so important that we fight back. And if you guys help out, we can fight back on every level here. So nationally, I'm saying, for God's sake, is any reporter ever going to ask about the issues? I was on the phone with an LA Times reporter, and I literally asked him, this is my second time talking to you. There was an initial article, then there was this. And I said, are you ever going to ask about the issues? And he was honest enough to say no. He said, we do 2 to 3 articles on a race like this, and this is going to be the second one. And no, I'm not going to ask you about the issues in this interview. Okay, well, mean, he didn't write that in the story, but at least he told me, and at least there's a modicum of honesty there. I just do sensationalism. I don't care about the issues. But the thing is, for people's lives in the district, what I wrote 19 years ago is the least relevant thing on planet Earth. Whether they're going to have health care is the most relevant thing there is. Whether there's going to be school shootings when their kids go to those schools is the most relevant thing on earth. And also, there's so many important local issues. There's like environmental disasters all over the district. There's so many fires. The biggest gas leak in American history it was the Aliso Canyon gas leak that's in our district. We have a Boeing facility that's leaking radioactive material into the water. And then you've got homelessness running amok in Lancaster and Palmdale. So these are super important issues. And it's amazing how little the press cares about it.
Yeah, well, that's what my focus, nobody really needs to adjudicate whether they like or don't like, the fact that you rated women in the past or whatever the case is. Because the question is not about whether any kind of crime was committed. Nobody has asserted that. This is not an issue. What we're talking about is, does that mean you put someone in whose healthcare policy won't actually get healthcare to everybody who needs it? Or do we, because of these things that Cenk said, which he has already talked about and completely disavowed, do we say, let's put in someone that is going to do nothing about campaign finance reform, for example? And that's why I think the lack of discussion about issues is so acutely disturbing, because what's implied in that is that they essentially don't matter. It's basically assessing someone's character on the basis of old blog posts. That's how we pick people to represent us now? That's scary to me.
Yeah, so look, as far as my opponent is concerned, I totally understand her strategy, because Democratic voters agree with me almost universally, and they don't agree with her positions. So I'm for Medicare for all. 81% of Democratic voters want Medicare for all.
Yeah.
Now, why would she be so bad at politics to be against 81% of the voters? Well, it's because of the donors. Her donors told her, I don't care if you lose this race, but under no circumstances are you allowed to be for Medicare for all. And it's not just her donors. It's the donors of the Democratic Party. That's why the orders come from down top, from the top down all the way to Christie. Say, no, the party is against Medicare for all. In fact, Joe Biden said it the other day. He said the party's not there yet. Not that the voters aren't there yet. The party's not there yet. So Democratic parties decided we're going to try to sink Medicare for all. It's definitely because of their corruption. I'm super clear on that, and that's why they can't stand me. That's why they're trying to bury me. But at least I understand why Christie's trying to avoid the issues, because the issues are terrible for her. The media, on the other hand, they pride themselves on being cynical. Like, I know that actually nothing in life matters. Thank God. Why are you a reporter? If you think nothing matters, then why do you cover the news? What a strange, toxic culture there is in the mainstream press. Don't talk about the issues, only do character assassinations and personal attacks and things that are scandalous or salacious because no one cares. Then why'd you get into this profession? Why don't you go be a doctor or a lawyer or something? Make some money.
Hey, two quick things, and I know you've got to run. One is California is a jungle primary, meaning everybody is sort of running against each other in the primary, Republicans and Democrats. And one of the people running on the Republican side is George Papadopoulos, who is this Trump associate who was indicted. Does he throw a wrench into what you're doing at all, or is it just talk about your issues and just go forward and do your thing?
No, first of all, he doesn't exist. I haven't. So I've gone to these campaign events. I've never seen Papadopoulos. I don't know that he's ever been in the district. So right now, I'm all over the district. I'm knocking on doors. They see me at their door and they're like, "You're running for Congress and you're at my door?" Like, because I'm going to areas of Lancaster and Palmdale that are heavily Latino or African American. They've never had anyone come knock on their door and ask them, what would you like? My job is to represent you. Okay. So, but Papadopoulos is nowhere to be found. But to be fair, he might be in the witness protection program.
Which will make it hard to win.
Yeah. And speaking of platforming or not, I told all of my opponents, and there's actually 13 people in the race, Debate anytime, anywhere. Okay? So, corporate Democrat, you think I'm a monster and you think you have all this dirt on me. By the way, quick aside there, the last tweet she put out was like, another damning video. It was me arguing for the two-state solution. And then even some of her own supporters were like, wait, are you against the two-state solution? Why is that damning? Right? And she's like, oh, backpedal. So my point is, she doesn't want to debate because she actually wants to avoid every single issue there is. The Republicans are running for me. I'm right here. Come at me, bro. So I'm saying that, especially the Republicans and guys like Papadopoulos who couldn't possibly hang in a debate with me.
So as far as the endorsements, which you've said you're not accepting endorsements, the way this entire thing has gone, do you feel betrayed by some people that you thought were in your corner and at least publicly now can't be? I mean, I can imagine that doesn't feel particularly good.
Yeah. No, actually, I swear to God, I don't feel that at all. And because, man, to give you a little internal dynamics here, the folks who endorsed me were wonderful and courageous. And I actually deeply, deeply appreciate it. And the last thing I want to do is get them in trouble. And the press loves smear by proxy. Okay. So, no, I don't feel bad about that at all. Some folks who never even went in that direction, that's a slightly different story. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So understand that. Don't get upset at Bernie and Roe and Nina. They were wonderful, wonderful. They were the first to come out, and they took tremendous courage to back me, knowing how the smear machine has come after me over and over again. They knew that, and they still took that risk. So I give them all the credit in the world. But really, David, there's like, one day I'll tell the stories, but there's groups that are unfortunately disingenuous and did a lot of backroom machinations against me. It's not at all their membership in those groups. The membership is awesome. But some of the leadership is in bed with the corporate Democrats, and they think, oh, I'm going to get 7% more if I work with Pelosi and Feinstein to help their handpicked candidate. So let's purposely, maliciously try to bury the progressive while pretending to be either a progressive group, a somewhat progressive group, etc. And so some of that happened. And so there are a couple of names I wrote down on a list.
All right. Well, someday maybe we will get a look at that list. An incredible race in California's 25th, in that it is really a case study, actually, in a lot of the sort of worst of status quo politics, which we're obviously going to keep following. We've been speaking with Cenk Uygur, who is running to represent California's 25th district in Washington, D.C. Cenk, always so good to talk to you. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you, David. And please, everybody, cenk2020.com. And even if you don't want to donate, you can volunteer. You make calls from anywhere. This is people power versus corporate power. The battle's in the 25th. cenk2020.com. Thank you, guys.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at dpakman. Hope to hear from you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So I've said before that when we see these hypothetical national polls that have Trump being crushed by everyone like we did last week, they really are of very limited value in figuring out who's going to win the Electoral College in 2020. And you have many polls right now saying, you know, if it was Biden versus Trump, who would you vote for? If it was Bernie versus Trump, Warren versus Trump. And every single one of those has Donald Trump losing. Last week, for example, we had a poll. I think it was Biden is leading Trump by 9, Bernie's leading Trump by 7 or 8, Warren's leading Trump by 7 or 8. And I said at the time, this tells us very little for a couple different reasons. Number one, these things typically tighten and move to the incumbent, meaning a lot of that, when you look at 50 to 41, for example, that's only 91% of the vote. That leaves 9% hanging out there. Some will go third party. Some could consolidate around the incumbent. So if Trump ends up getting 47 and Biden gets his 50, Biden will win the popular vote, much like Hillary did, but could still lose the Electoral College to Donald Trump. Because remember, Hillary Clinton won by 3, popular vote, lost the Electoral College. So what I've been saying for a long time now is we need to be looking at polling in key states, states that are more likely to tell us the way that electorally the election's going to go. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina. Most people have a sense of what those states are. Now, in those states, things are not looking quite as good for the Democrats. And in particular, they aren't looking great for Elizabeth Warren, according to a recent New York Times poll. But today we're going to look at a specific case study. There is new polling out of Iowa. Iowa is the first primary state. Hypothetical matchups, Trump versus whoever, and Trump is winning every single one. Now, that being said, it's not all bad news. And what I am increasingly fatigued by, I'm getting some scandal fatigue from Trump, but I'm really fatigued by black-white narratives by corporate media trying to be sensational. I'm actually going to tell you what we can glean from this and what we can't. So we've got a new Emerson College poll. Iowa hypothetical matchups. If it's Trump versus Sanders, Trump is +7. If it's Trump versus Warren, Trump is +7 in Iowa. If it's Trump versus Biden, Trump is +4. And if it's Trump versus Buttigieg, it's Trump +1. You see that Trump is strongest in Iowa against Bernie and Warren, +7 against each of them. And then Trump ahead of Biden by 4, and Pete Buttigieg the strongest in Iowa against Trump, behind him by only 1 point, basically a tie within the margin of error. So there's good news here and there's bad news here. The bad news is that in some states, Trump is doing way better than in those hypothetical national polls. Okay, that's not good news if you want to see a Democrat win. But there are lots of people saying the sky is falling over these Iowa results. But you've got to remember, this is Iowa. Let me remind you, Trump defeated Hillary Clinton in Iowa by almost 10 points in 2016, 51 to 41. If you look at the decimals, it's about 9.5 points. If Trump wins Iowa, but only by 7, or wins Iowa, but only by 4, that is a worse night for Trump in Iowa than in 2016. And it could actually be a signal that things are going to go against Trump in states that were even closer. So I'm really finding myself disgusted with the propagandizing cycles that are happening around polling. Polling matters, but you need to understand what we can glean from it. Today, we are talking about, or we talked about it yesterday, rather, in terms of impeachment polls. And it's also important to talk about this here. The headlines are outrageous. The headlines either imply Democrats are dead in the water because of this poll, or sometimes they make other wild claims. You look at the national hypothetical polls and you see people say, Trump getting crushed by every Democrat. This thing is done. Trump is doing better in Iowa than he's doing nationally. But at the same time, Iowa is a state that he won by 10 in 2016. So if the baseline is Trump +10, he's doing worse than 2016 right now. Don't fall for the disinformation campaign. Understand what you can and cannot glean from any particular poll. This video that I'm going to play for you is hilarious. Yesterday, I reported to you the latest Fox News poll. Fox, which says 54% of the country wants Trump impeached, 50% wants Trump impeached and removed. The team over at Fox and Friends had some cognitive dissonance on this one. On the one hand, they work for Fox News. They think Fox News is right about the facts. But They also can't believe that anybody but the most extreme leftists would want Donald Trump impeached. So here is video of Fox News host Brian Kilmeade visibly stunned by the results. On the one hand, it's a Fox News poll. We believe Fox News polls, but the Fox News poll says half the country wants Trump impeached and removed. How could it be? If you're watching, you may notice a perplexed look on Steve Doocy and Ainsley Earhart's faces as well. Take a look at this.
Fox poll came out, and I was stunned by this. It says 50% of the country want the president impeached. I was stunned to see that that's the number because I thought that things were trending away, although the president's approval rating did tick up in the same poll. So it's almost like a split personality.
How could this be? Say it ain't so. This is what it looks like when reality simply doesn't fit into the Fox News narrative. And again, I said this yesterday, and I want to say it again. Different news outlets are playing coy with the momentum, saying, wow, during impeachment hearings, support for impeachment went down. Usually it's like by 2 or 3 points. These polls have a margin of error of plus or minus 3. So a 3-point swing arguably means nothing. And the poll is nowhere near 50% on lots of important internals. If you look at the same Fox News poll, you see that by a 60-24 margin, it is wrong to ask leaders of foreign countries to investigate rivals. That's not close. That's 60-24. 58-22. Americans say presidents typically ask foreign leaders to do this. It should be 100 versus 0, since clearly it's not common. Trump supporters can't seem to admit that and are trying to use that as a defense. 52-36 saying Trump isn't cooperating with the inquiry. That's very clear. People understand Trump is not cooperating here. But once again, the most important thing to remember is that these numbers include Republicans who said in a recent poll that Trump is a better president than Abraham Lincoln. We should actually be shocked that only merely 50% want Trump impeached and removed. But then you think back and realize, oh, half of Republicans think Trump is a better president than Lincoln. Nearly 2/3 of Republicans say they would never abandon Donald Trump no matter what he does. Then we should actually recognize the significance of merely hitting 50% support for impeachment, despite all of those people that are completely disconnected from the facts and defend Trump no matter what to the death. So sometimes the bubble of alternative facts is so thick that people forget there's a reality out there. Your narrative isn't real. That's what Brian Kilmeade seems to be smacked in the face with directly in this video. But if it's real enough to the people watching Fox News, it's real enough to do serious damage to the country's ability to think critically. And that's where we find ourselves today. Because really, imagine being stunned that half the country wants the man who is arguably the most corrupt president in the modern presidential era removed from office for his corruption. That shouldn't be stunning. And yet somehow Brian Kilmeade is stunned by that. Very backward situation that we are in. Hey, this is funny. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. There's a caller who's been calling in off and on for years. I know him as the Kansas Troll. And this is a guy who once called Sam Cedar to argue about, Sam Cedar, fellow progressive host, to argue with Sam about the bell curve. And you can see this viral clip on Sam's channel. It's called something like stupid young man or racist young man calls in to argue about race or something like that. It's the Kansas Troll. This is the same guy. And he's gotten through to me live before. He talked to me something about Alex Jones's supplements or something like that. He called in and he had a critique to me about how the show is doing. Take a listen to this.
Hey, Pac-Man. Hey, membership salesman. How's it going, buddy? I see that after your advertisers have fallen down a bit, you're selling a lot of memberships. Most of these internet shows are asking for 10. If you used to ask for 7, then you went down to 5, and now you're offering $2 a month for membership. Come on, Pac-Man, just offer it for free. That's what it's worth at this point. Come on, you're not going to get more members. Your show's going to fail. It's going to collapse soon. You've been doing this for over 10 years. It's not going anywhere. Just give it up, Dave.
You know, when I hear that, I would love to see what this guy's been up to over the last 10 years. And what's amazing about this is that, first of all, membership prices have been unchanged for something like 8 years. And a lot of shows raise membership rates. We've kept the same rates, $6 a month, $60 a year, for a very, very long time. And of course, we offer discounts to people who can't afford to pay the full rate. What's funny about this is that we are regularly contacted by other shows, independent shows, media outlets. The Wrap interviewed me last week specifically about how we've built this membership program because it's so successful. That's what's incredible. And in 2019 alone, so we've run the membership program since 2010. We nearly doubled our members in 2019. So from 2010 to 2018, we grew membership. In 2019 alone, we have nearly doubled membership since 2018. It's incredible, actually, how it's doing. And, this is a guy who's been calling in for a very long time saying, we're just circling the drain. The show is just so close to going off the air. And, someday that may happen. No, nothing lasts forever, but not today and certainly not tomorrow, my friend. So when I hear stuff like that, that actually is what gets me fired up to say, we want to have the best 2020 ever. Thanks to everyone who's already supported us this year. Let's try to double membership again in 2020. And those are the types of folks where I used to be really bothered by stuff like that. And then I imagine, has this person's business doubled in size over the last couple of years? Has that happened? My guess is probably not. So keep them coming. It's just fuel for the fire, and the fire is growing, my friends. We've got a great bonus show coming up for you today. Producer Pat wants to weigh in on a number of different things, including Donald Trump's latest claims about where he may or may not debate. Join both of us on the bonus show today. Join Pacman.com, patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
welcome to today's Select Board regular meeting of December 17th, 2019. Has the meeting been properly warned, Jan?
Yes, it has.
Got started a little quickly, I apologize. It's okay, I'm taking the fall. And we're going to start with approval of minutes of November 26th and December 3rd in this case. Do I have a motion to approve? So moved. All right, and all those in favor of approving the minutes of this November 26th and December 3rd, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And aye. Thank you, and that's 5-4-0. We are missing one today. Well, I've suddenly found myself thrown into chair, so I think the remarks I'm going to say are slightly personal, but I think they're a little personal to almost everybody around us and to our community. We lost a very young man in our community, little Michael, and I got to know this little boy over the summer, and he was a joy, and our hearts go out to his family and our whole community, really. So many people that we know and love here are involved with the family, and we're just pulling for him, and he just didn't make it. But it's holiday season, and this is our last board meeting before a lot of holidays coming up and our bit of a break that we take. So I just ask you all to count your blessings and hug your kids close. Thank you. Thank you. Manager's comments?
Yes. I have an exciting announcement for town government that Stephen Dotson will be the town's first sustainability coordinator. He'll be beginning work on our team on February 3rd. He was one of over 75 applicants for this position. I can state unequivocally that during my time with the town, this was the largest, strongest applicant pool that we had for any of the openings that have come up in the last 5 years. Lots of interest in the position, lots of well-qualified people, and a difficult selection process, which is a great place for us to be. We had lots of help in this, so both Liz McLaughlin and Dave Scholes participated in the process, along with HR Director Sally Nix and Public Works Director Steve Barrett. Sue Fillion, the Planning Services Director, was on the selection committee, and she and I together did the final review of 2 really well-qualified finalists, because Stephen will be working within the Planning Services Department, reporting directly to Sue. He'll also be a member of our management team, working together with the department heads. And also participating in the screening and interviewing process were Oscar Heller, Chair of the Energy Committee and a very active member of the community in promoting the sustainability position when we were considering whether or not to create that. And Elizabeth Bridgewater, the Executive Director for the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. We really appreciated the time that they volunteered to this effort to help us make sure that we had a broad perspective in the selection process. I think a lot of people know Stephen. He's done a lot of work on sustainability issues and social action issues around the area and in his prior career elsewhere. One thing about him is, in addition to being an employee of a few different organizations locally over the years, he has provided lots of services, some leadership services as well as assistance as a contractor and a consultant to a variety of organizations. So I'm going to take a minute, just for those who don't know Stephen, to understand the breadth of what he's done already in our area and why we think that he stood out as being particularly the best person for this job. He's been Director of Communications and Marketing for the Northeast Sustainable Energy Association, Corporate Sustainability Operations Associate for One Report Incorporated, an Associate Director at the Rich Earth Institute. He's been on the Wyndham Regional Commission as a commissioner representing Westminster. He's a board member at the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies leadership team, a member of the leadership team for the Ecovation Hub, was one of the initial co-creators of Hermit Thrush Brewery, and has provided assistance and service to the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, Retreat Farm, Friends of the West River Trail, Resilient Design Institute, and the Strolling of the Heifers Slow Living Summit. He's a person who has been deep into this work in a variety of ways over the years, and will now be leading our town effort around sustainability, both internally and out in the community.
Great.
Congratulations, Stephen Dotson. Wonderful.
Exciting to have such a well-qualified and a local person who's already very familiar with what we're going through. Thank you, Peter. The next item on our agenda is fellow select board member comments and/or committee reports. Does anybody have anything they'd like to throw out?
No committee report. I did, on the way in, notice it's a really beautiful night. And people, and I noticed this afternoon and then again this evening, because I had to be out, that people are being remarkably considerate and careful driving in these conditions. So it's a nice reminder that people actually know how to do it.
That's nice. A nice comment. Anyone else?
No, thank you.
And your comment actually makes me think. This is breaking protocol here, but I did see a note from our fire department that they would like everybody, if you are near a fire hydrant, to please clear out around 3 feet around, all the way around. It really does help us out in times like these. And I think I'll just roll right into public participation, and this is the time when we invite members of the public to come up and say their piece. Just try to limit it to 2 minutes. We have a huge audience tonight, but anyone here would like to say anything? This is for anything that's not on tonight's agenda. Just throw it out. Hi, Franz.
Hi, Franz Reichsman, District 2. I'm going to comment on 2 things that are on the agenda because I have to leave. And they are the budget and municipal broadband. And I just want to, speaking strictly for myself here, want to say that, as I said last week, I think, that I would like to see a budget item on municipal broadband go into the fiscal year 2021 budget. I think it's, I know you'll be talking about this some more. I just wanted to register my opinion right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for starting off with an unorthodox comment. Anyone else?
Continuing your pattern.
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. Anyone else with any comments they'd like to say or questions? Jokes? No? Okay. We are moving on because we are not required tonight to do liquor commissioners or water and sewer commissioners. So our first order of business is an unfinished business item where we will discuss consideration of municipal broadband. I believe this is the third time that this has come before us.
Yes. May I give a quick update about that?
I wasn't sure which way to go.
Yeah, I think that Dave should lead off substantively, but I'd like to just ground the public in the knowledge that this was considered a couple of times previously, earlier in the fall by the select board. The action that the board took on the second evening of consideration was twofold: for the town to monitor and be engaged in the regional effort to create a communications union district, a CUD, for southeastern Vermont, and to write a letter to several state officials who were comprised a committee that was looking into the question of whether municipalities ought to be allowed to use general obligation bonds to fund municipal communications, telecommunications facilities. And we took a strong position, the town did, at select board direction, a strong position in favor of that being allowed, that utilization of general obligation bonding authority being allowed, on the principle that it represents self-governance and that communities ought to decide whether to use general obligation bonds rather than the state deciding whether or not it's okay for communities to use general obligation bonds. Those are the two directed actions. We did those two things. We are engaged with the regional effort that's getting underway. We wrote the letter, we received a response, and received consideration to the town's opinion in the report that that committee wrote to the legislature, but the committee decided not to recommend general obligation bonding authority. That report was distributed to all of you, and Select Board Member Dave Scholes responded to that distribution by asking for some further consideration this evening. Here we are.
Yeah, it seemed like, well, the letter from the DPS came, was distributed to us, but we didn't ever talk about it. We just got that information. And so I thought we should talk about it. That seemed like that was the next sort of signpost along the way toward our conversations about how to pursue broadband. And their conclusion was, I think it's fair to say, is to wait and see. And initially, I was thinking, well, that's terrible because we'd have a lot more options if we could do the general obligation bond and just spread it over the whole community. And I kind of thought that, as I often do when I have a thought, I think I'm right. And I'm not quite so sure about that now because I talked to somebody from, I'm going to forget his name, but it'll come back to me, from who's the Norwich representative on the EC Fiber Communication Union District, which is Norwich, Barnard, and a few other towns around there. And he pointed out that he actually supported it. And I said, well, I got nothing more to say to this guy. But his perspective is that it would mean that only towns that had a lot of money would be able to do this, and other towns wouldn't be able to do it, and or it would be much harder. And a lot of people who maybe don't have any use for the service would wind up having to pay for it. And although that's true of a lot of things in the world, you may not use every service the town provides. You still have to, or for instance, schools, but you certainly get a benefit from it. So, but he talked a lot about the Union District and and the advantages of that. But the primary one is that they started, and this is almost 20 years ago now that they started doing this, and they wound up not getting it. They were ready. No, it was in 2008, and they were ready to go, and they had investors lined up, and then the banks exploded, and Lehman went out of business, and all the investors, that all went away. So they started over, and they found some individuals who would contribute, I think, up to about $90,000, and they did a stretch through town. And then the point of all this is that they took a really diverse approach. They got some users to invest in shorter-term bonds, no-interest bonds that would gradually get paid back for the revenues. They created their own model, and so that made the Communications Union District seem more appealing to me, because my context is the Waste Management District and the merged school district, and the issues that the towns have where interests don't align get really contentious and sometimes just bring things to a halt. And I still want this to move a lot faster. So but I've continued to look around. A couple of the articles, this one came late. I just found out about this on Sunday. That Bristol, New Hampshire, which is a town of not a few thousand people, and it's in the article here somewhere, did their own. They got $98,000. The town approved spending $98,000, and they got $132,000 grant, and they did a 3-mile stretch of Main Street, and now they're bit by bit trying to roll it out into the other communities. So that's another model. The Chesterfield, obviously they can do those bonds, and they did it. And one of the people, Brad Roscoe, I think I'm remembering his name right. He was going to come to the meeting, but unless you're Brad, right, you're not. He decided not to come because of the weather to talk about Chesterfield. And the other example was the excerpts that I sent in the link, although it's a link on paper, it's not very easy to link to, from Kentucky, where they did wire this very rural county, and in a few years they created 300 jobs, and many of them went to people that were making $5 an hour in an auto parts store or somewhere like that, and were able to get much better jobs, telecommuting, and so. The conclusion of all that is that there are a bunch of different ways that we could proceed, And so I wanted to find, I'm sorry Patrick's not here because I suspect he has some maybe you do have information about, you mentioned that we are engaged in the CUD process. Maybe you can talk about some of the progress that is going on there.
Sure.
That would be great. But basically my question is, well, first question is, do we want to proceed? Because there was some resistance, some hesitant. Liz obviously doesn't, she's shaking her head no. So I need to find that out before I try to get us to determine how we want to do it.
Okay. So, well, I'm going to let you steer a little bit. You threw a question to our town manager.
Yeah.
So.
Sure. So the way I would characterize what's happened so far is there has been preparation to launch the CUD process. A fair amount of it, lots of communication among the parties who intend to participate in it, as well as some coordination among those who are organizing it and bringing in resources to assist. And it will launch all but immediately after the holidays. I don't know the exact date of the meeting in January, but there's a meeting that has been scheduled to be held in January where the group will assemble and begin to identify the steps they're going to take to move forward. They will be receiving advice from the individuals who created, the ones who created EC Fiber will be speaking from their direct experience with the creation of a district similar to what is being envisioned for southeastern Vermont. And there's funding that's been provided by the state that's being provided to the Wyndham Regional Commission to assist in this effort. I don't know the details of that, and I don't know whether or not it's coming with technical assistance from the state. But I do know that there's that they've engaged individuals who had participated in the organization around EC Fiber to bring that experience here.
And the state also funded a position for a person to provide support for exactly what you're talking about.
Right, and that's the part. I don't know whether or not that person is already engaged in providing that support around the state, and whether they are part of what's going to be the launch here, or whether it's just state funding that's going to help in terms of paying for the expertise that's coming in from the EC Fiber folks and perhaps others. But Patrick will be representing the town in that. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here for this evening's meeting, but he certainly will go to that first meeting and be able to provide a further update to us in January about what he learns there and how it's intended to move forward from here.
Before throwing it out to some other comments, I thought I might just ask for a couple clarifications on what you're actually looking for as far as a discussion. When you talk about broadband, and we talked about this twice before in sort of broad terms about high-speed internet, and I think a lot of the time there's a confusion around the term because the term is rather broad, quite literally. Because often when people are speaking of broadband, they're speaking about fiber. And I assume that's kind of what gets you excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good clarification, at least for me. But I'm kind of curious, what, if you want something to be, you're advocating for something to be on our town meeting, what would that look like?
Well, that's what I thought that the way to proceed was to put some money in for a study to explore all the different options. And I don't know if we don't do that, and the CUD looks like it's going to take ages, then it'll be a whole year before we can put anything in the budget again, because that's not even going to start until January.
Right.
So where I am now is wondering whether to pursue that or not. And I think what I'd like to do is talk to Patrick and maybe the people of the district and find out a little bit more about what the prospects are for that. And if there's, I think that money has to be raised for the work. And if it's the initial money from the state is for exploring, but it's not going to get anything done. So I don't know exactly what to ask for. But I want to we'll find out more before we're done with the budget, if possible.
If you recall at the last meeting, I think it was October 15th, we generally had, at least three of us, I believe Brandy was also absent at that meeting as well. So there was only four of us at that meeting as well.
No, Brandy was there. because she had issues with the company that was doing the work in Chesterfield. I remember that really distinctly.
Daniel, were you here?
Oh, I recall Brandy not being here, but
Okay,
that's
well, it
fine.
might have been another
Yeah, since there were two earlier. So I'm just wondering, I remember Liz saying a couple of comments that I agreed with, which were why, if there's so many steps that could be taken in the community and exploring some background on this and gauging our community of whether or not people are really interested in this, pursuing this, however we might pursue it, why wouldn't we do that work first? And you actually volunteered to get the ball rolling, speaking to people, and it seemed...
And having people come in and talk once the snow disturbs.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know even, I don't want to call it Franz because he's not a member of this board, but a comment that Franz made was that there wasn't, he personally didn't support going towards the study until there were numbers attached to it. So I guess I'm just wondering, I feel like you are kind of feeling your way a little bit, which is fine, but in order for us to make a decision on actually putting something on the agenda, it would have to be a little more concrete.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe it should wait for petition if it was something that you really needed to see.
Well, that depends. I think the part that I absolutely agree with is we need to get a broader sense from the community whether they would support it or not. And a petition and a conversation at town meeting would certainly indicate that interest. And that may be the way to pursue. I would like us to talk about it at town meeting. I'm just not sure how to go about that. I'd like to get a consensus from the meeting about how vigorously we should proceed in this direction. I think it's really urgent, and that's the reason that I'm anxious to get things moving.
I have a comment.
Please.
So 3 weeks ago, I'd say, or I don't know exactly how long ago, we voted on a measure, didn't we not?
I don't. Well, you mean, do you remember we had that sort of menu of options
Right.
to take? We
Yes.
went for 1 and 2, but I don't
Yes.
think we actually took a vote.
Okay.
I think it was consensus.
Well, so we had
3
a
out of 4.
consensus, and that consensus was to go with the CUD, to gain knowledge from them of what they were doing in lieu of spending money on a study, because they were getting state resources, they were getting state personnel, they were discussing this, and frankly, the more rural towns have a greater interest in better service than Brattleboro has. So I am content to stick with the decision or consensus that we made just a short while ago and gain, whatever knowledge we can from that. It's interesting because, Peter talked about that there were 2 steps, and the one step was the CUD and the second step was the letter. So we got an answer to our letter, and I understand that you're eager, Johnny on the spot, to discuss it. But I think we need time for the CUD to learn, and we learn from that process. And we haven't had that time yet because it hasn't really started. So I think it's premature, and I am content with the decision that we made, and I want to let that bear fruit.
Just a couple of responses. One is that the decision included me finding people to come in and talk about the advantages of different systems, so that's what I'm doing. The other thing, I don't think, from the responses that I've seen, and they're small, but the number of responses I've seen, I've heard more people say, well, the rural places don't need it, the downtown needs it because that's where the businesses are concentrated. So I don't think there's a conclusion that the rural communities are more interested in it or not. And we're rural and urban, so it really doesn't matter. The fact that it's been 3 months and so far the CUD is prepared to launch indicates it's going to be a very slow, tedious process, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a better process. And so I'm looking to keep as many different options going as possible. And obviously, you can support what you feel comfortable supporting. I'm still going to do that. I'm still going to promote whatever we can, and I will participate more actively and communicate with Patrick about the CUD. But I have heard nothing about it since it was initially in paper. And so obviously there's not much to report. But at this point, I don't really have an action that I want us to take until I get a better sense of whether that's going to proceed. It is a really good model. The way EC Fiber rolled it out, it's a really flexible model. And but it may mean that we still have to pay for ours all on our own anyway. So we'll see.
Daniel?
I remain fairly agnostic about this. I guess the one thing I want to kind of point out for folks who might be following along at home, like, so some of the communities that we've been compared to here are really small. So Leverett, Massachusetts has a population of, or at least from the 2010 census, had a population of 1,876 people compared to our nearly 13,000. And they had 813 households. We have 5,421. The amount of money that they raised in bonds for that project was $3.6 million for 813 households, of which 667 of them ended up becoming subscribers. And what I don't want us to go too far down the road is to kind of envision this project that is presumably at least a couple of times larger than that. You know, maybe it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Leverett, Massachusetts was also a place that did not have access to any meaningful broadband of any sort. So there was no competitors there. We've already heard from Patrick's report that where towns have tried to do this where there are competitors, those competitors compete. And that means that they're able to offer deals that they wouldn't typically. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm in love with our local internet providers as things stand. I would love for a better deal. But if what it meant was I got a better deal and then the town was left holding all this infrastructure without subscribers to actually support it, that's bad for our taxpayers. So those are my concerns about it. I mean, like I say, I'm agnostic. If somebody can show me a way that this is financially viable for a town our size with the number of house sites and with the number of miles, right? Because we're also talking about laying cable. I mean, I guess in like the biggest vision would be laying cable to every single house site in Brattleboro. So how many miles of cable are we talking? It sounds to me like it would be a heck of a lot of money. And we know that we can't use general obligation bonds, so we can't raise money without having to worry whether it'll make money, right? We have to raise money through, and you can correct me if I get this wrong. Please do. So revenue bonds means that it has to like be kind of something that is able to make money.
Exactly. It's called a revenue bond because it has to be attached to a specific revenue stream that will pay off the bond.
So that would be subscribers for this service, which we would be competing
But it could
with.
be for a very long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. It could be for a really long period of time. And in the report from the state, it says here, a 2017 financial assessment conducted by the Center for Technology, Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law found that 11 of 20 projects assessed were cash flow negative during the assessment period. 5 projects had an estimated repayment period of 100 years. 2 projects were pegged at over 60 years, and only 2 were slated to break even. And so I don't often find myself in the fiscal conservative role on this board, but I think that, you know, our taxpayers need to be getting their money's worth, and I worry about going too far down a road for like a tens of millions of dollars vision, unless there was something that, you know, and I understand why we would study it, right? Because like we don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I'm taking opinions from folks that know more than I do, and so there's something to be said for a study. But even if a study is $80,000 and it looks like we're going to end up with a project that's $20 million and we really don't know if it's going to work, I don't know if I even want to spend that $80,000. When there are other things in Brattleboro right now that $80,000 would do a lot to help with. So that's where I'm at.
A couple responses and I'm happy to move on.
Oh, sure.
obviously, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain something like this on its own. That's one of the things I want to make sure that we find out.
Dave,
I have
could you
no
speak
idea.
up, please?
Sorry?
Speak up, please.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain this kind of a thing, even if we paid it off over 100 years. And that's why the CUD might be a more viable option. And so that's entirely possible. I think the important thing about the competitors competing, at least in the examples that are in place now, Chattanooga, Tennessee is one of them. There's several others, a couple in North Carolina, I think Greenville, a couple other much larger towns than us that have done municipal fiber. And they found that what they did basically is resist and try and keep them from using the poles and try and keep them from having access and not cooperating with the backloading, because that has to go through those kinds of providers. But the deals that they offered were the typical deal that you get from a place like Comcast. Sign up, and you give you all of it for $20 this year, and next year it's $180. And so that hasn't changed. That model didn't change, and people are continually paying more than they need to. It's also important that places like Korea and Singapore have the entire nation, and they have lots of rural areas in Korea. The entire nation is wired, and the effect on the economy is really astonishing. There's no question about what happens when you have that degree of broadband. And that's the primary reason I'm looking at this in terms of the potential economic growth.
Yeah, I'm sure that it would have a benefit to our economic development. Whether the benefit would match our outlay and continued like operation of a municipal utility is the big question mark.
Yeah, really. And it has to be answered. Just like it be answered sooner rather than later. And again, if the CUD process is moving and has some time, some milestones and some goals and some time frames involved with it, then I'm perfectly content to let that play out. I just don't want to have it take forever. Those initiatives have not had a lot of success when towns are trying to work together and things. So, and the state obviously doesn't always help.
I think before I throw it out, if maybe there's a couple of people that might want to say something, I just want to point out that I think Patrick, because he's not here, he did caution us in putting a lot of hopes in the CUD, just because there was something described such as the donut hole, which is to this effect that the larger populated communities in these areas actually don't see the benefit that the least populated communities.
I have an update on the donut hole.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, just that I mentioned that to the gentleman from Norwich, and he pointed out that it's not as bad as it seems or as it was described. It's not really it's not, well, you may have some better information just generally, but he said that it's really not accurate to think that a place like Brattleboro wouldn't be served by a CUD.
Maybe you could
one of the things that
Sure.
changed my perspective.
So I think it's actually more nuanced than would Brattleboro be served or would it not be served, and it's because Brattleboro itself has some land use diversity. So what we have come to understand, and I would say our understanding is still really in the early stages, right? The thing is in the process of launching, and we'll know a lot more a month from now, 2 months from now, about where it seems to be headed. But one of the things that Patrick learned and shared with me is the CUD could have a benefit for Brattleboro, broadly defined, because of the communities that are outside of Brattleboro being adjacent to parts of Brattleboro that are currently not served by the major carriers. And so there still would, in fact, be a donut hole, or in our case, sort of the cavity in a sea.
Amoeba hole.
Well, it would be circled, but the downtown Brattleboro area and the developed residential area immediately around that is well served right now, actually, by competitive providers. And so that's the area where it would be hard for us to present ourselves as a public alternative to that in a way that would compete favorably, because they've got such tremendous resources internationally, so they could afford to undercut us. But that's within the developed part of Brattleboro. And so out in the area of Brattleboro that is currently underserved or unserved, that is adjacent to Dummerston and to Marlborough and to Guilford. There is at least a possibility, I think probably a likelihood, that if a southeastern Vermont CUD gets going, that those parts of Brattleboro could in fact benefit significantly from the regional CUD.
And then we'd be in the happy position of having a reverse HUD situation where we take advantage of the resources and the infrastructure that the surrounding towns have rather than the other way around.
That's interesting. Interesting.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but.
Oh, well?
Yeah, does anybody in the public, do you mind if I throw it out to anyone who might be
Well, I just wanted to mention that Daniel made a slightly different point than David's in saying that the benefit was to very small communities. And so David mentioned maybe we're not big enough. That's not the case. We may be too big.
Relatively
Too big.
To get aid from the state.
Enough, right?
Yeah.
Sort of that Goldilocks effect.
Yes.
Or anti-Goldilocks.
Yes. I mean, I had a couple comments too, but I was just going to throw it out to anybody who wanted to speak to it who's here tonight, or no? Chris? My only comment was it's still, and I said this at the last meeting, it still feels like a bit of a solution in search of a problem to me. We have, according to Patrick's good report that he gave us a few meetings ago, 95% broadband, which is defined broadly, already in Brattleboro. We do have some outskirts that don't get very good service, and it's something certainly to work on. But we have fiber to this building, and we have fiber to, I know I just confirmed with somebody who helps me with my computers, Patrick Byrne out on Burge Street. There's 200 up, 200 down, which was a nice number that I've heard about being thrown about in fiber, and that's just the beginning. You can get 1,000 up and 1,000 down, and I won't go into all of what that means. But that's fast internet, it's super fast fiber, but it's already available. Now, I don't know the coverage, and that's part of the homework too, I think, to make sure that we have a problem. In my mind, let's make sure we have a real problem that is slowing us down, either from an economic development standpoint or from an equity standpoint, and we're not really sure where we are, I don't think, yet, before we can go forward with solving the problem, in my opinion. The Chesterfield partnership with Consolidated Communications is brand new. So as swimmingly as it seems to be going so far, I've heard some good things. That doesn't mean it's going to go really well. And they're also a model that we can't replicate here at this time, by my understanding, the way that they handled it. So right now, the general obligation bond is off the table. A lot of us are uncomfortable. Daniel, you spoke to the problem with revenue bonds, and at the last meeting I think you mentioned equity and how that really just goes towards serving people who can afford it often, because the town would be forced to make money from the deal. So I just don't quite get the urgency at the moment. I'd love to see evidence that the lack of cohesive municipal broadband is slowing us down somehow, or impacting our economic development, because I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that so far from businesses who need fast internet. Anyway, that's my...
Just one thing I think I can clear up. Again, the gentleman from EC Fiber I mentioned that we have fiber going through town. I remember when Sabinette put it in, they put one of their junctions up at Academy School, and the school gets a little discount because it hosts that site.
I'm sorry, did you say Sabinette?
Did I say Sabinette? I said Sabinette, yeah, when it was Sabinette.
Okay, is that, I get confused. Is that now First Light?
I don't know whether it was sold and changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it was Sabinette
And you said
when they
it's
did
at
that.
Academy School?
Yes.
Is that what, I just didn't hear you.
And Gosh, I'm not talking well. I don't know. It seems like I'm fine. I've got new hearing aids, so maybe I'm
got the
whispering.
heat going as well
But it
over
sounds
here.
loud to me. Let me turn it down.
Noisy over here.
It's the fans, probably.
The fiber that we have, it's a point-to-point fiber. It's not designed to have branches going off. So if someone's having access to it, they are somehow related to that point. It's a different design that they're doing in Norwich and Barnard and in that EC fiber district. You need to hear that.
All right, well then you're not requesting we take an action?
Not yet.
Okay. Unless anyone else has any other comments, I guess we'll move on to new business. And we have, I need to cough. Sorry. We have a financial report to go over.
We do. So the monthly financial report for the first 5 months of the fiscal year, 41.7% of the fiscal year is complete. The prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is 40.0. We're in good shape there. In fact, good shape across the board in this report, particularly in the parking fund. Of course, the parking fund is a little distorted because our capital expenditures from the parking fund are not in a separate capital fund. They're expended from the annual budget that you approve for the parking fund. So this is a number that will increase in the spring, but still, we've expended only 35.2% of the parking fund allocation in this 41.7% so far of the fiscal year. And the utilities fund, again, using a proration because of the fact that we make a couple of very large payments early in the year for annual interest and sludge removal. The prorated rate of expenditure is 40.5% in the utilities fund against that 41.7% marker. So good shape in all the major areas of operation. We have just shy of $4.2 million in outstanding loans that are being repaid to the town. There are, as there have been for many months now, 2 loans that are overdue, but still where payments are being made. 1 loan that's in default and fully reserved. And there's a notation in this month's report, closure, unhappy closure, but not unexpected closure on the cultural intrigue matter, where we knew that there was a default, that the town was not going to receive the remaining funds. We did file a court action attempting to get some leverage there, and the court has ordered that cultural intrigue is free of paying back the debt of $67,837 to the town. And so that has been written off the books. That loan balance has been written off. The program income report shows that there are $492,000 or so available for loans and grants. That's a number, of course, that fluctuates some from month to month. We're always receiving repayments into that fund, and we're occasionally making disbursements from the fund. But we're right now just shy of $500,000 of available funding there. We currently have 40 active grants that the town is implementing and 5 grants that you have authorized us to apply for. We're still in the application process. Have any questions?
No.
I just to see we're on the other side of the where we're supposed to be at this time, even with surplus and the general fund. It's nice to see.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
You mentioned that there was a loan late. How, when loans become late,
Yes.
what's the process that is taken to?
So there's communication ongoing between the finance department and the folks who owe these loans virtually as soon as anybody becomes late. And what we typically find is that somebody might have run into some cash flow issues at the business that was funded through the grant, or through their loan rather, I'm sorry, or that there's some other circumstance where folks just need a little bit of time and then they continue to make some payments while they're behind and then they get back current. That is the normal course of action. There are times when it becomes a more extreme situation like that. There was one that came before this board sometime last year, not in this fiscal year, but in the prior fiscal year, that we redid some restructuring. There was a loan that had been a 10-year loan. We were about halfway through the repayment period, and a local person who was really committed to repaying the funds had fallen far enough behind that they weren't going to be able to repay the funds on the original schedule, but made a very large payment, sold a piece of property, made a very large payment against that outstanding balance, and then we restructured the remainder of what was owed to the town for a new 10-year period. So that'll happen from time to time. It's very rare that we actually have somebody who just walks away and where the debt has to be written off. That did happen, unfortunately, in the cultural entry.
Thank you. Sure. I have an observation from the parking fund. I see that parking meter revenue is at 46%, right,
Yes.
ahead of the curve, and parking fines are down at 33%, which might suggest that the new parking meter system is working well, because there are fewer fines than you would have expected and more payments.
Might be
but it also could not. Yeah. Anyway, it's money in the bank.
Absolutely. And the fund overall is doing well.
Yeah.
We do have some repair costs coming up though, because somebody hit the last one on the west side of Main Street before you get to Elliott, and it's looking like the Tower of Pisa now.
But when we know who that somebody is, we recover.
do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's an insurance claim usually, but yeah.
I hope it wasn't one of our plans.
And I don't know the particulars of that instance, but a lot of times when there is damage, particularly street side damage to town infrastructure, we're able to recover those funds.
That's why Cool Hand Luke was in prison, by the way.
Really? And there's a running over minutes.
That's a valuable piece of culture.
Anytime I can help.
Some cultural interest.
Yes,
a movie I'd like to watch.
Failure to communicate.
That's right. That's what we have here.
Hopefully not too often.
So, thank you, Peter, for the report. Next is we have errors and omissions to the grand list, and we might be hearing from Jennifer.
We will.
Welcome. And would you like to just let us know our process, just for the viewing public?
So, I have something written down, so.
Yeah.
If it is discovered an error or omission in the listing of real or personal property after it became the grand list, the approval of the select board is necessary to make a correction. Such errors or omissions of property listings may be corrected on or before December 31st. The grand list was lodged June 26, 2019 with the town clerk. From this date until today, the assessors have identified changes. And if you could please examine the attached spreadsheets from the material you were provided, detailing the errors and omissions to the 2019 grand list, which are being submitted for your review and approval. I'll continue. There were 5 changes to the value of real properties. 2 were the result of BCA hearings. 1 corrected an error in the sale of 2 contiguous parcels. 1 was the result of lister voted exemption. And 1 is an exemption per state statute. There were 4 changes of value of business personal property due to late filings or filings that were corrected after the grand list was lodged in June. There were 3 changes in tax stabilization. 1 participant in the farm tax stabilization program didn't submit the required paperwork, so the property has been removed from the farm tax stabilization list. The other 2 involved a correction in the methodology used to calculate value of tax stabilization applied to the real property and personal property at Commonwealth Dairy. Commonwealth Dairy adjustments warrant a more detailed explanation. While the assessed value of Commonwealth's business personal property has been materially reduced per the outcome of a grievance, the tax value of Commonwealth's real estate and personal property both have increased. This is due to a correction in the methodology of calculating the amount of tax stabilization that Commonwealth is entitled to under its 2011 agreement with the town. The calculations related to that complex set of adjustments is included in the bottom of the schedule of the attached sheet entitled Errors Omission Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization. When the adjustment is made to reflect the increase in Commonwealth's taxable value despite the decrease in Commonwealth's assessed value, the net change in the total taxable value townwide for both real estate and business personal property is an increase in taxable value of $905,705. And I can help answer any questions you might have.
Okay, before we go into further discussion, I'd like to just amplify two pieces of what Jen just described. Select board members who've been involved in this over the years and close observers to town finances will recognize that this is a really unusual moment in what is a really standard, frankly, sort of kind of boring but necessary, statutorily required procedure where we do small corrections each year to the grand list for the reasons that Jen described. What's different this year is the adjustment is much more complicated because of the Commonwealth Dairy situation, and because of that and the particular aspects of that, the grand list is actually increasing. The total taxable value based on this errors and omissions report is increasing by almost $1 million. And what we normally see at this time of year is a decrease because normally in a less complicated errors and omissions report, what we have is the report on adjustments that have been made because of the grievance process. So we lodge a grand list in June, property owners can contest their values. That process goes on through the summer and fall to make whatever adjustments might be made, and most often at this moment in time, we have a less complicated list that ends up with news that we're a little disappointed with. It's not usually a big decline, but it's usually a decline. And instead, this year we have an increase and a much more complicated report. Just wanted to note that for the record.
I must say, I'm confused because of this Commonwealth Dairy line. The old value was $16 million and the new value was $5 million changed. So we lost $10 million?
That's the personal property valuation that Jen referred to in the report as the assessed value went down, but the taxable value has actually gone up because the formula by which the amount of the assessment, so they are in a tax stabilization agreement for another 2 more years, this year and next year?
Yes.
And under that tax stabilization agreement, so much of that $16 million was being stabilized, so that reduced their tax obligation, that we're actually seeing this year an adjustment where the value, the assessed value went down, but the proportion of that that's taxable has gone up so significantly that we're going to have an increase in the taxable value.
So it went from the original taxable value of almost $4 million
Yes.
to the total corrected of five.
Over five. Five and a half about.
5.5.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could you say more about business personal property? What is that?
Business personal property.
Yeah.
So we require businesses to send in an asset report of their equipment and any assets that they use to run their business. It can be desks, file cabinets, and the such. We do not require inventory, but we do have a tax on the depreciated value of your equipment. The equipment may be fully depreciated, but however, we assess that at 10% of its original cost. So there's always a value placed on the equipment.
And so if I'm reading this correctly, Commonwealth's business personal property went down, our assessment of that went down quite significantly.
Correct.
But their assessed value for their real estate increased.
So they grieved their value.
I'm trying to not muddy the waters, but I'm trying to just
No,
make sure.
yep, it's a very complicated question, and far more complicated than usual. So what happened was they grieved their value, and they won their grievance. So their assessed value was reduced very significantly. But Jen discovered that the amount of whatever that value is, whether it had been the original number or this revised number or something else as the outcome of the grievance process, whatever that number was, that it should be the proportion of it that should be taxed versus the proportion that where the tax is forgiven under the stabilization agreement, that taxable portion should have been far greater. And so there was a dialogue that went on with Commonwealth where the resolution of the matter was that because they won their grievance, the value is changed to that value. But because the town substantiated that the formula that should be applied to that value would require a far greater amount of taxation percentage, they accepted that, and that's where we've landed. And that adjustment, the adjusted methodology, will apply again to next year. And after that, they'll be just in the system like everybody else because we will have reached the end of their tax stabilization agreement.
Great. And this is all within the business personal property assessments?
Well, the Commonwealth matter affected both their business personal property numbers and their real estate numbers. So again, I apologize for the degree to which this is convoluted. It is convoluted. There was appeal of the values. That was one part of this, and there was the adjustment of the methodology that was the other part of this. The two work to different effect on the numbers. So this year it's very complicated and very confusing, but we end up in the good place of almost $1 million of additional value on the books for taxable value, so we'll actually yield some additional revenue to the town. Going forward, the report, both next year, because we won't be making all these different adjustments related to a complicated owner of property, and in years beyond that, because they won't be in tax stabilization any longer, it should be a simpler report again.
I just have a question about some of the language used. Why do we call it business personal property tax? I've always found that confusing.
So I believe the state calls it that in the
really?
statutes.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
because when I see
awkward.
Business and personal next to each other, it feels
totally agree.
Right. Okay, keep them
Yeah.
separate.
Unless it's your
Why it's
personal
not an
business.
equipment tax or something else like that is a good question.
Yeah.
I totally agree with the confusion it creates by being business personal property.
Right, okay. My other question is we always call this the errors and omissions report. Is it really errors, omissions, and adjustments? Because most of the changes tend to come from grievance, right? Or most of the detailed changes.
No, not all. The BCA level.
Board of Civil Authority.
Correct, thank you. Board of Civil Authority level would warrant a change if it was reduced from the decision. Late filings for business personal property, they are adjustments, but there can be an error. An example of one where there was a sale of 2 parcels, each parcel separate parcels. They were contiguous, so in the state's mind, they were taxed on one tax bill, and they were sold off to separate parties. Each parcel had a house. The one house had not been removed from the main parcel, so it's called the parent parcel. So if you have 2 parcels, you have one parcel that's the parent parcel. That was an error on our part. Or it could be looked at as an omission.
Okay.
So.
It's also the terminology, just like how the business personal property tax is terminology that's required under state statutes, so is the errors and omissions report.
It is, and it's.
So other nomenclature might feel more logical or common sense, but the report we have to file, there's a certificate you will sign tonight after you take this action. That is the errors and omissions certificate that's required for the town to submit to the state of Vermont.
Great. So we got to do it. We can't clarify it to our liking.
No.
Necessarily. Well, unless we have anybody else that wants to chime in, I'd be open to taking a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on the reports entitled Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Grand List, and Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization from Town Assessor Jennifer Brunel.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve the changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on those two reports aforementioned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. In the fear of losing our audience to that conversation, I think...
I was interested. Good.
I think I'll go on to item C, which is also confusing and strange. No, it's not. I'm
Less
joking.
so,
Less
I think.
confusing. The Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust 2016 Six Scattered Site Grant closeout. Right. Public hearing.
Yes, so I would ask that you please open a public hearing.
Yes.
And then I will explain what we're doing here. And Bruce Whitney is here from the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to speak to some of the details.
Yes, I will now officially open a public hearing.
Thank you. So each time we finish administering a community development block grant project, we are required by the rules of the program to hold a public hearing where you hear the results of the work under that grant, and the public has an opportunity to tell you what they thought about it. The results in this particular case are not just here in Brattleboro, but actually to a broader geographic area that Mr. Whitney will describe here in a moment about the sort of full impact of this. And that's the result of this being one of a series of grants where because the town has maintained a good working relationship with the state, and because the state knows that Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust is a very reliable administrator of these programs, there are other counties now outside of Wyndham and Windsor's usual jurisdiction, and certainly outside of Brattleboro, that are beneficiaries of grant funds that come from the state to the town to the agency and are then implemented through the programming for whatever that particular grant is. And Bruce will tell us about this particular grant.
Yes, and I'm Bruce Whitney. I'm the Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And because of errors, I gave you an updated report. And really the updates are on the numbers on the second page, the chart. Due to my travel schedule and communication with Patrick, I'd given him historic numbers, but the numbers here are just for this grant period, and that's what we need to report on for this closeout. So you'll see the numbers in the updated report are October 1st, 17 through actually yesterday. We've got the most up-to-date numbers. We thank Brattleboro once again. The town of Brattleboro has sponsored this particular grant since 2014. We've been running this program for about 12 years. In the lingo of the state and CDBG, it's called the Scattered Site Grant because we are working throughout at this point 5 counties. We did start in the Wyndham and Windsor counties, and in the grant period that started with this period, we are partnering with Down Street Housing and Community Development, which is a sister agency to ours, and they cover the 3 counties of Lamoille, Orange, and Washington counties. So we're doing back office administration for that program. And the services we're providing are home repair loans to income eligible people. We can loan up to $25,000 for necessary health and safety repairs. We do housing counseling advocacy. We work with people who want to buy homes. We provide free one-on-one counseling, and we also provide an 8-hour education course that is in person, and we also have an online version. And those are offered in our location and also up at Mount Ascutney Hospital in Windsor. And then through that service, we're helping people buy homes, and they're leveraging our assistance and our down payment assistance to get mortgages. So on the back side, you'll see the results through these 2 years, almost 2+ years. We've done 40 home repair loans, 6 in Brattleboro, and that's so 15% of the loans have been in Brattleboro, and Brattleboro is a much smaller per capita population-wise. It would be much smaller than 15%. So Brattleboro continues to see an increased effect there. We've counseled 429 people over the period. 116 of those are in Brattleboro, and we helped 173 people buy homes, and 33 of those were in Brattleboro. So with that, we are closing out this grant. Brattleboro also sponsored the next grant, which will start January 1st. We will be spending this particular money through December 31st, and so we have 6 to 8 more home repair projects that we expect to be complete, and 10 in our construction pipeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to throw out there, if people would be interested in getting more info, and how would they do that? If anybody watching is interested in.
Yes, they can go to homemattershere.org. Our main line is, let me see if I can remember, 254-4604. That gets you right to the front office, and you'll be directed to our program coordinator.
Thank you.
Tim?
Questions? Listen.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Bruce, and your organization. And I think the most significant number is this 33 first-time home buyers in Brattleboro. That's great. Thank you.
In a similar vein, I just heard on the radio that Lamoille County is looking at a new low-income housing project, 25-unit project. I assume you're helping with that, and I hope you are. And one of the things that's unique about it is that they raise the income level to, I think it's 125% of poverty. A family could have an income up to $70,000 and still qualify for the housing assistance.
Well, Down Street is still running their own housing development program without assistance from us, other than collegial support. And yeah, that sounds like that money might be the state bond money, and the Snow Block also has, I think, 5 units that are up to 120% AMI. So we are housing people in that middle income right here in Snow Block.
I have a clarification question.
Yeah.
On the sheet you just gave, it lists home ownership assistance, but on the December 3rd letter we've got, it only mentions under the final hearing site grant provided home repair and housing counseling services. I'm wondering why the home ownership assistance wasn't.
I'm not sure why Patrick might have left that out. This is the report I provided him. The housing counseling is the service that helps people buy home ownership. buy homes. So maybe he just didn't maybe see it as a service, more as a result.
Yeah, it is in the detailed report. I think it was just an oversight that it wasn't mentioned in that paragraph that summarized what's in the detailed report.
Great. I have a question about the home repair program. How do you guys do outreach for that program? You know, it seems like I work at SEVCA part-time and have a little bit of inside knowledge on this, and you know, there are a lot of homes in this county that they're in need of repair. Are you guys actively looking for projects, or are you at capacity with what just kind of comes to you passively?
We are actively looking for projects. Our outreach includes working with partner agencies such as SEVCA, the Council on Aging. Those two tend to be our biggest referral sources, but we do media advertising from time to time. We are doing Facebook, we are doing Google AdWords. We've done some radio ads here in town through the radio stations, and actually radio is pretty interesting these days in that they're big companies that have lots of different stations, so we found that we got a good bang for the buck in doing some radio that actually was spread around the state. So.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
We're spreading cookies around.
Would you like a cookie? Elizabeth
no,
made
no,
cookies.
thank you. A colleague brought in Christmas cookies today, so I'm
Very nice. Well, the purpose of this obviously is to take any comments from the public, but it looks like, unless Russ has a comment there, or Chris, I don't think we have anybody here to ask any questions. So I can, if everyone's satisfied, I can close out the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the work.
Yeah.
Where are we? Okay.
Budget.
All right.
How could you forget?
So.
I'm sorry to leave you with no audience, but I am going to have
Oh, that's
Well, there are thousands of people watching at home because of the weather.
Get home safe, though.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'd be here.
Oh, they're watching, I'm sure.
I know.
That's good. Our town manager has stepped out, but we are about to enter item D, which is discussion of the FY21 proposed budget. We've had quite a few discussions, and how many meetings in a row? Does anybody remember?
Lots.
This is
Way too many.
Yeah, I bet you know.
6.
Yeah,
This is
starting
6.
November 5, then 12, 19, 26, December 3, 10, and 17.
I wasn't counting. That's
1,
8 in a
2,
row.
3, 4, 5, 6. We're on 7 right now.
And if anybody's wondering, that's probably was one of the factors influencing us not to postpone this meeting due to the weather. Because, wow, it was.
Because if
been a
it's
long
Tuesday, we're meeting.
haul. Yeah, exactly. No, but pushing it to
And
next
the next
Tuesday.
2 we won't be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We
If
will
you
not
let
be
the
here.
public.
But I was stalling a little bit for our town manager because I know that he wants to give us a little info on the current status of our budget talks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so if it's okay with the board, you've had an opportunity to review this, but I'd like to take just a minute. There's quite a number of different pending matters. I think it would be helpful to the public while on a stormy night we no longer have a public here in the room. We certainly hopefully have plenty of people watching at home, and I think it would be helpful to them to know what is pending, and then you can decide at that point. Tell me if there's anything else that ought to have been on this list. But quickly, there were no changes made to the proposed revenues during your initial review through the budget. And again, for the benefit of the public, I'll say we've been through a series of 6 or 7 meetings where the board has looked at every single part of the town's budget, every line item within every component piece of the budget for the general fund for FY21. And along the way, you talked about some things, made very few changes, but identified quite a number of issues that you still wish to address further in January. So there were no changes made to revenues. There were a couple of very minor changes made on the expenditure side based on information that came to you from others. So The Human Services Committee of the Representative Town Meeting recommended an amount of funding that was $4,510 higher than what we had put into the budget, which would have been level funding from last year. And you accepted that for the purposes of including that higher figure in the budget that you intend to recommend for this year's Representative Town Meeting to consider, so that your number will match the Human Services Committee's recommendation. And you also heard a request from the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for an increase of just $1,629 to the amount of funding for the Community Marketing Initiative that was funded at $42,119 in the current year's budget. That was 10% of the receipts through the rooms and meals tax from the prior year. They asked that instead of that $42,119 being the figure again, that you increase it to make it 10% of the prior year's receipts as a matter of policy going forward. You conceded agreed to that. Thank you. Yeah. You agreed to do that, sort of reserving judgment about future years, but for this year's budget, you intend to increase this number so that it reflects 10% of the prior year's receipts. So we have made that change as well. But beyond that, there's a number of matters that might have a substantially greater impact to the budget as it has been proposed and as you will ultimately recommend it to Representative Town Meeting. And those topics include the potential for a pool house renovation or replacement at Living Memorial Park. Staff has been collecting some additional information that we will bring forward to you for your consideration as to whether to add that to the capital plan. You asked for some additional information regarding the fund balance guideline so that you can look at the 10% standard that we've been applying now for about a decade or so in Brattleboro to see how that relates to best practices and the policies that exist in other towns. When we identified the line item of $10,000 of funding for porta potties and other sanitary actions of the town to maintain public health and provide a place for folks to go to the bathroom in the summer months when there's more people living outdoors in Brattleboro, you responded to that by saying that was fine as far as it went. You thought that there were a couple of aspects of that that required more review. One, that you'd like to see some information about what a more permanent installation might look like. We are prepared to show that to you, although I don't anticipate you're going to want to pursue any of that for this particular budget because there's some very high price tags attached to those, unfortunately. But we will be able to at least provide that information and perhaps talk about what we might pursue in the future.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Are there grants available for things like that?
We are looking for that as well. We're hopeful, but we haven't found one yet. So if we can find a grant that we could bring to you in January together with the information about the systems we've identified, maybe there's an opportunity to move forward more assertively on this. If not, our expectation is that at least there'll be some initial information. We all can sort of look towards what we might want to achieve going forward, and we'll continue to be looking for a way forward to achieve that. But the least expensive units that we've seen so far are $150,000 to buy the unit, and the cost of getting it shipped here and installed with water and sewer service and so on is on top of that. So it'd be a very substantial investment versus the approximately $10,000 a summer cost of putting out the 3 porta potties. You also, my understanding of your concern that you raised was when you talked about more permanent solutions, I understood you to mean not just more permanent bathrooms in public spaces, but actually other ways in which the town might invest in things that help people not just cope with the situation, but improve their living conditions and ways in which we as a community can better support people who are living in vulnerable conditions in our community. And so there is a very specific piece of this report that addresses Project CARE. You asked for that information very specifically, and we are happy to provide, if you want to take that into a broader conversation, we'll be happy to provide additional information that may support that particular consideration. We've been asked to provide more visual budget information to make the information more accessible to a broader group of people throughout the community, for people to be able to see at a glance, graphically, the most important information about the budget. And what we advised you before and reiterated in this report is we're happy to do that in a sort of relatively more rudimentary way, using tools that already exist for us, basically taking the Excel spreadsheet programs that we use to create the budget and applying the graphical tools that are part of that program, so that we can show you some pie charts and some bar charts and some things that do help make that information pop a little better. But for something that is more sophisticated than that and a bigger step forward, we'll be eager to talk with you more and talk with people in the community who have identified that they have some expertise in that area, and see what we might do in a more significant way forward on that for next year and beyond. The CEVEDS funding, once again, CEVEDS requested $3,000 per resident, or $36,000 worth of funding. You gave some consideration to that and to our report to you from staff that routinely now over the years the town has provided $2,000 per resident instead of $3,000.
Is it 3,000 or 3?
Oh my, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
$3.
I know that the total amount is correct,
They would like
but
that.
I just don't want anybody to be thinking.
Yep, no,
we're
I
paying
wrote
$3
it wrong
each.
and said it wrong. I apologize. $3 per resident, 12,000 residents, $36,000 for a year. Sorry about that. And so the funding we provided has been at $2 per resident, at around $24,000, $25,000 per year. For several years now. You gave some consideration to that, but decided that you wanted to wait and make a decision about it in January when you're making your final budget decisions. In any event, whatever you decide about the amount, staff would continue to recommend that that funding come from program income rather than from general fund funding, because it is economic development related. It's an appropriate expense from that source of funding that comes from the CDBG loans that are made through the federal money, through the state to the town, that comes back into program income and can be reused for economic development purposes and housing purposes. And so we think that's an appropriate expense from that fund, rather than what would be at $25,000 would be about a fifth of a penny on the tax rate. For Project CARE, you asked particularly what if the pay for recovery coaches was, first of all, recovery coaches have been providing their services as volunteers up until now. We did propose to you that there be funding provided, but we proposed it at a rate that would supply $12 per hour funding to the recovery coaches. And you asked us what would it take to make that $15 per hour, and also what would it take to fund transportation services to help the clients get to the appointments for their services. And we've run some numbers on that and would be prepared to add to the budget, if you approve this in January, $16,000 that would pay $12,000 to the recovery coaches and $4,000 to the providers of transportation. That $16,000 is equivalent to 14/100ths of a cent on the property tax rate. You indicated in our finale last week, in the first review, the first time through all the different line items, one of the items we looked at was the general services part of the budget, and in that, that one of the line items there is the salaries for select board members. That has been a source of much consideration at town meeting over recent years. We confirmed that the rate of pay for select board members has not been increased since 2012, and prior to 2012, the last time was 1996. So this has been very static over time, and you showed some interest in considering that. If you want us to bring you any additional information, I'll need to know what it is that would be helpful to you in that consideration.
What other select boards receive throughout the state?
Sure.
I
know some of that.
It would be good to know what it was in 96 and what it was in 2012?
Sure.
I know what it was in 2012.
Yeah. Do you remember it?
Yeah, it was 2 and 3, so it was each member getting 2,000 per year and the chair getting 3, and then in 2012 it was raised to 3 and 5. So that's quite a jump when you look at the.
Yeah, at that moment it was quite a jump. Yeah, sure.
And we'll find out what it was
before 1996, if we can. I think we can. I think on my research back when I was a town meeting rep, we are like well paid, funnily enough, for select boards throughout the state.
Yeah.
I think the discussion at town meeting is if the stipend were higher, more people might be interested.
Yeah, and I'll
We'll
remind
have-
everybody that, that just for a point of order, it is always on as a article. So it invites the discussion we don't have to place it on the article because it has to be on the article to see what the town will pay its select board.
Okay.
So it's all automatically ripe for discussion, which is why it's almost always discussed.
That's what I was going to say.
Sorry, tangent.
You also asked last week, and I should say these are being listed in the order in which you raised them during our first review, which is why this one, which otherwise probably should have been first, has appeared here in the middle of the list. You wish to review the Select Board's annual goals and our progress in pursuing those over the last 9 months for how well they're aligned with the proposed FY21 budget. And so what we'll plan to do is for the January 7th meeting, this is a fairly significant workload for January, and the schedule calls for meeting each of the 4 Tuesdays in January. And so what we'll plan to do at the outset of that to help you decide, make some choices about where you go from there in the further review of these other items, is we'll provide that quarterly update that we do regarding your the progress, I should say. Some of it's yours and some of it's staff working on behalf of the things that you've directed. But our collective progress towards your annual goals will be reported at the January 7th meeting, so you can give that consideration to the relationship between the goals and the budget as you work through the rest of the pending budget items. When we were discussing the savings that the HRA has provided within the town's health insurance program, the health reimbursement arrangement, we talked about the fact that in the early years of that, we protected ourselves with cautious budgeting because we were concerned that the actuarial information we had received about where we would likely end up is, by the very nature of actuarial estimates, an average and an expectation, and there could be a bad year where it could have significantly negatively affected the budget. We now have several years of administering the program under our belts, and while there is always the potential, and there will someday be a bad year, we're seeing really significant consistency from year to year, even though the individual claims vary and the number of claims and the severity of claims varies. As a group, we're large enough that the impact to the HRA portion of our budget has been really consistent, and so we feel comfortable bringing that down, which freed up some money to be available to be either a lower tax rate or invested in other services and programs, depending on your perspective. And so you asked us to confirm for your understanding and for you to be able to independently gauge the level of risk we're taking on here, what portion the funding for the HRA, the proposed funding for the HRA, what proportion of the overall exposure that the town has is represented in that funding. The answer is that the actuaries, based on our current plan design, the actuaries forecast that we should expect to spend 50% of our total exposure. And our total exposure is $415,000. If we did expend that 50%, it would be $207,500. The proposed FY21 budget includes $215,000, so still just slightly above the actuarial estimate, no longer a significant cushion, but sort of a rounding cushion. The $215,000 represents 51.8% of our total exposure.
which is 103.6% of the actuarial estimate. There are 3 different organizations that you asked to come in and appear before you so that you could have some interaction with them about their parts of our budget during your January meetings. And so if you continue to want that, if you don't give us different direction tonight, we'll go ahead and work with these 3 to schedule them to come in. And we'll do that for the first 2 evenings. We'll shoot for January 7th and January 14th for these appearances, with the hope and expectation that most of the additional work you're going to do substantively on this is going to be on the 7th and the 14th, so that by the time we get to the 21st, we're narrowed down to just the final issues, where maybe in the 7th and the 14th you've asked for some additional information or that sort of thing, so that by the time we're done on the 21st, you know what you want 100%, and we're able to put before you and the public on the 28th a budget where you're able to just look at it and say, yes, that's our budget. That's the goal of the January evolution of the final stage of this process. And the 3 organizations that you're asking to come in are the Windham Regional Commission, the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee, and the Southeastern Vermont Transportation, which is the bus service that provides the current and mover services in Brattleboro. You also identified a 4th organization you'd like to hear from, but indicated that you didn't need to hear from them during the budget process. And because January is going to be such a full plate of business, we'd suggest that this occur in the spring, at least after you put your budget to bed, maybe after town meeting. And that's Rescue Inc. We'll invite them to come in sometime in the few months ahead. That's the list, I believe. Let me double check the next page. There is one more, sorry. There is one more item, and it's the cost of the additional storage for the body-worn cameras. There was a concern that was raised because it sounded like a lot of money compared to what people know they can buy storage for personal use. We've confirmed that, yes, that's true. The contractual relationship with Axon, who provides the storage and related services, which retrieval and in some cases actually editing the material so that the proper things are redacted when they're being prepared to go to court and that sort of thing, for the body-worn camera footage that is collected by police officers as they respond to different incidents. In amending the contract with Axon to add additional storage within that, the context of those services that are provided, the cost for 2 additional terabytes is $3,000. The overall contract is on the order of $15,000 to $20,000. I don't remember the exact figure, but we can confirm that again for you if that's important. The question you asked us last week was to confirm that it really is $3,000 for the additional 2 terabytes of storage, and the answer to that is yes. Finally, you identified as articles for which, topics for which you intend to place separate articles on the town meeting warning, separate and apart from just being included in the select board's proposed budget. Would include the CEVEDS funding, the Human Services funding, and the Community Marketing Initiative funding. And so as we prepare the draft warning for your review, which you'll also be looking at on January 21st and January 28th, we'll include those items as separate warning articles.
Now, 2 out of 3 of those is traditional.
That's correct. In fact, I believe Human Services is required by state statute to be a separate item. And CEVEDS has traditionally been a separate item. The Community Marketing Initiative, of course, is new. So, but you indicated last week you'd like that to be presented to town meeting as a separate article.
Well, I think it's complete. Does anyone have something that Peter forgot to add to the list?
I think this is plenty. Actually, I'm not sure what. I don't know that we can become, I can't remember the words you used, Peter, but experts on HRA funding. I think I'm not sure what we can decide or what would be, where we would go even for a conversation about that. Other than
my understanding was that you just wanted to satisfy yourselves when we talked about it generally as being, we had approached it conservatively, and now we've sort of brought that back in, but we believe still to a prudent place, not to a reckless place.
I think you wanted to understand what did that mean in numbers. If this is sufficient that that's not an item we need to come back to as we go through the January process, then that'd be great.
Feels to me like we could put a check mark by that one unless Brandy, has a question herself.
Okay.
She could always put it back on. We wouldn't mind, probably. Yeah. Just trying to lighten the load here. I was also looking at the organization appearances. I felt like one of them was certainly needed, and I will just ask the board, whoever else wanted to have the transportation folks come before us. Do you think it's necessary for the budget discussions?
I think it's necessary for the advancement of our goals, because that was an item on our goals.
Okay. I guess just in the budget crunch is what I was suggesting, that maybe it would be something that we might push like we are doing with rescue.
Right.
Unless it's tied to funding for you in your...
No, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like, out of the conversation we're going to have with the bus folks, do we imagine that we're going to say, hey, wait a second?
Well, they've already been approved for the year or something like that. You negotiated that?
No, it's been a standard amount for quite a few years now of $50,000. If as part of your communication around the services that are provided, you decided that that feels like too much or too little, that could be adjusted in your recommended budget to the representative town meeting. Or you could approach this as $50,000 is the amount that we've been allocating for this purpose. We've got some things we'd like to accomplish in the way the service is delivered. For now, it's not a budget matter, it's an operational matter. And
I think my concerns are more operational, and I would be happy to defer. But one of my goals in the select board roster is to have those operational changes to make bus usage more feasible and more likely.
Yeah, and better understanding as to how we might make that happen.
The presentation that they do is full of information.
Yeah,
it's definitely worth doing. I would rather put it off too and really delve into it. It's
okay. So there you go.
Do you want to have them in February?
Yeah,
since it's part of this board's goals for the year to improve that service, we could have them come in February when this board is still the board, and we could have rescue be later in the spring when many of you, maybe all of you, will still be here. But
who knows?
Just in case you're not, since rescue's operation hasn't been part of our annual goals this year, we'll have that come secondary.
That
makes
works.
sense.
And just while we're asking questions about this, why was the regional commission, where are we asking them to come at this point? To talk about why we give them so much money? Was it?
Well, you could say the same thing about the bus company, right? I mean, like, I think that was the impetus in part.
Is Wyndham Regional's allocation it's part of the budget?
Yeah, it is part of the budget. In that case, it's more like rescue in that it's part of a regionally applied formula, and our number comes out of that formula, and they say, here's what you owe.
Yes, it's regionally applied formula, but is it mandated? Or is it more like CEVEDS, where we have some flexibility, because that CEVEDS amount is just a construct?
That's a good question.
I don't know if it is statutorily required or not. I would say the CEVEDS one is explicitly voluntary and is a process that's sort of evolved in recent years. And the Wyndham Regional Commission one has been applied much more like dues. Whether it actually is statutorily dues or not, I don't know the answer to. I know that it's been for decades applied in the manner that it has been applied, and unlike CEVEDS, where individual communities make a decision from year to year about whether or not to pay their allocated share, it's paid more like the county tax allocation, where the power be makes its decision, tells you what your share is, and you pay it.
Well, maybe I just have an inquiry whether that's mandated or voluntary.
Sure. Yeah, I for one, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I recall asking that question the first time I saw it too, and I don't remember. The impression was, well, we just have to, but I don't know. Let's find out.
I mean, I guess like the spirit was like, are we getting value for money, right? What does this money represent? How does this benefit the people of Brattleboro?
Well, and particularly,
I mean, those are my big questions.
Particularly the per capita number,
Right.
because I feel that these groups that ask for money per capita may not give Brattleboro a commensurate service that outlying towns who pay significantly less might be the focus of their efforts.
Are you thinking with the regional commission that we already have a really good planning department and we don't require the regional commission help as much as other places? I'm thinking about Liz's experience.
No communications district then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just say that I think that this kind of got mixed in with the whole county tax situation because
Yes,
it
it did.
appeared right next
Yeah.
to each other. I, for one, am very happy with the services the Wyndham Regional Commission provides, and I think they do excellent work. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, they're great.
No, my question really
Oh, and I know
is
that
whether
you're-
that formula is statutory.
Sure.
or
So
flexible.
perhaps it's more of a staff response.
Sure.
Than a
And, you know,
bring them
kind of
before us.
what are we getting for that money?
I'm more interested in the county side. What are we getting for the money?
Yeah, for real.
So how about if we provide that required versus voluntary answer? That's a really clear, is it in the statute or is it not? Or is it in something that got adopted within the region that's a
Yes.
legal document or not? And then if we provide that to you for consideration on January 7th, you could tell us on January 7th whether you want them to visit on either the 14th or the 21st.
Yeah, they
Or later.
also regularly send us a letter saying what they did for us in the year. And Sue
In the
must
town
have that.
report, there's usually.
Yes.
Yeah. So comparing those things together, I think would be handy for us to do on the 7th.
Okay. They might not be ready.
Well,
without
I
little
think
notice,
we could
but
have whatever
yeah.
the last one was, whatever the last reporting is.
Oh.
No, I think we have a report this year.
Yeah.
So I have like a newbie question. It feels like I've been here a while.
You
still
can
being
get away
newbie,
with it
but-
for another few months,
Yeah.
and no more.
So let me just understand the process here. So this was sort of like an overview of the things we're still thinking about.
Correct.
And at our next meeting, on January 7th, we'll come back to this list of things and get into it a little bit more, or
So
is this the time to be getting
what we'll try to do, or what we will do to try to be helpful, is divide these into manageable pieces for the next 2 meetings. So approximately half of this load will be on the 7th, and approximately half of this load will be on the 14th, with the intent that it helps you decide what you're satisfied with. You might make some decisions on the 7th and be done with certain things. You might find that there's some things you still want some more information about, so we would go get that for you. But by the time we get to close of business on the 14th, hopefully you're nearly done, right? You're down to just the last few things that you are still grappling with. So that on the 21st, you can be done, make your final decisions. And then on the 28th, what would be before you, and we'll also have, on the 21st, we'll review the draft warning for representative town meeting. So then on the 28th, what happens is you have a short special meeting, you come together, you look at the warning as it may have been revised based on your direction from the week before, and the budget in what is hopefully its final form, and you say, yep, that's our warning and that's our budget. Or you do final tweaking if necessary. But if we don't get to where we're nearly done or substantively done on the 21st, it makes the 28th chaotic. We've got to, on the 28th, in order to meet the statutory requirements for the window of time within which the warning needs to be approved, and then everything needs to be final and ready to go into the town report, we need to have you make your final decisions on the evening of the 28th.
Okay.
this moment in time, I want to be really clear, is not meant to say, here's your list, this is what we're going to do. It's meant to say, here's what I understand your list to be. And if there's something missing or something that needs to be modified in some way, and we've been just doing that, right? You've been clarifying your intent on a couple of things. But if there is something that you think is missing from this that needs to be on the list, now's the time to say so that we're well prepared for our work in January.
Okay.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in at least the past couple of years that I've been on the board, we've had those 4 meetings in January in case there was more that came up. And I'm also kind of wondering if there's a chance we could get it down to 3 meetings. If one of them does become the 28th and we keep the 2 regulars, perhaps that 14th could be eliminated. So yeah, it does depend on that. You're correct. But I'm looking for consensus on the board if we think it might be possible. Slightly longer
Peter
meetings.
probably knows best.
I'd like to make an unpleasant or an unwelcome observation. I'd love to say, yeah, that's better. I know you've met every week now for 8 or 9 weeks. I'm going to get a little break these next couple of weeks, and then it's 4 more in a row. I get that that's onerous. This particular list is longer than we often have at this moment in time. Sometimes what we have is more change that has already occurred in the budget and fewer pending items. This year, I think quite appropriately, as you encountered some things where there was some difference of opinion, you said, yeah, let's get through the first review, and then we're going to come back and learn more about those things and resolve those things. And the result of that is, I think you've got a really full plate here, even for 2 meetings. And trying to put it all onto the 7th is ambitious. We can do it if that's what you prefer.
We did successfully push one of the presentations off.
You did push one of the preservation off.
Maybe 2.
One of the presentations off.
And we know about the police storage, so we have to do that again. And the HRA.
If it's your pleasure that we have a really full list, this entire list of pending matters on the 7th, and see if we can get through all of it, we'll do that. We'll be happy to provide that. And then, if you don't get through all of it, you roll some of it over to the 14th.
So the 7th is a regular meeting?
7th is a regular meeting.
Other stuff to do beyond the budget?
There will be, as of right now, it's not a heavy agenda, but it's still early yet for the 7th. But it's also going to be a holiday period where there's not likely to be a lot of things generated to go onto that agenda. Right. We could take a shot at getting it all done on the 7th if that's what the board would like to do.
Tim?
Oh, yes.
I wonder if we could also set aside the conversation about the $3 per resident, since the town is going to decide that anyway. The CEVED's $3.
Oh, no.
You need to decide what you're recommending.
Oh, we're okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
On that one?
Okay.
We have to have a number in there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And that's always a fun discussion, anyway.
Well, I'm looking at the fund balance in the past has, can take a whole meeting by itself. There's incredibly a lot of philosophical stuff in there, and a lot of fiscal stuff as well. And CEVED's, again, it's going to be decided by the town, by the representatives. So
I wouldn't give. We do have the power to recommend.
Otherwise, yeah, I'm suggesting that we just leave it as it is. Take their request, or let the town decide.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You are? That's what you're
Well, let's
suggesting?
not launch into that discussion.
Okay.
Hasn't been warned.
Oh, well, it's actually on our agenda right here.
Well, this is kind of a check-in. I'm not sure we should start debating it.
No, fine.
I think knowing this board that we need every single one of these meetings.
Yep.
And if some of those meetings we get to go home half an hour earlier than we thought we might, then so be it.
Daniel, I'm concerned that you're going to want more money if we meet this many times.
I couldn't possibly comment. I didn't at all prepare some talking points around that.
It's not on the agenda.
Exactly. But it sort of is. Yeah, I think we need all those meetings. Maybe we get done a bit early some nights. I don't know.
Okay.
But I think it would be,
For me, it
unless
all
that
depends
January
on
7th meeting has almost nothing else for us to do, and it would be mostly budget.
It doesn't have almost nothing else. It's light.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have almost nothing else. I don't recall right now. I recall one very specific item. I don't recall what the others are, and I believe there's like 3 or 4 substantive matters right now on that agenda.
All right.
As long as all this is okay with Jan, I'm fine.
It's good by me.
What is Jan's pleasure?
Power behind the throne.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Daniel. It would be very heavy to have a January 7 meeting with 2 holidays in between to try to prepare for that and make it the only.
And it might
meeting.
snow.
Well, we don't have to decide
Doesn't
until
make any
January
difference.
7 whether things roll over to the next week.
Yeah.
And whether
So
you-
we're gonna divvy these up then. We're not gonna put them all on for the 7th. We're gonna do some on the 7th, some on the 14th. If that's the place you've landed, I'd suggest that the Human Services Committee visit be on the 14th. I think it's important that the goals discussion happen on the 7th. And I also think that if you have a robust discussion of the fund balance guideline, I think David's right that that is something that could take a while. Heads up foreshadowing to that, I would suggest that if you decide that as a group you think that there's room to maybe do something different, that deciding that in one evening in the midst of all the rest of this is not the best way to change a guideline. That the guideline is long-term planning, best practice. How are we trying to manage town finances as opposed to a decision you're making this year about this year's finances? So I would just urge you to be really cautious. I'm telling you, once we report back to you about that, we're going to give you the information you've asked for. And I have full respect for the fact that you might take it to a place where that guideline gets in play, but I think you should be really careful about changing the guideline in the middle of a budget process in order to free up some cash for that budget process. So with that caveat, that might be an item that takes an hour or 2 to discuss, or it might be an item that takes 5 or 10 minutes.
I vote for the 5 or 10 minutes.
I understand your point, and thank you for making it. That's exactly what I want you to say. The conversation generally strays into, well, if we did 9.5%, we could do a 2-cent tax increase instead of 3.5. That's where the conversation often goes. So, which means that we change it. We don't necessarily change the guideline, but that year we decide we're going to take a chance and make it 9.5. So anyway, I just wanted people should be ready for that to develop, if history is any indicator. The other thing is that as far as using all of these times and talking about these things, I think it's really important, because we need to know what we're talking about. And a lot of these are complicated. This is first time for 2 people. And it's just, Daniel keeps saying a newbie question, but it's I'll finish. Okay. It's actually a due diligence question every time. It's something that we need to understand. So, as much as I'd like to go home at 6:30 every night, it doesn't work that way.
I wasn't advocating for leaving anything off or incomplete discussions. I was advocating for fuller meetings, that's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's really important. I don't have as many questions because I already asked them all. Poor John. Every budget I had something new that I didn't understand, and it was another 10 minutes off his life. No wonder he retired.
Okay, let's see, where are we then? I think we're at the place where you've done some modifying to this. I could go through it if you want, but I don't think that's necessary, especially since it's just the list and not actions on the list. But I can list those things, the things you've modified tonight if you want. Otherwise, I just need to know whether you think anything's missing. You've made that sort of more material decision that you are going to meet on both the 7th and the 14th. So we're going to divvy this up into, probably like a 60-40. Take a bigger bite out of it that first night, but have still a fair amount of business on for the second night. And we'll go from there.
Do Do you have any sense of whether the staff will have a cost estimate for the pool house on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you, we've
there
actually
are pool people that want to come.
We've got a more solid number now than I knew we had. So what I told you when we discussed that was we'd be bringing you a thumbnail number. We're actually going to have more of an engineer's cost estimate. It's still just that.
An estimate,
it's
yeah.
not any kind of a design, but it's a range of costs and some information around that. We just don't have it packaged for you yet.
Great.
But we definitely will have that for the first meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to call out that often we have our number 11 is correspondence, and that always includes the department monthly reports. And I just want to say that I always appreciate them. And this time, that's where I got my comment about the fire hydrants. But this time, there's also a report from BCTV, which is interesting and informational, and a nice reminder that the Recreation and Parks Department has some great things happening for families around the holidays and for last night, we call it here. So
Yeah, they're great.
check it out on brattleboro.org. You can find links to the PDF of their event schedule.
And all the communications that we get are all there on the website.
True. All right. Anyone have a motion to close out the evening?
What time is it? Is there anything else we can talk about?
I move that we adjourn.
All right. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thanks, BCTV.
Thank you.
Did it. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Yes. I should have said that.
Oh, that's what I should have talked about. Yeah, there's
see
a
you next
Shine a
year.
Light series of events to do with Hanukkah.
Call the meeting to order. We have 2 members short this evening, which is unfortunate, but we'll go along as best we can without them. Are there any additions that anyone would like to make to, or changes to the agenda? Has anyone any reason to believe we need an executive session at this point in time? Okay, minutes. The minutes of the budget meeting of November 25th, we will postpone approval until our next meeting, again for quorum reasons. Minutes of December 2nd regular meeting. You have a copy in front of you. Anyone wish to make a motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the December 2nd regular meeting minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Be all aye, thank you. And we'll vote to make it a done deal. December 9 budget meeting. Again, you have the minutes on that.
Make a motion to approve. I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving December 9 budget meeting minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Road foreman, welcome.
Thank you. The date for the tree removal in Waynesville at the fire station has been moved. It's now January 2nd. Tomorrow was canceled due to the potential snow. I submitted the Better Back Roads grant last week for Parish Hill Road. I think it's March, but I won't swear to it. A couple of months anyways before we'll hear anything. The site plan for the sand salt shed was completed. It now goes through many reviews and permitting and so forth, so it'll be a while before we'll have anything to go on. At some point I'll bring the plans to show the board. That's part of the process is you warn it that they're going to be discussed and you show everybody what the plans are and so forth. So. The ice storm past weekend took a lot of sand and salt, and I hope the rain's not going to be a trend for the winter because that gets very expensive. And that's it.
So what's happening on Parish Hill where the Better Back Roads are?
Ditching, culverts, and so forth. Kind of like what we've been doing on all the other ones. That was the next one that they felt had high priority.
So how many more are there to do? All of them?
Hundreds.
Okay.
It's one of those things that goes around and around and around and around.
We've got to get a certain, the real bad ones have to be done by 2025. And I think there's 70 segments still in that section.
Wow.
Segment's 328 feet. So.
328 feet of road, right?
Yep.
Typically, how many or how much do you figure to get done under this grant?
We're planning on doing from the Green Iron Bridge to the farm at the top, and then there's a couple little spots further down that I think we can do. We not have enough grant money to cover them, but then at least the road will be completed.
Yeah.
So.
Any questions for Jay? Could I have a motion for approval of the report?
Motion approved. Road foreman report.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Administrative assistance report, blank paper, no.
Tonight you have the
auditor's report that will appear in the town report this year, along with a letter of recommendation to the board. The U.S. Postal Rates Marketing Mail Permit number 3 fee renewal notice will be going up just before we send out the town reports. If we pay the fee by January 26th, we can avoid the small increase. I spoke with Mr. Van Loon today about scheduling additional budget meetings. The 23rd and the 30th are both free, and they might finish up what's needed. I plan on sending the first draft to the printers by the 17th of January. We received a letter today from Andrea Livermore, Director of Development and Community Outreach for the Brattleboro Area Hospice. The handwritten note asked me to extend their deep appreciation to the town for our support. It touched me that she took time to write a personal message after seeing form letters and requests from agencies and organizations asking for donations. Affecting us in the future could be the filing by the Southern Vermont Cable Company to sell Comcast. We'll need to keep an eye on this for our options, including the broadband meeting that's scheduled for the Newbrook Fire Department on June 16th at 6 p.m.
January 16th?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a public meeting.
Right. Any questions for Juanetta on her report? Any comments?
Well, should we, are we gonna put this on the next agenda as far as approving the fee renewal notice, and how much is it that we would have to pay?
Oh, that's a gotta do
Yeah.
in the budget already.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think,
It's an annual fee renewal.
yeah, it's.
But it's from the U.S. Postal Service.
But if you pay in advance, you're just asking to pay in advance?
Yes.
So would that would be a difference versus just a renewal?
Yeah.
So do you know what the difference is? It's the savings, right?
Yeah, it's
So let's
savings
just
of-
make a motion to go ahead and prepay it so we can get the added discount. I make a motion. It's my motion.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to go ahead with setting up for our mailing fee for the town report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Guess we're all on board. Very quick, the third bullet, and second line, you say 23rd and 30th are both free, and they might finish up?
They might finish it up.
Will finish up.
Let's push to finish it up.
We certainly hope to finish it.
So are we scheduling for those days?
I think we better put them in our pocket in case we need them.
Okay.
Be worrying about it, and it'd be nice if we don't.
And there's one other thing. So the letter that we got from Andrea Livermore, that was just because from last year?
No, she was thanking us. I assume that she had received a recent check that she had asked for.
For last year's appropriation? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need approval.
Make a motion to approve it and to set the meetings up for the 23rd and the 30th.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Takes care of that. The Newfane Lister's office has some business with us this evening. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I think all of you received a copy of the memo with an explanation of the items. This is the errors and omissions of the 2019 May list. every year we have until December 30th, what is the 30th? 31st, to bring any errors and omissions to be approved by the board. And it happens every year, not always, don't have errors and omissions, but this year we have 3. The first one is a property on Route 30. It's a new house. Remember when we had that snafu with the changing the
Systems?
No, it wasn't changing the systems. It happened in May when when they did the rollover from the assessment program to the taxing program, and that got wiped out, and we had to recreate all of the stuff that we had done previously.
Yeah.
And there were some things that got missed. 2 of them were on this list. So that was the first one on Route 30. The second one is on Sawmill Road, Scott Martin. He should have had an additional, he's in covenant restricted housing. And the law says that he should have, his house should be 60 to 70% of fair market value. So this indicates that the house was reduced in value by 30%. And the third one is Charles Bergman, and that's another one of the rollover snafus that didn't get taken care of.
Okay, the action to be taken by the board is approval for these entries on the grand list, right?
And what'll happen is they'll get new tax bills for this year. The one will be a happy one and the other 2 will not be. But the guy on Route 30, he's aware that he's only paying taxes on his land right now. And he's aware that the house needs to be, so that'll get taken care of. And the select board, there is the original, I think you have the original up there somewhere in the space for the select board to sign. The listers have signed it, and then it goes to the town clerk and gets filed with the 2019 grand list information.
There's actually a new house on Route 30?
Yes? No, I just made it up.
Is that the one down by the flea market down there?
Yes.
Just before Brooklyn Hill?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just before you turn onto
Go to
Radway
Brooklyn,
Hill, that
right.
it sits back. It was a modular, 2-story
Yeah.
modular that came in, yeah. That's it.
And which one is he, the top one?
Right in front of you on the pink.
Yes,
He's the top one.
where it says 762, Route 30.
And the other one's where?
Just what it says on the sheet.
Oh, on Dover Road, Bergman?
Scott Martin's on
Christmas
Sawmill
tree.
Road.
No,
and
not
Bud
tea house
Bergman's on
places,
Dover.
no. That's his, the little shed he's been working on.
Oh, the one just above the treehouse.
It's not, that he's gonna get added this next year.
Yeah.
The treehouse.
No, the
No,
treehouse
the
isn't.
land is above it. It's in between that and the old
Next-
schoolhouse, right?
Yeah.
The land that Bud Bergman owns and that this is associated with, he has like 94 acres total. And this particular one is the carriage house and the stable. He redid the stable for living quarters. He has it on the market.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, it sits way back in.
The stable and the carriage house. And he has it on the market to sell it with 2 acres. He has not done the subdivision yet.
Oh.
And I think it's on he has it advertised for $265,000. And I think there was some discussion with the people who own the treehouse about buying it, but I don't think they wanted to pay what he wanted, so anyway, that's how real estate goes. And he's fixing up what's called the Gain House.
Is that part and parcel, is that all one parcel still?
That
His
94
land, he
acres.
owns one parcel at this point, right?
One parcel.
Okay, the action we need to take is to approve the report of the on errors and omissions and to sign this document for forwarding to the town clerk for signature for final approval everywhere. May I have a,
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please indicate if you're in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Any abstentions?
Thank you very much.
You don't have 3 signatures yet.
That's what it is.
16. A minor point, but the dates will have to be put on this after the lister's signatures.
Well, they signed them on different dates, so.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
anything. Anything else for us? It's too easy.
Thank you for your work. And I think you got something in there too from the solid waste district, their budget, but that's in your correspondence, I think.
Oh, correspondence.
I gave it to you. It's a letter to the select board from Bob Spencer. And the budget was passed, their budget was passed last Thursday night.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get to that. We were scheduled to have an update from the Williamsville Hall Committee. They have checked to say that they will not be here, so we'll move on to the Planning Commission. And welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
In particular, both of you.
Well, thank you. Okay, well, just for viewers of BCTV, my name is Ken Esty. I'm the new chair of the Planning Commission, so I just wanted to...
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bless you.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Godspeed.
Indeed, yeah, to be sure. But also just to thank the Select Board for, the work that you're doing and the chance to work with you on the implementation of the town plan, which is a key function of the work of the Planning Commission, is to draw that up. As you know, we renewed the town plan in 2018, and our job is to make sure that we're working closely with you, attending select board meetings as we can, to check in with each other about how the town plan is being implemented and the things that we can do and the things that we might ask of you to help that process along. So the other main issue that I should also address is Lynn Forrest, who is the other planning commissioner, along with Bob McCandless. And so right now we're a planning commission of 3, and it's been tradition or maybe by rule, I'm not exactly sure, but we're supposed to have 5 members, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I came in as the chair in July. Lynn stepped down from the chairpersonship, and we decided, with Bob staying on as secretary, we looked around the table and there I was. So gladly took on that position, and actually this is something we might discuss or it may come up. I'm not absolutely sure whether being chair is also a decision that the select board has a role in, or whether that's within the role, within the role of the planning commission. So then that means I am officially the chair. So as you know, the key task of the planning commission is looking at the future of the town, as well as talking about our shared purpose. And toward that end, meeting on the 2nd and 4th Thursdays of the month, we've been busy at work this past year, and a particular note that I should make is on the natural burial ground. On last Thursday, we had our public hearing, as we are required to do, on this proposed bylaw amendment, and we had about, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 15 people here at the, right in this very room, who are very, very interested in our proposed bylaw amendment. Effectively, what it does, and you have the documentation, but I can also distribute it right now too, is to add natural burial grounds as a conditional use in the town's resource districts. So that's the heart of it, is to add that as one of the conditional uses. At which point, if this were to be seen through all the way to final approval, anyone who had an interest in a natural burial ground in a resource district would then have to present her or his plans to the Development Review Board, and they would take it on from there. Now, required, happily, statutorily, I need to present to the select board and to the town clerk simultaneously the paperwork for this proposed bylaw amendment. Now, you already have it, but you had it as part of the preparation for that hearing, and I now need to present it to you again. But I'm not exactly sure in which form, and I'm in contact with VLCT, and they'll let me know exactly what I need to do in order to officially present it to you. Because as you know, you'll now have to have a hearing as well. The select board will have a hearing on the natural burial grounds. So as a, in the resource district.
Yeah, so where's the resource district?
Well, I honestly do not know precisely where they are, but it's as you know, we have zoning, and that's the areas that, and perhaps the select board can speak more accurately to that, but there are areas designated in town as being resource districts.
There's the village districts. Can't think of the right word right now for the
rural.
Basically, yeah, but and resources pretty well spread out throughout the town.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Right.
It pretty much takes up all of the undeveloped land in town.
Right. So it's not, a particular place that.
Not so many acres or so many people's properties or anything like that. It's pretty broad.
But they're privately owned
Oh, yeah.
pieces.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Right. And so someone who has a property
Tract of land.
within the resource district could decide, on a natural burial ground, either in any number of capacities. That's what we're doing, as you know, when you add it to, a bylaw addition with respect to, a conditional use in a natural resource district, then we just make that proposal and then send it on through, and then from there, it's a large picture, and then from there, whoever wishes to do such a thing, then would go through all the channels. But we make it possible for that entity, if there is to be an entity, to actually have the ability to approach the Development Review Board. They can't,
Okay, so
you
go
can't
to-
approach the Development Review Board without such a
Condition or-
conditional,
yeah.
right, conditioned
Yeah.
use.
A point of information, approach the DRB through the zoning administrator.
Yes,
Go-
thank you.
Go for zoning permit first. He says, no, go.
Right, thank you.
Just
No,
picky.
no, that's, no, not at all. It's just the matter of these procedures are important, and that's why we went through, you know, all the
It's pretty
steps that-
broad, but it still has conditions and
That's-
approvals down the road.
That's right.
Okay.
So it's not like, go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
It's, no, you have to go through the channels. So that took a long time, and we brought it to a certain point of completion, but within the process on Thursday. And now our step as the Planning Commission is to bring it to you in the appropriate form. But if you'd like a copy tonight of what that looks like, or what we're proposing for it to look like in the bylaws, I have a copy.
I take a copy.
Okay, great. All right, I will definitely give that to you. On the understanding that this doesn't constitute the official, but it's, I mean, this is what we indicate that we'll do. The second major project that we've been working on is the enhanced energy planning. So while the natural burial ground was part of a zoning bylaw amendment, the enhanced energy planning is actually a multi-page document, maybe upwards of 30 pages, that would be added to the town plan. Now, we do have some discussion of energy planning in the town plan, but an enhanced energy plan, which has been urged upon us gladly and happily, we took it on from the Wyndham Regional Commission, and we've been working closely with the WRC on this enhanced energy planning. And Bob McCandless has been at the forefront of doing this over the course of this year. And I'm happy to report what we also reached a certain point of completion with the enhanced energy planning, insofar as Marion Major, who works with the WRC, has indicated to us that they are satisfied right now with this draft plan. Now, once again, any kind of addition and/or modification to the town plan requires multiple steps, including hearing on our part, a hearing on your part. So you'll be hearing more about what we call the EEP, or the Enhanced Energy Plan, as we go into 2020. So that's been really significant. One major feature of the Enhanced Energy Plan is to have an energy committee, possibly a 5-member energy committee who would be responsible for working with the Planning Commission and with the Select Board on implementing the goals, actions, and policies. So that's a very big, initiative, and it's going to take a lot of people working together. Everything from thermostats to how we think about commuting to how we think about building and so on. It's very exciting, because what it means potentially, not only does it relate to 90% renewable energy use by 2050, that's sort of the big picture, but the smaller and hugely important picture is cost savings for the town, and also cost savings for people in the town, in their homes and in their use of energy, whether it's in their cars or whatever the case may be. So that's very exciting, and having an energy committee that's working closely with you, with us, and reaching out to the townspeople could be significant for a lot of people going forward. So that's the enhanced energy planning. That again has been a lot of the work that we've been doing over the past year. Now, a third initiative is, well, a little bit a lesser, it was brought to us, but we were very excited about it, was and you heard about it too, right? And this was the Green Mountain Conservancy, who has come into, through various means, a large tract of land themselves called the Deer Run Nature Preserve. And they came to our meeting on November 14th, Deborah Luskin and Roger Haydock. And that was great, because they had taken very careful note of our town plan and presented this initiative on the basis of our town plan, which is, also emphasizes the preservation of forest blocks, and so that wildlife can move freely through that area, as well as hiking and recreation. So that's what the Green Mountain Conservancy is up to, and we were very delighted to have them come to a planning commission meeting because of the inherent value of that work, but also the way they were thinking about the town plan as a factor in their own work. So that's something that occurred. The other thing I just wanted to emphasize by way of updates is that we're very much looking forward to being here at select board meetings, going forward. If not every meeting, I myself really enjoyed coming to select board meetings well before I had the planning commission as part of my own work. I just like to come and visit and be with where the action is, So of late, though, I haven't been able to attend because of work schedule. So on Mondays, I just cannot be here. Although now the work schedule is abated for somewhat and I'm not commuting back and forth, so I can be here tonight. But we're hoping that the other commissioners, can make it part of their task as a commissioner to in fact be here and to provide more timely and much more, vigorous updating so that you have a better sense of what we're doing. So I should say that at this point in time, we are at 3 commissioners and we're looking for 2 more. And I have half of that solution as part of my presentation tonight. But I should say this, our budget request. I gave to Annetta tonight our budget request, which we would like to keep at last year's budget of $2,500. So we're not looking for an increase. We're not looking for a decrease, looking to hold it flat. And I would say that a key aspect of the budget request of $2,500, $1,500 of that is designated as training for new commissioners. And I would also add training for the older commissioners, such as myself, that is to say, even though I've been doing this now going on 3 years, the VLCT, Vermont League of Cities and Towns, has excellent trainings for planners and zoning administrators, and there are other leadership conferences and other types of activities. And that just requires time and mileage and sometimes, not always, especially with VLCT, but registration costs and so on. So that's going to be really, really important, not only for the older commissioners such as myself, but also for the new commissioners that we hope to bring on board. So I just wanted to highlight that aspect of our budget request. Very, very important to us. And so now I'd like to turn it over to you if you have any questions or comments about what we're doing.
I do. So I'm not quite sure, but how are you tasked with deciding what projects you would be doing within the town plan?
How are we tasked?
Yeah.
Right.
And how do you make that decision? Do you come to the board and ask us where our thoughts are? Or do you just in the committee decide where you're going to go?
Right. So as you'll see when you look at the town plan, in fact, I had to bring it with me. Here it is, the town plan. In every section of the town plan, there are action steps.
Mm-hmm.
And so at that point in time, this was approved by the Planning Commission and sent on to the Select Board. So now it's the document of the town. This is not really anymore, the Planning Commission. This is all of ours.
Right, yeah.
We have this one together.
But within that town plan, there's initiatives.
Many of them.
So how do you decide? Who
Right.
decides
Right.
to tackle it? Because one of my concerns is housing.
Yes.
And water, rural,
Yeah.
access, for water to economic development.
Exactly.
The other projects are okay, but they take time up.
They sure do. And they sure
And what's
do.
the priority? For housing and water, I think are main priorities.
Mhm.
So where does that all come into the town plan?
Yes, well, the town plan didn't explicitly say the order in which these things would be tackled.
Yeah, so who decides?
Right, so it's, at this point, it's the commissioners. As we sit and deliberate, okay, what can we take on next? Now, to be, perfectly clear, the priority of late has been the natural burial grounds. We've taken that one on because we were presented, for instance, with a petition from people here in town to take this off. So that took on precedent.
So I guess a petition by the town
A petition by the town.
would facilitate the movement into a certain area.
Well, and this, yes, and that, well, it was,
I know.
I know, this was a petition that we had to take on. In other words, that we were required by law that when we're faced with a petition on a bylaw amendment, we absolutely had to take that on at that time, regardless of anything else.
Right.
And so therefore we did. So that took up time.
Yes.
For instance, with the enhanced energy planning, that was part of the town plan, is to take on energy planning, and we were presented by the Wyndham Regional Commission with that initiative, say, will you take this on? And we said, yes, we will.
But
now,
when?
And we did.
What's the question? The other question would be, well, when do I have to take that on?
We decided to take it on at the beginning of the year. I wasn't the
Initiating.
Right, we were responding to that. I wasn't the chair of the commission at that point, so we took it on. Now, as far as going forward, what we do this coming year, that's really the stuff of the meeting that we're going to have on January 23rd. I believe that's the fourth Thursday in January, where we actively decide, okay, what will be the priorities?
Is that your regular board meeting? So you're saying you decide, your committee decides what you're going to tackle?
That's right.
And that's how it goes?
That's right. And which is not to say that if the select board were reading, if you were reading the town plan and you said to us, this is part of the town plan, would like you to look at this carefully.
Yeah.
Then
would it take a vote for the board to initiate that?
I don't think, that would be up to you how you would want to, if you wanted to direct us in that fashion, I suppose you could do that, but I don't think you have to do that. I mean, it would be up to you how you would like to.
So there's nothing written down or anything that you know of?
No, I mean, Lynn, in last year's Planning Commission annual report, outlined some of the priorities that we identified at the end of last year.
Yeah.
For the work of the Planning Commission.
But it truly comes from your committee then?
I would say so, but it doesn't mean that the select board can't take initiative. It doesn't mean that town people really, because this is the town's plan. So if the town feels, whether it's an individual member or whether it's you as a select board, feel that an area of our town plan is being neglected, that's you say, hey, look, here's the town plan. How come you're not working on this?
It doesn't sound like it's a formative process, a formal process.
No, and understand that there are 14 different sections.
Yes, I understand
of the town plan with like multiple steps in each of those sections. Totaling well over 100 different kinds of action steps. And this town plan is now in year one of an 8-year long, lifespan. And so thinking carefully about how we actually
move forward,
and so that this is not merely paper, but actually
put it into action.
Yes, that actually
as a committee, you guys will have to decide what the priorities are. And for me, I feel the priorities are housing and water.
Yeah, well then, duly noted. Duly noted. Yes.
I think a lot of people would be high on their list.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have resources, natural resources, trails, things, etc. But I think the priority should be looking down the road now for our population to be able to thrive here with water and housing.
Certainly, and as one of the authors of the housing section, you know, I too share that concern about affordable housing and economic development, because without affordable housing, you know, what does that mean for the people who live here and what their prospects are?
Right, and new families coming in and continuing the growth and the future of Newfane is really important.
That's correct.
Water sources, you've got to have good water in order to have economic development. And it doesn't mean that you're building commercial buildings left and right. It's housing options too.
That's
Senior
right.
citizens that might want to have a senior residence in town somewhere. They've got to have a public water source and septic system.
If I might,
Yes, please.
I would suggest your suggestion go to the planning commission.
Yeah, but it's a discussion in front of the public. I think that the public needs to have that kind of conversation.
Well, that's why the planning commission exists.
Yes.
They are there to listen and so. And one very quick minor explanation. All of this is in chapter 117 of Title 24. Relatively readable. So if you want to know why there's a planning commission, how there is, how many are in it, so forth, so that's there. Point number two, that again, picky. The Wyndham Regional doesn't say, hey, do this. Wyndham Regional says, hey, if you'd like to do this, we'll help you. And very often, you want to do this because there's pressure from the state. I don't want to
No, that's true.
let it go without pointing an accusing finger at the state of Vermont. Thank you.
Well, we're delighted to work with the Wyndham Regional Commission, to be sure, and they're, you know, John Bennett and his team, an excellent resource for us, you know, through all of our work. So the chance to do enhanced energy planning was definitely, you know, a great opportunity for us to jump at and to work together with them. And that's been something in the works for quite some time. I should also add, and I would be remiss to neglect, yet another aspect of our work by way of update. The issue of short-term rentals is a key issue that we'll be tackling going into 2020. You know, Merle and the Development Review Board were presented with, long story short, various, you know, in differing a variety of different kinds of short-term rental situations here in town, and the question is, we don't have any provision in the bylaws right now about short-term rentals. Other towns do, and they're working with that in their own way. But for lack in our bylaws of any mention whatsoever of short-term rentals, we don't have the ability really to work with those who were engaged in short-term rentals in a consistent and in a consistent way. It's just not there. So
Which is different than bed and breakfast.
That's right.
Airbnb.
Bed and breakfast is a short-term rental.
Well, yeah, and this is this is exactly what we have to work out. You know, is our definitions and how we understand those definitions and how we work with those definitions here in Newfane. We just don't have that yet. So I would be very remiss. Maybe I left it out of my initial presentation because of the complexity of the task, you know, and the enormity of what we need to take on. And very much the Planning Commission absolutely needs the public to be involved in this. We cannot do this by ourselves on our own and spring it on the town. The town should be profoundly engaged with this question of short-term rentals, because that is all about questions about housing and fairness and equity.
And resources that.
And for resources, both for those who wish to have short-term rentals and for those who wish to offer them. Everybody has got to be profoundly involved in this, what I think would be a very vibrant and excellent discussion. And again, you know, when you ask about priorities, how do we decide on our priorities? Well, this one came by way of being invited to go to a Development Review Board meeting in which people who have short-term rentals were invited to talk about their rentals, their situation. But it was difficult to do that for lack of the language in our bylaws about short-term rentals. So we were alerted very much as a planning commission to the fact that we need to update our zoning bylaw to account for this.
So there's a difference between a bed and breakfast and a short-term rental.
Well, as Pete alluded to, for some, they are seen as one, and for others, they are not seen as the same thing. But I have to be extremely careful not to answer that question directly, because that's the question we need to deal with as a planning commission to try to figure that out. Because for some places they could be, in some towns they could be the same thing, and other towns decide, well, they're not really the same thing.
Yeah.
And we have to decide whether they're the same or whether they are in fact different.
And put it in black and white.
That's right. So the Development Review Board so that Merle Tessier and the Development Review Board can deal with it, consistently, fairly, and adequately. Are there other questions or comments?
I'll throw my usual plea out into the open. Wyndham Regional, the town has 2 representatives to Wyndham Regional. It is allowed to. It has 1. That one begs that someone else come forward.
Who might that person be? That actually. Okay. Yeah, I won't ask again. So, if there are no other comments or questions, I'd like to then. It's your agenda, but maybe this is part of my report. Okay.
You have it.
Yes. So I'd like to introduce then my colleague Tim Shortell, who would like to join the Planning Commission, and so I'll turn it over to Tim to introduce himself and to have the discussion.
Sure. Thank you. Well, as Ken said, I'm Tim Shortell. I live in Wimsville. I have lived there for the last couple of years. I've been attending Planning Commission meetings, I think, since the beginning of September, maybe end of August, to get a sense of the work that the Commission does. Had a chance to listen in on some of the conversations that Ken mentioned to you in his report. I feel like it would be a way for me to contribute to the town. I have a skill set that I think would be relevant to the work of the committee, and feels like be a good opportunity for me to be able to contribute to the town. I have a similar schedule with Ken, so I'm a professor in New York City, and so typically I'm in the city Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, and then home here the rest of the week, which is why it's been hard for me to make an appearance. I know that you were interested in meeting me before, but for work reasons, I haven't been able to get to a board meeting until now. And in fact, I started thinking about this at the last town meeting, because I remember you had mentioned about the Wyndham Regional Commission, and I was interested in that, and looked it up, trying to see when the committee and its working bodies were meeting, and unfortunately it happens to correspond with the time that I'm in New York, so we couldn't sign on, but it remains an interest of mine, and as my work schedule changes, it might be something that I would be able to pick up at some point, but be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I know you always look at me because I always have all the questions, but
I felt the vibrations.
Let's see, the question I had was, there was something I was going to ask you. I can't remember what it is. It was interrupted my thought train.
So what's the term go for?
Oh, I know what it is.
Yes, that's the term. Right, that is also a question looking at the annual report. For instance, Bob McCandless is listed as 2019. I'm listed as 2020. and Lynn is listed as 2021. And it's not clear what, if Tim were to be approved by you as the select board, whether
That's
Tim
the
would
question.
slot into Marcia Highlands or Angela Sanborn's,
Oh, remaining term,
right, for instance.
yeah.
And actually, I have to confess, I'm unclear what 2019 means with respect to Bob McCandless, actually. Whether that term was up as of
On what date?
town meeting or, and so Bob has been,
No, it would be the date that he was appointed by the select board,
good point.
I think.
So maybe
Look at
letters
minutes.
exist, minutes or.
Yeah. And any appointment made in 2019 could be made such that it had to be revisited in 2020. So, don't worry.
That was my question, was whether or not we have to appoint, we make the final decision?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Right, hence.
Yeah.
So, oh, good, thank you. Which is to say that we've been, while Tim has been in attendance, we are a planning commission of 3.
Yeah.
So he's a member of the public and acts in that capacity at our meetings, even as a regular attendee.
Yeah.
When we vote, of course, it's only the 3 members of the planning commission, which is, that's good that there are 3 of us, better that there are 4, and even excellent that there will be 5 soon, I hope.
Ken, do you have another meeting in 2019 scheduled?
We do not.
Okay. I would suggest at this particular point, we now have your recommendation, your nomination.
Yes.
I would suggest that we put it on an early 2020 agenda, and then that detail is taken care of.
That would be excellent
He
because.
could continue, if you were to pull a special meeting or something like that, certainly continue to go. And as can any citizen, go to a meeting at any time and speak up, make a suggestion, question, whatever.
Right,
Good.
and just to say that we would be very eager to have Tim officially seated by the January 23rd meeting, given the schedule of the other commissioners who are in and out of town for the spring. And so our ability to have quorum.
Yeah.
Now, that's not why I'm interested in Tim joining the commission, just so we can have quorum.
Right.
I'm interested in his vital contributions. However, his vital contributions also come with our ability to have quorum then.
Sure.
So, right, and to conduct the business.
Good idea, needs backing.
Tim, how's your schedule going to be? Does he need to come to the board meeting for the appointment?
No.
No, I think like anything else, he would receive a letter if the board would appoint him. He would receive a letter, he would agree to accept the letters.
What I am suggesting is that, and I think you've made a note to this effect, that one of our first January agenda will have appointment to the Planning Commission on it. Any member of this board can say, I move to approve the appointment of, and away we go.
I'm here in town through all of January, if needed.
You're on break.
Yeah.
J-term, we used to call it.
Yeah, break from one kind of work to do another kind of work.
I have a bit of grading to do, but yeah, I will be here.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, to thank the select board for the work that you do in partnership with the planning commission. I think the planning commission is a deep and abiding privilege to work on this because we're talking about the town and our townspeople and this place that we all deeply love and care about together. And we get to be part of that with you and with the town as they participate in town meetings. So it's a really exciting, energizing opportunity, and I say that with full conviction, and it's why I'm doing the work, because I love this place, and I want other people to love it as much, and I know they do, for all of you who have been here for so long. And I'm a newcomer, really. I mean, 4 years and counting.
I think I've
But-
been here 8 years.
So,
I'm a newcomer.
yeah. And taking great heart from those who've been here for a long time to, as young people or as
And
older
also for new
people.
people coming in.
Right, for everybody.
I have one final question. I hope it doesn't bore the board, but I think it's important for the public to understand. But the DRB, the Development Review Board, how does that work? Is that a separate entity or is that under your committee?
Well, it is a separate entity.
Okay.
Some towns have combined planning commission and DRBs. In other places, I know of one town in Connecticut that has a joint, operation. But the Development Review Board, as they work with the bylaws, well, the Planning Commission is the body that puts together bylaws on the basis of the town plan.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do it on our own, of course.
Mhm.
We can do nothing on our own, but we do it as per the process that I just described with respect to the natural burial grounds.
Mhm.
But the DRB acts in concert with the zoning bylaw that we're all responsible for, but we're primarily the ones who put that together or shepherd that in coordination with the town plan.
And then they kind of define that more, the DRB?
Well, they have to, if not necessarily define it, they have to apply it.
Oh, okay.
So they're confronted with a situation, and if they can make a determination that that situation is covered by the language in that zoning bylaw, then they act.
Of course.
Someone goes to the zoning administrator
Mm-hmm.
with a permit application, and the zoning administrator looks at the zoning bylaw, and in some cases, if you read the bylaw, he can't approve certain things. They have to go to the Development Review Board for
Okay.
them to have a meeting
Mhm.
to see if it conforms to the bylaw. And then their decision goes back to the zoning administrator if they approve or disapprove. There might be conditions and so forth, but that's how it goes.
And if they can't find anything, then they come to the planning commission and say the zoning bylaws
Needs fixing.
needs fixing.
Okay.
And that's where we are at with the short-term rental
Right,
Yeah.
right.
situation. Is that there were situations that were short-term rental related for which there was no language in the zoning bylaw. So,
Right. Yeah.
In essence, the DRB is the appeal body in zoning.
Yeah.
and can act in a quasi-judicial
Well,
fashion if necessary.
Absolutely, yeah. It is a quasi-judicial body.
Right. As you are, my understanding, a legislative body.
I guess. Not tonight.
Yeah, so we're learning as we go as well, for sure.
Well, I'd like to wrap this up and say thank you and don't be bashful.
Well, thank you.
Both doors are always open.
Thank you.
Good to see you both.
Thank you for coming.
Unscheduled members of the public. Anything from anybody, any old business? VLCT, resolution supporting municipal authority regarding commercial cannabis. I know we all have paperwork on this, and I don't know where mine is. It is relative to the town's ability to regulate basically anything that has to do with cannabis. And there's a bill before the Senate at this point, and it will be coming up in January. They're asking that all towns consider and support and circulate to representatives and senators before the 2020 legislative session begins in And this is the resolution that they, I could read it, but you can guess. No.
You want me to read it?
Love to.
See if I get all the words right. Town of Newfane, resolution supporting municipal authority in the commercial cannabis system. Whereas a regulated and taxed recreational cannabis marketplace will affect communities across Vermont. Whereas the 2019-2020 BLCT municipal policy calls for any legislation legalizing commercial cannabis to address the impacts on municipalities, school populations, first responders, municipal regulations, and budgets. Whereas states that currently have a commercial cannabis market have guaranteed municipal governments, local regulatory, taxation authority, and revenue sharing, and Vermont cities and towns need, at a minimum, those same guaranteed powers. Whereas all cannabis establishments that cultivate, process, manufacture, or sell cannabis will be wholly located in our cities and towns, and voters in cities and towns must be granted the right to opt in to hosting cannabis establishments within their community. Whereas all duly adopted ordinances and land use policies and regulations adopted by municipalities pursuant to 24 VSA Chapter 117 and 24 VSA 2291 must be upheld in any commercial cannabis system. Whereas local cannabis control commissions must be given the same level of authority as local control commissions that administer licenses and permits for the establishments that furnish alcohol. Whereas cities and towns must be granted authority to assess licensing and permitting fees for cannabis establishments. And whereas all cities and towns that host the cannabis establishments should share in a local cannabis tax, not just those with retail establishments, generating tax revenues. Now and therefore be it resolved by the town of Newfane that the town only supports legislation legalizing a taxed and regulated cannabis market that adequately addresses all aforementioned local considerations and concerns. 2, that the town supports a local cannabis tax of 5%, with 75% of the revenues derived from the local cannabis tax retained by the host community of a retail establishment, and 30% pooled and redistributed to municipalities that do not host retail establishments. And that the town calls upon the state administration and legislature to provide communities adequate time and clarity in law for local officials and community members to discuss the local implications of such a market and to update, clarify, and establish local regulations and policies accordingly.
Thank you very much. It's kind of hard to sit here and try to figure out whether Paul Dutton's going to sell weed or not, but
I think anybody can, can't
they? Or grow or both, but to me it's a kind of a tough question at this early stage. At the same time, I think that probably our signing on to that particular document would not be a mistake. I'd like to hear from other members of the public and or board members.
So they want us to sign that there then, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, we don't have to do it tonight. You
Well, I just don't sign it. Yeah, the whole thing is, I always thought it was kind of dumb anyways. They legalize the damn thing, and they can't sell it to collect any tax out of it in the state, you know? Doesn't make much sense, you know?
Does it sound like we have to take the control of regulating and taxing it?
I don't think that has been determined. I don't believe so. I don't know.
Within your town?
I don't know how that works.
And then 30% of the tax gets redistributed
I mean,
out?
my question is, who does it?
That's a business.
Zoning administrator suddenly get rich?
Or it's a private entity? I'll take it, I'll
It's
do
gonna
it.
be part of the liquor control.
Yeah, it'd be liquor control, it'd be.
The same as-
Oh,
the
liquor
same-
control board.
The same as what you do for the liquor licenses.
That sounds,
That's what it sounded
Probably.
like there.
Um,
Your licensing and permits.
the town has to control it. It's not a private entity. You can grow it and sell it as a private person.
Let me revisit this sentence. Resolution, we are asking all cities, towns, and villages to consider support and circulate to representatives and senators in their district before the 2020 legislative session begins, can be found here. So in other words, what you just read, they want us to approve and send it on to representatives and senators before the House, before the legislature reconvenes. So
And this is-
what's your pleasure?
This is coming from VLPC as a recommendation.
VLC.
I recommend signing it.
I say we get on the happy bus.
Make a motion to sign it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to sign and forward the resolution as stated. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there discussion? I'm sorry. Anyone have any thoughts, questions? Yeah?
Just say, as a member of the planning commission, this is of intense interest to us because of the implications of such a facility, you know, as it pertains to the town plan. So I'm not saying I'm for or against, but just noting that even just being here tonight and learning of this, it's like very fascinating and definitely has a relationship to the kind of work that we do on the planning commission.
Yeah.
To be sure.
Okay, I think we have a motion. Is there any other discussion, any other questions? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to sign the resolution, please say aye.
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 Instead of hot houses, we're gonna have pot houses.
And water.
Oh, horse farm down there is looking better all the time. Hell of a facility.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have noted this before. I'll ask for a new motion. The resolution has a place for the chair of the select board to sign, so if I can have a new motion authorizing the chair to sign the resolution, I would appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll make a motion for the chair to sign it.
He said, yeah.
Well, that
I'll
works-
second it.
Works for me.
Okay.
Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Abstentions?
Are you asking for samples?
Shh, later. Thank you.
Has a lot of implications.
Yeah.
Maybe farming will come back.
Agriculture. Thank you.
Cut those trees down and farm and, you know, grow it on the hills.
New business.
Green mountains.
Um,
Okay.
Do you have anything that you want to sneak in here under new business? We have, that's correspondence, I think. I believe we have no new business. I do have, I apologize, I do have a piece of what might be called old business. I think I provided you with a draft of a letter to Karen Freeman of the Conservation Programs at Vermont Housing Conservation Board that I put together relative to the Deer Run Nature Preserve. Have you had a chance to read it? If not, please do. And
Yeah, I need a second to read it.
You probably want to read that into the minutes if you're supporting it.
We read it first. Yeah.
The only one thing I'd like to see change is where it says resource uses as a timber harvesting. I wouldn't mind be able to see that, like I said on one of our other meetings.
What?
As, you know, a gravel source for the town.
Oh, yeah, we've been talking about that.
I mean,
Yes.
it wouldn't hurt nothing even for what they're using it for conservation, whatever, you know. And there's gonna be a time that towns are gonna need gravel, and there's a lot of gravel on that property. And they could take certain sections of it, you know, there's like a plateau at the end of the field that goes up and then plateaus onto the mountain. They could, you know, take out little sections of it, and I'd like to have some sort of thing, if we ever could put it in there as a gravel resource for the towns, for future use. Because it's getting scarcer and scarcer. It's a thing the town's always gonna need.
okay,
I like that.
I mean, you could throw it on there, and then just see what they. It's nothing that would ever affect your hiking or anything. You know, the towns that ever be in there during the town, summer months to get it, and then you'd have to go across the river anyways to forage it because there's no bridge. So you stone the rivers and stuff. I mean.
okay,
I want to make a suggestion at the end of it. So the last sentence, nobody understands it from out in the public, but I would add in comma and other natural resource cultivation approved by the town. That's a general term versus gravel. Naturally, it could be timber harvesting, could be gravel, it could be rock collecting.
Well, it's like I said before, if it's not something you put into it
all right,
now,
well,
later on it's never gonna come up. If you put it in now and they're trying to put it all together and we're back in it.
I was trying to sneak it in.
Everyone's
Let me read it so you people know what we're saying. This is to Karen Freeman, Director of Conservation Programs, VHCB. Dear Ms. Freeman, I'm writing to notify you the Newfane Select Board has voted in support of a proposal to include approximately 241 acres of land in the southeast section of town in the recently established Deer Run Nature Preserve. In addition to being aligned with and reinforcing many elements of the Newfane Town Plan, the proposal appears to have the positive effect of protecting the aesthetic value of the forested hillsides as they are viewed by people driving along Route 30. Of particular interest to board members was the statement that the preserve's intent is to continue historic use of the land, notably agriculture on the flat areas along the West River, and hunting, hiking, sugaring, and resource uses such as timber harvesting. And my use of the term resource uses such as timber harvesting was my intention, my hope was that would be open-ended and inclusive. I have no problem with putting it in there. I just, we'll see how far it bounces.
Well, it could also be, you know, grown pot, it could be, you know, the gravel pit, it could.
That's not historic use.
Agriculture, it's a plant.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think adding in something like cultivation, you know, natural resource cultivation kind of covers, you know, the gravel pit, pot, some other things I can't think of at the moment. It's cultivation versus, you know, harvesting. It's a different, the word cultivation is different than harvesting.
Yeah, no, cultivation is typically growing and harvesting.
Well, we got the gravel pit guy down at the end. What do you think is a good word, Mike?
I point blank tell him what I'm looking for.
He's looking for gravel.
Well, no, I'm not looking for, I'm talking, I mean, it's not gonna happen in my lifetime probably, but later on down the road, if, like I said, you put it on a piece of paper, everybody agrees to it, it's in there for the kids, whoever else later on down the road, you know, when, I mean, it's getting scarce, and the state's not letting you open up a lot of places, and if you had something like that, I think the towns could get it approved and do a little section at a time and take it in and reclaim it and keep moving on.
Just FYI, the town of Putney just bought a pit over in Dummerston.
But this is Brooklyn.
No, I know, but I mean, because they were running out of gravel options.
All right,
FYI.
let me throw this out for your reaction. The introduction to that sentence, notably agriculture on flat areas along the West River, and hunting, hiking, sugaring, and resource uses such as gravel extraction and timber harvesting.
There you go.
That's good. Yeah.
Extraction, that's the word.
For municipal use. That way they don't think a private guy's gonna go in and just tear it up. That's fine. That's great what you did, just like that. At least you got the word out there.
Yeah, an extraction's a good one.
With that addition of those two words, is the draft letter approved for?
I make a motion to accept the letter with the changes that Hendrik W. Van Loon wrote for us.
Okay, I think I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Puts me in a spot, doesn't it?
That might be the conversation.
I'll take care of it. Yeah, we can hear a little.
That's all right.
That's good.
But you know, maybe once they hear what the whole deal is, they might like it too, you know?
Yeah.
It's not gonna hurt the land, that's for sure.
Was that a third silent approval?
Sorry?
Was that a third silent approval?
I will.
Thank you.
Damn fool doesn't sign his own letter. Hope Mike didn't pick that up, but he probably did. Okay, under correspondence, unless anyone has any other new business, or there's a letter from Letitia Ashmore on behalf of the estate of
The estate of whom?
it's a there's a letter to Winetta. Per our conversation, at the suggestion of Mike Fitzpatrick, I'm sending some information about our property on Radway Hill. Mike thought the town might be interested in purchasing the property for gravel and sand operations. I know you have the lister's card, but here's a little info on the property. Radway Hill subdivision asking $195,000. 21.67 acres, also referred to as the Peterson property. It was purchased as a 3-lot state subdivision with an exempt 4th lot of 10 acres. Parcel was subject to a 25-year right of first refusal to A.S. Clark & Sons, which was offered and refused. It's almost certain that the non-permitted lot would be able to support a wastewater disposal system suitable for single-family residents. So effectively, it is a 4-lot subdivision. There have been surveys created to possibly expand this to additional lots, but it has not been approved as an amended subdivision. Please let me know if there's anything else you would need.
No, I did. I recommended them to send that.
That's
To-
perfectly legitimate.
No, it's like I talked to
Thank
Jay
you.
and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of, there's gravel on it. I mean, quite a lot of gravel, and sitting there, you could take it down, and there'd be a low-income housing lot when he was all done taking it out. But
Is that across, which lot is that?
right there, as you go down Radway Hill and turn onto River Road,
To the right,
that right to the right.
up into the hillside
Yeah.
there? That would be cool.
It has an Act 250 permit. Just to make you aware.
What I would like to do, what I'd like to suggest would be that we table consideration of this until we have a full board.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you. We have a piece of correspondence here from Scott McFarland as New England representative of an organization that, as far as I can tell, is called GovDeals, Online Government Surplus Auctions.
He came in the office early last week to introduce himself. And his point making was that any equipment that we have to offer, we can use his service at no charge and put it out there for any municipality, from filing cabinets up to equipment.
Okay.
And
But
vice versa.
it's,
That's good.
but it's two-way. He makes,
He
makes
makes
material available as well as.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
There's a description here attached to this. There's a note here that suggests that Barry, Burlington, Milton, Pittsford, Virgins, and Winooski, Brattleboro Union High School, the Addison County Sheriff's Department, and the West Rutland Water Plant have already used him, or used the organization. Again, I'd like to suggest we put this one off until we have full board. Okay, anything else to come before us under the business section of the meeting?
Oh.
Ah. Ooh.
Oh, I think you have some of them there.
Oh,
Oh, right here, yeah.
sorry.
There's 2 copies there. Right, give him one.
A couple of them,
Yeah.
all right.
That's
Hogging it. For the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District, dear Select Board, as November 14th meeting, WSMD of Supervisors voted to recommend the attached 21 budget and town assessments for review by member towns prior to the public hearing on December 12th. Oh. At the public hearing on the proposed budget and assessments, there were no members of the public present, therefore there were no changes to the approved budget. As noted at the bottom of the assessment page, fiscal 21 assessment is 4% less than the 20 assessment and 24% less than fiscal 2019. Doris is our representative.
And Mike's the alternate.
It's due primarily to increased revenues from solar lease, renewable energy credits, tip fees, organics, and compost sales. If you have any questions or would like me to meet with the board to discuss the district, please contact me, etc., etc.
So they're making some money.
Yes, they are. It's
Good.
in much better shape than it's
Good to
been
hear.
for a long time.
So, as highlighted on the last page, assessment for fiscal 21 is $11,358.49.
It's a reduction of, from last year? It says on there, what is it?
Keeps going down.
Is it-
$504 to the good.
I guess across the board too for everyone else too.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Yep. Appreciate that. Thank you for,
They are, at the discussion the other night, they talked about, the household hazardous waste days, they only have 2 a year,
yeah.
and they have them in different places. And I think the whole state is relooking at that whole process, and they're gonna try to do a permanent site so that people would have the opportunity to go.
Good idea.
Say like from May to, they're not sure of the schedule, how it's gonna be. But it'll be a couple of years before that happens, but it just makes a lot of sense, and it costs less, because it costs probably, for each household hazardous waste day, it probably costs $14,000, and they get some money from a grant, but the whole thing isn't working out. The last one that they had was in Brattleboro and Stratton. Stratton only had 7 people come.
Really? Well,
Yeah, and
they all dumped out on 91.
If that's the thing that I brought up. I said I'm glad that they're thinking about having this a permanent site. It wouldn't be open. I think they were talking about May to October, but it's like if you know when it's open, you're going to take it instead of dumping it somewhere where it shouldn't be. They'll have to have a place to store the different things, and they've got room to do that. But it'll take a couple of years through the state to get the permit even together. You know how that goes.
Would it be at the site down in
Yes.
Brattleboro? Yes, okay.
Because they have the space.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be more feasible.
Thank you, Jake. All right, we will move to pay orders. Means that the fun part's over.
Yeah.
You don't mind if we leave you to that, Peter?
Oh, thanks very much for coming tonight. Thanks very much for coming tonight, Doris.
Oh, exciting.
It's 7 o'clock on the 9th of December, 2019. This is the Jamaica Select Board. The first order of business is to call for any late additions to the agenda. Does anybody have anything want to add to the agenda?
I think a discussion regarding whether we hold our next meeting on the 23rd of December.
Good point, sir. That should be a short discussion, but we should discuss it. Okay. I have two things I can add that have come up today, actually.
Did you have another one?
No, it's the same.
Okay, sorry.
So, okay.
No, sorry, my bad.
I'm sorry, did you have one?
No, I had the same thing, which obviously you have.
Yeah, that's the broadband thing. Okay, good. Approve the minutes of the November 25th Select Board meeting. And
You didn't add this actually officially.
what's that?
You were about to add this, but you didn't.
You didn't add the two items. What are the two items that you're adding?
The broadband letter? Oh, I'm sorry.
You started, you stopped,
Hi there. Yes, the two things that I was going to add, in addition to the question you had, we had a monthly fund request this afternoon that came to me, so we'll need to go into executive session to discuss that one. And then we got a letter regarding we got the letter from Chris Campany, which I forwarded it to everybody, regarding the Wyndham Region Broadband Project kickoff meeting. So I sent a copy to everybody. I think we've got it on the desk. And I also sent it electronically. We can discuss that. Yep. Anyway, those are my 2.5 things. Okay? Anybody else? Okay, good. Thank you. First, the second order is approve the minutes of the November 25th Select Board meeting. They were, of course, circulated, as is our usual procedure. Does anybody have any questions, deletions, corrections, observations, complaints? No?
I'll make a motion to accept minutes as written.
I'll second.
I have a second. Any further discussion?
What about the minutes before?
They're coming up.
Okay.
Yep, they're coming up.
I didn't see that.
Yep. They're number 5.
No?
Yep. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. The next item is number 3, which is the timesheets, town marshal's office, highway, transfer stations, and we'll put them to the end of the session, as is our usual procedure. Number 4, the select board orders, the same fate for them. Number 5, as you recall, says review and approve the table of the November 11th minutes with changes. We discussed an issue with the motion.
Do we have to take those off the table, or Robert's rules, or?
We just bring them up. We bring them back up now. Do we have to say take them off the table? I don't think so. I think it's just by bringing them back in.
Okay.
I have, this is regarding item number 7, and there's some confusion around the agreement form versus the volunteer service agreement. So I'm suggesting that we change number 7 to read, to include the sentence that a motion was made to accept the volunteer service agreement with the change in wording from township to town. We're just trying to clear that up, make sure we understand that
So
the
that
volunteer agreement.
because we also passed the motion to accept the revised memorandum of understanding. So there's now 2 items under there.
Well, that we would now pass with the.
We passed it the last meeting. Didn't we fix it at the last meeting?
Yeah.
So it's fixed.
It's
Yeah,
fixed.
that's fixed.
However we say it, it's fixed.
It's now fixed. With this sentence in there, everything, we've got everything covered.
It's fixed.
It's fixed.
We passed a new one last week. So
Well, we passed,
we passed a
with the table.
revision. We passed a revision on the memorandum of understanding.
Yes.
Mill building last week, which changed the language, which means it's a moot point.
That
correct.
Is correct. We passed the change. We have not passed the minutes.
I understand that, but it's a moot point.
Well, this one now has got to do with the volunteer, which we did not fix. And that's what was tabled for.
Okay.
So if that sentence is okay with you guys,
I'm fine with it.
then I can give it.
I'd make a motion to accept the meeting minutes of the November 11th meeting as revised.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you. That takes care of the 11th. Now, we have one of our favorite guests from the Lister's office. We have some errors and omissions from the Listers.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What I'm doing is I'm passing you out two sheets. The first sheet is last week's one, or last time's one, revised, because after we finished our meeting the last time, I went back the next day and it turned out we actually had another one, which is the reason for the second one. And by working on both of those with the woman at the state, I was able to understand a little bit better what was going on with current use. If you remember, we had a problem with the acreage count last week. We were off by an acre, and I just thought it was a bad addition. But it turned out that there's another class of current use that I wasn't aware of. I actually was peripherally aware of, but really not that aware of, which is called non-productive forest. And what that means is that you have land that is designated as forest, but it can't be logged, it can't be done anything because either the terrain is too steep or something. And evidently there was 1 acre in that property which was non-productive forest, and that was the acre that I didn't include in the total acreage. So anyways, that was the basis for the problem. Also, I found out that when you don't move any land from what's called excluded and included. Now, what I mean by that is if you've got, let's say, 20 acres, but you want 2 acres to be your home, those 2 acres are considered to be excluded from the current use. And the other 18 acres is considered to be included. And the only time the value changes is when you change the included and excluded acreage. So in this case, all that was done was acreage was moved from agricultural to forested land. And from the current use perspective, there's a change in value. But from the town's perspective, there's no change in value. Because it's, as far as the town's concerned, it's acreage. As far as current use is concerned, it's whatever they designate as farm or non-productive forest or productive forest. So anyways, the real situation from last week was that there's no change in value in the property. Even though the acreage got switched, there was no change in value from the town's perspective.
And what's the name of the...
This is for Ferrari?
Pardon me, this is the second one, the Pugliese.
So use demands, there's no change, I didn't see any difference.
No, there's no difference there. That was nothing to do with current use. That was the shed.
Okay, it's still on the street.
So, however, you'll notice that the Pugliese, we've changed the acreage, but the value of the land from the town's perspective hasn't changed. So therefore, I would ask you to change your motion from last week, or last time, to either not include this as an errors and omission, or include it as an errors and omission, but note that the value didn't change. It's up to you which way you want to go.
I think because we changed it, we should unchange it.
Yeah, that's fine. So therefore, you should rescind that errors and omissions, what you're, yeah.
I'll make a motion to rescind last meeting's errors and omissions regarding parcel ID 00I-14.
That's it. Will I get the job done for you?
Is that?
Will I get the job done for you?
Yeah, I think that will get the job. Because there's no change in value, so there's no reason to have an errors and omissions.
Okay, that's good. Do I have a second?
A second one.
Do I have a second?
It's just that's only that.
Right. Tom seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of rescinding last meeting's errors and omissions on this parcel, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so done, sir.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to the next one, and this is a current use issue situation as well. What happened here is there used to be 4 acres no, 2 acres as their site. They wanted to take 2 acres out of current use so they could put a second building on it. So there is a change in value there because they're taking 2 acres out of current use and putting it into their excluded land. And that's the reason why you'll see that the appraised value went up, is because instead of getting the benefit of being part of a large parcel, it's now part of a smaller parcel. If you recall, when we do BCA, I told you how land is based on a bell curve, on a curve. So the more acreage you have, the less cost per acre that is. And however, when you in current use, you actually, it's like having 2 parcels. You have one parcel which is your excluded parcel, and you have your other parcel which is your included parcel in current use. Well, current use has its own curve. The excluded parcel has a separate curve. So what's happened is that 2 acres got taken out of the current use curve, which is got a lot of land in it, and put into the shorter curve where you've only got 4 acres in it instead of 2. So that's the reason why the value of that land went up. It's because it got moved from one curve to another curve. So anyways, what we're requesting here is that we change the value of the total value of the property from $311,900 to $313,400.
Do you have a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to change the value of property parcel number 0000-2 to the revised value of $313,400 as recommended by the Board of Listers.
Second. Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes.
Having made that change, the state has now said that Jamaica is now done with current use for the year. So you shouldn't be seeing another one of these.
Well, you're still welcome back.
Just in time, we only have 3 weeks left. I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. The next item is number 7. This was a suggestion that was sent to my attention the other day about the how we distribute the town report. Historically, we've asked the producers, the printers, to mail out the town report to everybody. And the last several years, we end up getting boxes of town reports back because either they go to resident at and it comes back, for whatever reason. We're literally getting about 2 boxes worth of these things. So the idea was to save postage. We should, instead of sending the full town report out, send a postcard out that alerts whoever ends up at the mailbox that they can come and get one either here, or they can get one at the post office, or they can get one wherever we decide to distribute it. The idea is a cost savings. And the cost, you might ask, the postage for last year was $218.90 that was just the postage, not the printing and postage, just the postage alone. So it's not a big amount of money. I suppose it could be, but we do end up with a whole lot of extra of these things. But it was an idea we tossed around. I wanted to bring it to the board for your thoughts.
Is that
do you print less copies or just mail less?
We wouldn't mail any.
Or mail in?
We wouldn't mail in.
No, I wouldn't go along with that.
I just think, as far as access, people who can't get out, elderly, people who have disabilities, and it's difficult for them to get into town, that aren't given the same, aren't afforded the same as those who can. So I think it makes it uneven, and I
You like the idea of continuing to postage?
Yeah.
We send them to the grand list, or is there what's the list we send them to? Grand list. It's been modified a little bit because instead of sending to all people, we send them to each address, correct?
Do we send it to the grand list or the voters?
Voter list.
The voters.
Voter list.
Voter list, okay.
Voter checklist,
Yeah, but ours, we only get one.
Because we go through and take off duplicate addresses.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, so that's a modified voter list.
Yes.
So it's not to every voter.
Right.
We're just trying to go to every household of voters.
Do we know how many we print?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you remember?
700.
I think it's around 7.
Oh, here's the number, quantity, 441 for domestic postage of 218.90, so I'm guessing 441?
That's how many we sent. Then we had some brought here. Then we had
Yeah.
like a case brought here, I believe.
Okay.
Which is a good idea.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's still
because
important.
people do want them when they come in.
I'm imagining even if we printed 50 fewer copies, the print cost isn't going to go down
Not by
significantly
much.
either.
Right.
No, let's just end up with a bunch of extras.
I mean, I think it's a novel idea to kind of keep trying to rethink these things. I mean, if we can, but
It came up.
is
It's
this
something-
even, had anybody researched, is this even possible legally?
I think, from what I understand, is you would have to warn it at town meeting
Oh,
for
right,
next
we did
year
talk about
to
that.
see if the
Okay.
people
Yeah.
wanted this. No, you couldn't just make the decision, you'd
Right.
have to warn it.
Right.
I think it's awesome that we're thinking about it. I mean, there's probably a lot of.
Okay, so it's on the table to start thinking about this, certainly a really valid position about the people who don't get into town.
Right.
So that would be, you know, those people don't show up for town meeting
I
either.
work in town, so if we're trying to get to the post office
Sure.
or something.
Okay, well, that's why we brought it to the table. All right, so we can think about that. If it comes up again, we can toss it around about putting it on the warning if you'd like. If not, we can let it, this particular sleeping dog lie. Good. Number 8. Time for public concerns. Do we have a public concern? Do we have a concerned public?
We have
Yes, sir.
concern, yeah. As far as the sidewalk on the bridge.
Which bridge?
The number 32 on Route 30.
Okay.
That it's very difficult to cross it, and I see a lot of people stumbling across it. And wonder why it wasn't plowed when the rest of the sidewalks are plowed.
I noticed that too. I mean, it just seems, it had been plowed in the past years.
Yeah.
And that bridge wasn't plowed either, and my sidewalk still's not plowed.
But I sent you an email on that.
Oh, you did, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I sent you an email on that.
Before
You say that the Depot Street?
It wasn't, it is now, but it wasn't on the day of. I remember I believe I walked up to town and I had to walk around.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when it went out. As far as the State Bridge, Route 30, I don't know the answer to that. I know there was some difficulty. They were talking, I heard a conversation about some problems in that particular bridge and running the plow on it, but I don't know the answer to that. So
They're kind of responsible to doing it. I mean, it becomes hazardous. And then what happens when it builds up and it gets all irregular and then it freezes and rains, it becomes impassable. And then they have to walk in the street across that bridge, which is a dangerous walk. So, I mean, I think the town took on the responsibility when they accepted the sidewalk permit.
Yeah, and that technicality is, we accepted the responsibility for the sidewalks that they put down. Does not extend to the ones that we didn't put down with that particular project. I understand what you're saying, because I remember that.
Is that piece of information known to the people who have the different sidewalks? Or are they assuming that because the put-down sidewalks have been plowed, that theirs is automatically going to be plowed?
Well, no, what we're saying is that he's referencing a portion of the contract that involved, when we put the sidewalks down several years ago.
Right.
Part of the contract was that we would maintain them.
Right, and that's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
But we don't distinguish.
But
I
you
mean-
don't have new sidewalk, do you? Or do you?
My sidewalk is plowed.
Is plowed?
They stop at the end of my property.
Yeah.
Instead of going across the
But
road.
not everybody has new sidewalks.
No, but plowing.
Yes, I do.
Plowing all of them.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
So it's not, they're not plowing only the new sidewalks. There's a couple of problems. There's a problem with well, you'll see in the letter I sent, I talked to Keith, there's a large, you remember the stump that's in front of you?
Yeah.
It forces the plow into the road. And as it goes into the road, because it's hitting the curb, it's chewing up the blades.
Okay.
So they stop prior to that. As far as the bridge is concerned, I don't know the answer to that. I know there was a problem because someone else was discussing it. I'll check on it and have an answer
There
for
are
you.
people that live behind on the other side of it.
Well, I think it's more specifically,
Yes.
we should.
They broke 4 pins, whatever pins are on that little
Right.
thingy,
Right.
and trying to just plow that one side of the sidewalk, and that's all I know about it. But I know they broke like 4 pins that are.
So it was,
They never even attempted mine,
So he never got to mine, so.
Not this, no,
He
this
stopped
stop.
there, I watched it.
Oh, the past.
I saw him doing that sidewalk, he stopped right where you said.
Yeah,
Stop right at my driveway.
yeah, and
It's
that I
the one
believe,
side of your driveway he stops.
Yes.
yeah. And I believe this is something, this has been going on for a couple of years since we got this new.
On and off, they have plowed at the times, they don't plow.
That's
Then we got, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, we got another smaller storm. Did that pile up on the sidewalk and not get?
The sidewalk on the bridge just didn't get plowed.
It did not get plowed.
I think
When the
that's
state comes down,
significant.
we
Yes,
just-
the state plows the snow onto the bridge.
Well, they come down and then we got that second storm, they could have just blown that right up there,
But I think that's it.
Part of the problem.
Seems like something's not right.
Part of the problem with that piece on the, if I understand from what I've heard correctly, is, first of all, we know the state's plowing sand and snow and, I don't know, salt, whatever else they put on to make it very, very difficult. I'm not sure if the blower will toss it over into the river, except that it is illegal to blow salt, etc., into the creek.
They do.
Huh?
They do.
The plow does.
I think
That's
we got it.
That's the state.
I know.
The problem we have is there's only so much sidewalk, then there's this wall, then there is the river. And so if we blow the snow from the sidewalk into the river, we're in violation of all kinds of Agency of Natural Resources positions.
Yeah,
It's-
that's true on our road.
We're not allowed.
to do it on our road either. We don't get salt.
Well, but the road here is salted.
Yeah.
Or
which
flagged or
makes-
whatever they
Which
put on.
makes it worse.
So that's,
I would bet that a plow could take it off sideways.
Huh?
A plow on the road could extend themselves to push the snow
The state could, we can't.
It's-
We
it's
can't
not-
plow that, put a plow on that
the
sidewalk.
state's the one who's plowing that road. We
Well,
just-
Because it's Route 30.
off. The
But
point
it's our side.
is that,
Yeah.
the point is that it's a problem and a hazard, and there has to be a way to resolve it.
I hear that, so I'm making a note to that effect. There may be, maybe consulting with District Two, may have a suggestion, District Two.
Well, they had told us that they would put a wing down on there and get it off the best they could. But
Yeah.
Nobody put any weight.
they got other things to worry about.
I also
So
there's probably
I'm not
every year-
minimizing it, but it's either, we gotta put it on our guys to go out and shovel it,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know what they're gonna do, throw it in the road or in the back of a truck, stop in the road.
In order to clear that legally, take at least two guys, one shoveling and one with a truck, to
Stop
truck out the
traffic.
traffic. Stop one lane of traffic while they're doing this. And put the snow in a truck and take it someplace, because we can't put it over into the river.
Could at night. It's not funny, I would.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile reaching out to the state again. I mean, we say we did it every year, but to do it again. I mean, they've got new drivers and, I mean, just to kind of say, hey, could you do this again? There's gotta be a solution. I mean, they just stopped. Last year, they didn't just stop there, so why did they just stop there this year?
I have a basic snow blower and I've gone across it with the snow blower. And it wasn't a problem. If you wait 2 days and it starts to melt and freeze, it becomes much more
Yeah.
difficult.
I think
But I've
back
gone
in from
across it in
Indiana.
any circumstances I've been able to plow.
And where did you blow the snow?
Forward.
Eventually it gets to the other
Eventually
side.
it gets to that little piece of grass on the other side of the bridge. And then you can turn your blower and blow it into the grass and not into the river. So if somebody came out there, if you can't use the riding blower, if somebody came out there with a hand blower and spent a half hour, it would be clear. And the more storms that'll allow it to build up, the worse it gets and the more difficult it is to resolve.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with anybody's thinking on this, but it seems odd that we're not allowed to get a truck on there.
Well, I don't know.
I know it's state road, but it's our sidewalk, and we can get a snowblower on there, why can't
Plowing
we get a truck on there?
For plowing the sidewalk and not the road.
Yeah, right. And whatever it takes
It's our
for plowing the
responsibility.
sidewalk. I
Yes,
mean,
I'm
I think, challenge Keith with it and say, hey, we need a solution and see what he comes up with.
I'll call district, I'm not entirely sure that sidewalk is ours, I believe it belongs to the state, because it's a state bridge.
Right.
Granted, it's
Yeah,
how
yeah.
people's feet that's walking across.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so we end up splitting hairs on this thing. The problem with, again, back to what we've got, what we can work with. I'll give District 2 a call and see what kind of,
They might.
yeah, for choices, for options. Not like, the reason we're not blowing it into the river is because it's illegal. We're not blowing back into the road because it just goes back and forth. It's also illegal to blow back into the road. So if you go push it all the way down to one end, I don't know if that's an option or not for those guys. But I'll mention it to
Put
you.
the challenge out there.
It is gonna be a challenge ever because we have a road that is inches away from the state highway.
Yeah,
And
but it's the case in other towns too, and so
Everywhere.
it's a challenge everywhere.
Sure, it is. It's not like it's just us. All right, I will give District 2 a call tomorrow. Anything else, sir?
Thank you.
Okay. We've exhausted our public. Okay, real quick, while we're talking about roads and sidewalks, I'd like to remind everybody in our audience that it is not just annoying, it's illegal to plow your driveways and sidewalks and plow the snow into either the road or from onto the sidewalks. You can plow the sidewalks back under your property, but you cannot by law blow it into the roads, nor can you push snow across the road into a potentially vacant space if you leave snow tracks on the road. It's dangerous, people hit the tracks, it's just, you just can't do it. It's illegal, but it's also dangerous. And that's really all I want to go on that one. All right, so for the items that are added to the, we have 2 letters. One is going to be an executive session. Let's really quickly dispense with the questions about the next meeting. Our next meeting would be scheduled to be, I believe it's the 23rd?
23rd.
The day before
I'm out of
Christmas
town.
Eve.
I'm out of town, I'm here.
You're out of town? Can we come? What, check the calendar, is it the 23rd?
It is the 23rd.
It is the 23rd. All right, do we anticipate, do we wish to have a regularly scheduled select board meeting on the 23rd of December?
Not really.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna be
I don't think I will be here either.
2 no's and a not really?
No.
And a third?
I'll make a motion to cancel the meeting on December 23rd.
I have a motion to cancel the 23rd meeting. I have a second. Any further discussion? I would only add, while we're in the discussion, if something urgent were to appear, I would try to get a quorum and do it again.
Sure.
Absent that, given the current schedule, I think we can meet again in January. All in favor, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That will pass. Our next meeting will be in January. Okay. The next one, we received a letter today from the Wyndham Regional Commission, specifically Chris Campany, I believe is the one that sent me. And basically they're discussing the Wyndham Region Broadband Project Kickoff Meeting, which is happening the 16th of January. And this is essentially a meeting to take a look at the region's new broadband project. WRC and its partners, ValleyNet and Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc., recently received a broadband innovation grant from the state's Department of Public Service. So, if there's anyone here from the board who would like to attend that,
It's on my calendar.
Tom, excellent.
I'll go.
I think I sent you a copy of this email.
Yes, I saw it today and I put it on my calendar. I can go, I'll be back in town by 6.
Excellent. Do you want to just give Chris an email, let him know?
Yeah, I'll contact Chris.
Yeah, there's a Westa, I don't think I know her.
I don't.
Sue Wester.
Sue Westa?
She's the chair of the Community Development Committee.
Excellent. She's the one, and there's a RSVP address on front of the letter.
I was planning to attend also.
Good.
More than merrier.
I'm going to attend also.
I have also said sent this letter to Rebecca, the chair of the planning commission, for her, if she's interested in that.
Are we to go there? Is someone gonna represent the town on our view or our position or interest in doing
They're
that?
asking that.
They're
asking that.
Yeah, they're asking, basically,
There's 2
First
commissioners that will, Wyndham Regional
I'll-
Commissioners
I'll
that'll
be
be
there.
there.
I'll be there, but I was going to just be there. But
Me too, I'm just saying that.
Well, this was addressed to the select boards, broadband committees, supervisory unions, libraries, hospitals, and other interested people. So what the Wyndham committees are doing with that, I don't know, but this was sent to us. There may be people from your committees that are going.
They're asking.
But it does ask for a.
What does towns do, number 1?
What's that? Say again.
It acts under what can towns do on the second page, number 1.
Right.
That's sort of like, do we want to participate in a resolution?
Well, it says either before or immediately after the kickoff meeting.
Right.
We need the select boards to do something. So this is the kickoff meeting we're talking about. So I would expect that the people would come back from the kickoff meeting with that information and a description of what we need to do.
Yeah, or just say, hey, yeah, this is something we want to get involved in, or no, we don't care.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because we have better.
Because this just, you just gave us this today, right?
I just got it today.
Okay.
Yeah, just gave
So
it.
we couldn't like have formed an opinion for it.
No, I'm doing this because I just literally got
So
it.
it seems to be asking kind of.
It does ask before or immediately after, so let's
I
pick
didn't see
immediately
the
after.
immediate
I'd like to know more about it.
Right, I know.
My first quick read also.
I panicked at the first part, as usual.
Now, let's wait till we find out what it is before we decide we want to be part of it. Excellent, okay. Any other questions on that? We have 2 members going to go. Thank you very much. All right, next item. Let's see here.
We gotta read the thing.
Hmm?
We gotta read the thing. This
Yes,
is
now,
the Muzzy
just to
thing?
be clear, we're going to have 2 separate, Muzzy, I beg your pardon, 2 separate executive sessions. One is for the Muzzy Fund, and one is a personnel matter. So we're going to do one at a time. We're going to do the Muzzy Fund
With the
first.
Muzzy first?
And then we will come out back into for the personnel matter. I instructed the television crew that they don't need to hang around, because I don't anticipate needing them after we're done with these 2 meetings, these informational meetings.
No, I have it. I move to find the premature general knowledge of
order the Select Board, Guilford Select Board meeting of Monday, December 9th, 2019. And I would like to recognize the public. Hello, public. How are you? And we ask you to sign in if you haven't already. And are there any additions to the agenda?
I have none, and the rules of procedure are attached with the sign-in sheet.
Thank you for pointing that out. Any changes to the agenda order?
I also have none.
All right. I would like a motion. Have you all read the minutes? And would someone like to motion to approve them?
I shall.
Do I have a second?
Certainly.
All those in, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Carries
4 minutes
unanimously.
ahead.
Highway
Sign,
update.
please.
Peter.
Dan was not able to make it today because of a personal engagement, and basically they've been doing 3 things: plowing, sanding, and salting.
Yes.
And they've done a few equipment repairs, but relatively minor, he said. I spoke to him this afternoon when he was on his way home from the garage, and that's it. And he said they're just kind of watching what's going to happen the next 2 nights. And he said just be careful because there might be some cold spots in a few areas of town, so watch out for ice.
The dirt roads. Yeah, it's going to be probably icy. But it's very warm out now.
Yeah.
On to new business, the Broad Brook Community Center quarterly update, 10 minutes.
Sure. Would you like us to come up?
Sure. Well,
Wheel on up.
Hi.
Drive your own car.
I know, it's nice. So, as we're wrapping up 2019, we're looking ahead to our next calendar year and filling in the preferred dates from our partners. I've gotten a few dates from the town, but really just a few, and I haven't heard from most commissioners. I think I got one date in January, and then we've got Green Up Day on there. But if there's anything else that the town, any other dates the town has, you can just let me know.
Yep.
Sooner.
Pre-town meeting.
I've got
That's not
pre-town
us.
meeting on there from the
It's
Grange.
the Grange who does
Yeah.
that, so they're
Oh,
responsible.
So does that need an action step that we should take to
I think you already
provide
have
those
to. You
dates?
did write to.
We've done that.
Yep, you guys already talked about that.
Yep.
At their last quarterly meeting, and I followed up with Jamie and then sent out an email to all the relevant folks in the town.
Yep.
And said, you need to get these dates to Jamie by, I don't remember, December 18th or something, I said like that?
Yeah, something like that.
And haven't.
Yeah, we haven't heard much.
Neither of us have heard much from anyone. Penny will respond to you, but she's on vacation.
Okay.
So that will be, she's on vacation at Christmas, so it might be that week in between Christmas and New Year's, you might hear from her.
Okay.
Obviously, we're gonna have voting in November. Other
Does
than
the
that,
planning commission meet there or here?
occasionally, and you haven't heard anything from the rec commission?
No. But I can reach out to them directly.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll just follow up with another email to everyone.
Okay, just to make sure that you get priority.
Yeah,
Great.
well, thank you.
The other thing I'm doing is updating the contracts from our partners. So we've done Guilford Cares and the Grange, and I'm now looking at the town contract. And I'm hoping we can maintain the same partnership fee of $5,000 that was for the previous year onto the next year. So
That's in the budget.
It is in the budget.
Okay.
so I can draft that next contract and get it signed.
Yep.
And then the other update is that we are hopefully closing in on the capital campaign goal, thanks to this matching grant, which you've probably heard about.
Yes.
So we're really crossing our fingers to start construction next year, which will affect the calendar, probably mostly the library. So we've got to talk about that. We've got some time, but we can start planning. Well, I'm not sure what we can do, but.
Right.
So what big chunks are going to be completed?
Everything.
In the new phase, it's all going to be finished.
It's all at
In
the same
theory,
time,
it's the
yeah.
rest of the project,
That's great.
although we all know how rests of projects
Yeah.
go. But it's the big piece, what we've done already is the smaller piece. This is a complete redo of all the systems. HVAC, electric, plumbing, new well, new septic. The lift, which everybody's waiting for.
Yeah.
Insulation, complete weatherization.
And that's just kind of the big pieces. There's like just everything.
We're going to have a beautiful community
We
center.
are, yeah. It's pretty exciting.
And it's amazing that the town of Guilford, the residents of Guilford had contributed significantly, philanthropically to that project. And that's really something to pat ourselves on the back about.
I think so. We think we're past the $1 million mark. So it's hard to tell
We're
with
just we're just
grants and
past it.
pledges and stuff like that, but that's pretty exciting for a small town like this.
Yeah. Anything else?
We've started an Instagram account, so follow us on Instagram. We're
Okay.
active on Facebook too, but we're now Broadbent Community Center or hashtag BBCC_VT. Get that on camera, so.
Maybe you should say that again directly to our studio audience.
Yes. Well, it's Broadbent Community Center, and then the username is BBCC_VT. We also have 2 new board members, Diane Murphy and Tasha Tillman.
Oh, great.
Yeah, which is fantastic.
Terrific.
And so they've been at 2 board meetings so far, and it's great having them on board.
Yeah.
Great. Do you consider that it's being well used in your view?
Yes, so since I started in March, there's sort of been a steady increase of use and more inquiries. We are getting more views on Google. You know, I get a report from Google Business, how many views we're getting each week, and, you know, I've gotten requests from, you know, some wedding requests from out of state, and there was it was just exciting. I mean, didn't follow through, but at least the
But they're
inquiries are
coming.
coming
They're
in.
curious.
Yeah,
That's great.
which is fun. Yeah.
We hope for a lot more once the building is as fully usable as it could be. We obviously have the problem of winter use and accessibility. If somebody wants to have an event upstairs, they have to climb the stairs, you know, all that stuff that we still have to work on. And we hope the building will be much more appealing to renters.
That's it?
I think that's it. So
Thanks.
I think you've already answered the other question. I have just a technical question about the fee is now in the budget, so it will not be there's nothing else we have to know about or do, because we're very proactive. We like to do what we're supposed to do.
Hope it's in the budget.
Hope so. Okay, well, you can think about that afterwards.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, and thank you very much, and we really appreciate it. The support is wonderful, and
It's a great partnership.
it is. It's really good, and it's working.
All right,
So
on
we'll
to
only become better.
the grand juror appointment.
We can stay here for this item.
Yeah. Good.
Now, Don McLean.
Yes.
In your vast wisdom and experience, can you define for us in 2 sentences what a grand juror does?
A grand juror traditionally, in the old days, was a sort of a magistrate and a prosecutorial officer, and could actually prosecute small criminal situations. In the modern era, that has all been taken over by the state's attorney and the court system. So it's a little bit of a vestige, but one that I rather like. And I've been a grand juror for quite a few years.
You must be exhausted.
Oh, it's a tiring job, and but I'm willing to keep doing it. There are 2 grand jurors, and they're elected annually for 1-year terms from the floor at town meeting.
Oh, from the floor, I see.
Right. And with the passing of Mert Garland, who was a grand juror for some number of years before I ever started, we have a vacancy, or you have a vacancy. And I have spoken to someone who is willing to be appointed to fill out the unexpired term until town meeting, and that is Jamie. Turns out by some mishap, she doesn't have any town offices yet.
Right.
So do we have to have a motion for that?
You do.
Okay. So it is an interim appointment, right, until town meeting, and then it could roll over if you were from the floor, nominated from the floor, you could be having that position.
Right.
You could roll over for all of us.
Do I have a motion then?
Don't want to practice that.
Oh, yes. What's your last name again, Jamie?
Durham.
Do you live in town?
Durham. I do.
Excuse my ignorance, but
Yes,
yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Well, I'd like to nominate Jamie Durham for grand juror.
I'll second.
Thank you, thank you. Is there any discussion?
Sounds great.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
You have a good
Congratulations.
tutelage
Very
teacher.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
And we both have other obligations, or we would stay and have fun watching.
Yes.
Enjoy your evening.
Always an entertainment.
Yes, and she has to drive home on that road.
Yeah, you have to drive home on the other
So
one.
now we're going to take up the library budget proposal.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much
guys.
for coming
Thank
in.
Sure, thank you.
I'll just zoom right
The
in.
next roller here is just great.
Yeah, these are
I
great.
love this
Comes
gig.
Kathy.
They bring it right to the,
Hello,
Hi.
Good evening.
Well,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well.
I just, one of the things I have to report in our report to the state library, which goes on to the all the libraries in the country, compare things together. And I have to report how many registered patrons we have. And you know, I have this list that goes back to when kids were in grade school, and we had a lot of enrolled people a long time ago. But when we started on the Catamount system, they make you re-up once a year. So
Really? Everybody has to?
everybody has to
Oh.
re-up once a year, and mostly it's easy because they get a note saying you need to re-register, and they say that to us, and we say, has your address changed, has your phone number changed? No, you're fine for another year. So the figures I have for the last year are kind of interesting, which is in fiscal 2014, we had 339 patrons registered. And that was the first year we were doing this, so we didn't catch a lot of people. They were in our numbers, but they didn't year out. So the next year it was kind of a little lower. But I just checked this, fiscal 18 was 470.
Wow.
I'm standing here. And I think the major reason for that is, well, we do have this marvelous catalog that is part of a 2020 library consortium right now. So we have a lot of books that are available, and a lot of people borrow a lot of books from all over the state, and we lend a lot of books all over the state. So patrons like that. We also have downloadable audiobooks and ebooks, and I'm seeing a big increase in the numbers. And I was going to make you a chart, but somehow I never got around to it. It was a busy day. But I think the increase in things like that has really been causing a lot of people to want to come to the library.
Oh, could I ask a question?
Yes.
So if people from away want to borrow a book from the Guilford Free Library on interlibrary loan, does that make them one of our patrons?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. These are purely people who are registered in our library.
In Guilford.
And how do you get registered by use, or if you're like, for instance, if you're a donor but not a, you don't?
You register by, I have a form that the kindergarten teacher made for me about 20 years ago. And it said, I
Pretty
promise
simple,
to
huh?
take good care of my books, and I promise to return them on time.
That's
And you
great.
sign it. And I still
You
use
get a
that
number.
form today.
Wow.
So people sign that form.
You have to come in and sign.
Every year they sign that?
No,
form?
just that once, and then we can update it every year. But they sign it once, so somewhere I have it in writing that every person who's ever been a patron of the library, or is now, I have it in writing that they promise to take good care of the books.
So the significance is that the library is thriving and that we are serving more and more residents of our
Yes.
town, which is what we want to happen.
Sure.
So 470.
470, 460.
460
Right.
out of a town of 2,100.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it could be better, I think, but we're working on it. And I
20%.
think as more people hear about the audiobooks and they want to do that, they have to get a library card to do that. And so they say, I want to get a library card so I can use this. And it's wonderful.
So on to the budget.
Okay, the budget. You all have copies of it.
I do.
I have glasses. I can forget. Our income, we're hoping to increase by $4,000.
And that's a fundraising activity.
Expenses, we're hoping to increase by $4,000, obviously.
And what did you
And,
just say?
and that's in fundraising activity.
Well, that's the total amount of everything.
Yeah.
We're requesting $35,000 from the town, and we are planning to raise $14,000 with the Friends of the Guilford Free Library doing that. Plus, we sell books that people donate, and we get about $1,000 a year in donations, somewhere around there. We
And the increase in the town appropriation is based on salary increases. Is
the
that correct?
increase is
Could you clarify
totally
what the salary
on
increases
salaries.
are?
And I did send, did you all get this?
The extra
salary
budget
sheet?
sheet? Yeah.
I've calculated salaries based on 3% increase for everyone. Plus, I decided that I really needed more help on the computer end because I'm just not as much of a techie as everyone else is. So Eric Jones has agreed to work for the library for 52 hours for the year at $20 an hour. So that would increase us by about $2,000. The salary levels have been 3% increase, except for the year where we did 5% one year.
And that's equivalent to the 3% increase that the town employees are getting, so. And the library employees are the town employees.
That's correct.
So it's,
I don't know that nobody gets holidays or anything like that, but nobody works 35
Full-time,
hours
right.
a week.
You're part-time.
Last year, I added a program person to help with the summer camp programs because it was too much for me in my 20 hours a week. I was working 40 hours a week. And I don't want to do that.
No.
And so we hired the extra person.
Is that Matt?
Matt, to do program things. Alicia does cleaning. Leah G is the assistant librarian.
So, you know, I would point out that you see how much the Friends of the Library is raising philanthropically. In the two lines, fundraising activity and the fundraising letter. That's pretty ambitious, and we believe that it's credible because the letter does very well.
The letter has been marvelously received for the last 2 years, 3 years. We underestimated how much we would get from it, and we were very pleased because we spent it all.
And aren't you increasing, wasn't the line an increase in the amount of grants expected?
I'm,
did you take that out?
there's a little mark next to the $2,000 next to grants. I'm hoping that we can raise $2,000 in grants this year.
Your prospects, yeah? You're just, or ideas for where you'll get that?
We have the Friends of the Library who are going to work on it.
Oh, I see, okay.
So the Friends of the Library, there's someone who is one of the friends who is devoted to proposal writing,
Oh, I see.
when she can write the proposals.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it's ambitious philanthropy, but in my view, I think that we can, that the library can make it. But I just wanted to point out that there's a strenuous effort on the part of the trustees to raise money in addition to the appropriation from the town.
Does anyone have any questions about?
Kathy, walk me through the program fees, line
Program
item, because I
fees.
don't think it's capturing everything that you do in terms of programs.
Program fees, we do a summer program, which is our summer reading program, and we now have 4 weeks. 2 weeks are full day and 2 weeks are half day for all ages of kids by the end of the different 4 groups. And we don't charge children from Guilford who attend the program, so that's why the program expenses are expensive. We don't charge, but if children are enrolled from out of town, we do charge them $50 a week for a full day program or $25 a week for the half day program. And the first year, we got $200.
Yeah.
No, it's not here. The first year, we got out of town children, but since then we haven't had out of town children. So I only have 100 in there, but last year we didn't have any out of town children.
Would you
Gotcha.
like to have out-of-town
Well, it would
children
be
to
nice
help
to have the
support the
money.
program? That's what I mean.
It'd be nice to have the money, but we don't really plan for it, except for that $100.
Do you advertise in some way to get them? Or
Not until we're sure that everybody in Guilford who wants to come is going to come. We make a big effort to promote it in
I know.
school and advertise it in school. And at the end, we do put it out, especially for Stage and Stream, which is the one that is kind of acting, sort of drama. Kids are up on the stage at the BBCC. I was about to call it the Grange.
I don't want to put you on the spot out of the top of your head, but how many kids in Guilford utilize the programs that you run, would you say?
I would like more, but
Is it, it doesn't have to be an I'm just
12,
curious how
24,
many of the
36, 48.
Okay.
Our limit
That's
is 12 kids
12 kids per
in
camp, and you've
each
got 4.
session.
I got you.
48
Oh, okay.
use it.
And is that based on how many kids you can have per staff member?
I don't know that there are any regulations for our kind of program. It's not a real camp program or something, so it's not regulated that way. But it's what we think one of us can handle, or what a teacher can handle. Generally, the teachers are either teachers from the school or college students. Pretty professional.
Yeah,
sure. My family took advantage of the camp, and it was a great experience.
Right.
So, I hope we can keep it going.
Yeah, it's a terrific benefit to
I
have.
had one question. So, Richard and I were speaking about the budget last week when we were planning for tonight's meeting, and one of the things that I was wondering about is, last year with incorporating the library budget into the general budget for the town, one of the things is because you're a municipal library and you're also in a municipally owned building, that certain expenses were going to be, and were budgeted actually for by the select board, but yet I haven't seen any invoices for them, such as your internet and your electric bills. And so I was just curious, were you budgeting for those somewhere else, or where are the funds for those coming from? Because I've been paying for your heating bill.
Correct. We haven't gotten any heating bills, but
So I was just wondering.
we are getting electric bills, and we're getting. Oh, we haven't. You're right. We haven't gotten any fiber optic bills.
We haven't gotten them here, so I was wondering where
We
they're
get a
going.
grant. We get. We're part of E-rate.
E-rate.
E-rate, I think. and the state applies for the E-rate.
Okay.
And we were, First Light sends us a bill with a negative balance, and it goes up each month.
Okay.
And it was just about zeroed out, we were gonna have to pay, and a credit showed up. So maybe you did, I don't know where the credit came from, I wasn't gonna
Wasn't from anything
complain.
from this office.
I think
Anyway,
what
we
Peter's
haven't
saying is
paid
that the
anything yet.
invoices should be funneled to him so that the town is paying the invoices.
Okay.
For capturing the
I'll-
information.
Yeah.
Because
Now,
they
the
don't need
other
to be
thing-
budgeted for doubly. You don't need to
No.
budget for them at
Exactly.
your level, and then the select board also budget for them.
Well, then,
So-
I will take that out of the budget. Won't that be nice?
Yeah.
More money for books.
$200.
Electricity is the same way, although Roger and I got into a community solar program a bunch of years ago. And so we donated some of the credits to the library. So that's why the electricity bill has been so low. But I've been paying that. I mean, I should give that to you.
Yes.
Gladly.
Yes, so you should send that to me.
I will.
Any other questions?
One, the IT support, is that a new person you're bringing on, or have you been working with Eric
Well, I've been working
over the
with
years? And is that going well, and you're getting
Yeah,
good value?
because it's very
I'm just curious.
informal, and it goes like, Eric, I can't figure out how to get the printer to work.
And he's okay. I was just curious. He's been, I think, a little overstressed.
So
and
why,
I was just-
is it possible, I think you and I spoke about this, for the town's contract with Eric to include the 52 hours that
Yes.
Kathy's talking about?
We did have that discussion.
There's,
So,
there's no reason not to do that, is there?
no, I mean. if
Is it
you-
the
But
same
there's
rate?
no reason to capture it in two budgets either, so, I mean, what
Right.
are you saying? You're saying to do it that way,
That
so.
it would be in the town budget. the
I
tech-
understand
the tech
that, but
line
what's
item.
the simplicity of that over Eric just working with Kathy directly under 52 hours that she needs?
That's fine with me too. I just think that he would be contracted not to the library per se,
To
but
the
to the
town.
town.
And just whether he's providing services to
To
the
the
town
library.
office or to the
But
library,
that's
still
fine.
to the town.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was,
That's the way you
that's what I
want to
thought,
do
with
it.
streamlining.
No, that
Fine.
makes sense if,
So I should tell him to put his hours to you instead of me?
if that, I mean,
Do we have to vote on that?
no, because in that,
well, we did vote to bring Eric on, no, not for his annual hours, we did it for the website, but.
since we're sitting in the middle of the meeting, let me get back to the select board on that.
Okay.
I don't want to waste time. I will get back to select board on
Great, I love that, not wasting time.
Yes,
Uh,
he does.
So what steps do we need to take? This just gets folded in and out to the town's budget, doesn't it? We don't need to vote on this, do we? Or do we?
No, you don't need to make a specific motion. It just, if you wanted there to be any changes to it, then you would have to ask Kathy to go back to the trustees to make adjustments. If because the only, as I was talking about with Gordon beforehand, the select board only really has a say on the total number that Kathy presents to the select board, not the specific line items.
Right, by regulation
So
of the
if-
state of Vermont.
That's correct. So if you feel comfortable with the budget she's proposed to you, then we will just incorporate it into the rest of our budget planning. In fact, I think we'll get to the library section this week when we have our budget meeting, and there's no formal action is needed. We just. thank
So
you.
is everybody set? Is everybody okay with
Yes,
this?
I mean, I think the clarity for the people of the town of Guilford is that the primary increase is coming from the
Salaries.
additional help in terms of Eric and then Matt with the programming.
And the
then-
3% increase.
And the 3% increase. But overall, it's almost 10% increase, but if you just look at that, it's a significant increase unless you bring it down to understanding exactly where those increases are coming from, so I think it's important.
Excellent, thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
On to the Cat 4 Exercise Acts Action Report.
Yes, so I'll give you all a copy of this if you want to see a paper version of it. This is what you all received in the digital
reads better.
folder. So you can, the first 3 pages are actually the detailed documentation of it, so we're gonna skip by that, and we're just gonna go to the spreadsheet in the back. That way, for those of us who are not feeling well, we can move through this more quickly.
Don't make me laugh.
So last Wednesday, I met with Rich Cogliano, and we went over the details of this.
Does everyone know who Rich is?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he's the regional coordinator for Vermont Emergency Management for our region. So this was broken down, the action report was broken down into 3 general sections. The first one is operational coordination, the second is operational communications, and the third is mass care services. So from there, he broke it down into whether or not there were issues or areas for improvement, or he also included in there positive things that he felt went really well, and so there were several things. I don't know if you want to go through all of the specifics of the corrective actions. I'm not going to go through the details of his recommended steps and completion dates. There are a few things on here that he felt were specific that I would like to highlight, and that is that he felt that, and this is something that those of us who participated talked about with him after the event had occurred, and that is to more clearly identify specific roles for volunteers in particular to have in the event of an emergency, as well as for select board members. And so there's a couple of sub-items that go along with that.
So that should be prepared now, right? I mean.
So that's actually something that I'm going to start working on with him just after the New Year's. So in the beginning of the new year, we have to update with our local emergency management plan, something that we do every year. And in doing so, he really felt that was a perfect time to incorporate this, because those roles get specified in the LEMP. And so that is just it kind of coincides in a good time frame for doing that.
And you have not yet circled with Sheila. I know that some of that data has been captured.
Oh, it has been. But
we have a document, I think.
It's already in the LMP,
okay.
But he feels that the way that our current one is written is after this experience.
Well, I understand what happened at the experience, because a lot of us hadn't looked at that and reviewed it. So
right.
I understand what happened at the exercise, but
he was comparing the experience of the exercises with what we have defined in
gotcha.
the LEMP.
Fair enough. Okay.
And his recommendation, he said it's up to the select board to take the action. He thinks it needs to be more specific.
Good. Okay.
And based on the more detailed explanation he gave in our meeting, I see his point.
I agree.
So he did one of the really positive notes that he actually passed this on up to the state level, is he felt that we did a really good job of having a collective knowledge of additional resources for. So during our exercise, we had about every 15 minutes we had a mock phone call. Somebody would call here and had some kind of situation or event. Some of them, they were all a result of the
flood,
the mock flood that we had. Some of them were actions that we had to take as the town, and others were
out of
just
our purview.
Yeah, out of our purview. They were just residents who didn't know who else to call in the event of an emergency, and had concerns and questions and didn't know what to do. And the collective knowledge that we had, Rich really felt for other resources in the greater, both Guilford community as well as Southern Windham County community, he thought was really outstanding. And he actually recommended for me to work with Windham Regional Commission to put together a resource manual for all towns in Windham County, so that in this event, that, you know, whether it's an EMD or it's a town administrator, whoever it is, will have this packet and say, okay, when someone calls me with this problem, you know, that doesn't relate to the town, we can at least point them to this resource. And so he already connected me with Alyssa and said, I think this is a really good thing to do for everyone.
That's great.
What stands out to me, Peter, is a couple of things. Explore moving the primary EOC to the town office and keeping the fire station as a backup location.
Yes.
I mean, that's a significant.
Yep, so that was the next thing I was
Action.
going to point out. Partially because a majority of the resources we need are already in this building. You know, yeah, we have a few things over there that they can be easily moved. The second part of that is, in the event of a real emergency, as happened with Irene, is our fire department is going to be full of people. And there's just not going to be the capacity for the select board and EMD to really have space to do the work that needs to be done in the event of emergency. And so he would like to recommend to the select board to consider making the town office the primary EOC. So basically switching the two, because the town office has been the secondary, and now the fact that you have the generator here. So we have generator, we have high-speed internet, which are all the same things we have over there. But we also have our server, which has a lot of the data that we would need in that type of situation.
Is the radio tower ours or theirs?
That belongs, so that's the main hiccup, is the radio tower at the fire department belongs to the fire department.
Yeah,
So Richard said, that's one of the actual additional points that he noted from our event, due to one of our difficulties we had was in communication. Because at one point, phones, both cell phones and landlines were not working during our event.
So they set up a portable,
Yeah.
basically, and they couldn't get the proper reception that they wanted.
Yeah.
So we've got to go more vertical.
And so they do have a recommendation to us to put actually 2 antennas on this building, one for low band, and the other one is for, forgetting the type of, anyhow. So that was also tied into making this the primary ESC, is you'd have to do that.
So how do we go about doing that?
Good grant might be out there that we could get some support from.
Well, I mean, that's possible, but I was thinking of, in terms of what action do we need to take as a select board to make this the primary
Yep, so
EOC?
you would need to have a motion and approve that motion, and then it would need to be documented when we update both the local emergency operations plan and the LEMP, the local emergency management plan.
Can we do that before this facility is up and running as a full EOC?
He said you can do it whenever you want to. And so basically it would mean moving some of the stuff that's over there, over here. And, you know, he put an estimated time frame, you know, for, should you decide to do that, you know, of a year from now. So it can happen in phases, so you can make the motion, we can have it happen. I can move a lot of those things over here, and then since we're in the budgeting process, if that's a decision you make, we can.
So the motion could say over the next year.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, excuse me.
No, Miranda, you had something to say.
Yeah.
Well, because the town office is closed and locked on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, then I'm assuming.
The key's under the mat.
Okay.
Yes, we would be able to get into the.
All right.
It's no, I mean.
No, I think that's a very good point.
No,
It's a valid concern and point. However, I would also state that it's no different than the fire department. The fire department is locked 24/7 unless there's an emergency.
Well, I'm
And so-
so relieved.
And so those who have access to the current EOC already have access to it.
And he's the EMD.
Yeah.
Right.
Who has the key.
Are the majority of like the sat phones and everything, are those the town's EOC? All that
four
stuff?
of the satellite
And
phones are owned by the
The
town.
computer that's down there and all that?
Yep.
Okay.
So do we want to make a motion at this time to make the town office
I'll make a
building?
motion, I think we
Does
should.
the fire department have
Would you
any
put-
Yes,
notion that this is
well, the
in
fire
works, or-
department, Jared would like us out of the fire department.
Yeah.
And could you put a time frame on that, or say over
Yes, a
a
year.
year?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, so
we
he's-
would
he's
achieve
all for it?
some of these objectives.
Yes, Jared would prefer that the town operates the EOC out of
he would
here.
like that happen.
For the very reasons. It's
Space.
crowded and complicated. Even when we did the exercise, it was crowded and complicated because of their volunteers coming in.
And actually, a conversation I was having with the guys over at the garage this afternoon when I was chatting with Dan is that doing so, we could also move all of the emergency supplies, the cots, the blankets, all those things that don't actually have a storage place at the fire department. They're just haphazardly put wherever they can find. We've got space upstairs. We could make a dedicated corner in our attic.
Right.
Since you guys paid to have the attic finished off for all those supplies.
Right.
And they can have a dedicated, because there's not room for them at the church.
Yep.
And then we will know where they are, and we don't have to go digging and looking for them like we had to.
So I would like to make a motion that we move the EOC as its primary residence from the fire department to the town building over the course of the next year. Town
Can we
office.
put in there,
Sure.
and I'm just asking a question, I don't have an answer to it, but could we put in there, following the Mr. Cogliano's recommendations for what is needed? Because, I mean,
Sure.
these are very good recommendations
Sure.
for, so.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
would you
that's
like to-
just that's this building we're proposing
Yeah.
to store there.
So
Do
would
we
you
have we have the structural capacity?
Upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, it's a good question. When I joined the select when we did our first exercise, and this will take a couple minutes to explain, but a lot of questions came up. Why isn't this the EOC? And the whole premise of the reasons behind it was that we didn't have that generator. Once the generator was installed, it's much easier for the town to run what the town needs to from this facility. It coordinates with the fire department very cleanly, but we can do that, easily. But other than that, it almost to me seemed like this would be a much better place to do it from, because we had our own space basically to run the EOC.
So do you have that?
I'll second this motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Would you like to read the motion?
I was just
for
going
us?
to suggest.
And I am correct, and you had the same impression from Jared that he would
Absolutely,
prefer.
absolutely.
He said that to us.
Yeah, he did.
I just wanted, no one else commented, so I wanted to make sure.
He very clearly stated that the last time he was here.
Can I ask what battle rhythm is?
You get into a rhythm.
We got
Yeah,
into a battle rhythm.
We did, that's what he was saying.
It's a phrase that is borrowed from the military.
We figured.
Yeah, when a group gets into a rhythm, a defined
process,
rhythm,
yeah.
in process where everyone has a specific role to do, and when it needs to happen, that person is on it without being told.
Yeah. It's automatic.
It's automatic.
Everyone's responding.
And that,
to
in
their-
our exercise, that actually happened.
That actually happened
Yeah.
by accident.
Yeah.
It did happen by accident.
It happened.
But we got into the rhythm.
We did.
Also
I have a
known
question.
as a well-oiled machine.
I'm satisfied with that answer.
Okay,
So Gordon, you're proposing just this one point to be pulled out
Yes,
right now.
I mean, I think
No. Oh, I was
Peter's going to
suggesting,
be working on all these points. So.
Yeah,
yes,
so do we
I
need
was-
to adopt this whole, this entire thing as?
No. You don't need.
no, I was going to, my addition to the motion was that it would include incorporating the recommendations for the EOC
Oh,
that Cogliano
the
made.
continuing.
These recommendations.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah. The structural ones particularly, that's the ones that
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
So Gordon, this is what I have as your motion.
Okay.
Please let me know if I
Okay.
captured it correctly. So that you move to change the location of the primary EOC from Guilford Volunteer Fire Department to the town office and its related actions to be completed over the course of the next calendar year per recommendations of Rich Cogliano in the after action report.
That's
Correct.
correct.
Well
Excellent.
captured.
Okay. And I'm sorry, who seconded that? Zahn did.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Excellent, the motion carries
Can I
unanimously.
have one more question?
Yes, Sure.
please. So I just would need to understand if the dates out here on the end, are these his recommendations for dates?
So these are recommendations that he and I worked on together.
So
It was-
you consider these reasonable, in other words?
I do. So
Yeah.
he did not fill any of these in unless I felt they were reasonable. And it was a back and forth because
Yeah.
some of the things, I asked him what he thought was a reasonable time frame. to accomplish these things.
Okay, I just want to, if you're going to start moving forward, or if we need to watch it, we want to make sure it's reasonable.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
So,
Well, interestingly, the antenna is a 2-year
correct.
window on it.
That's correct.
But I think if we're gonna make this the primary OC, we may have to move a little swifter than that.
So, of the various recommendations at the moment, the only one that required a formal action was the one that you just took.
Was the one
Now,
to move the facility.
the other thing I would just say with that is there are, a number of recommendations here in the timeline. Obviously, most of them are for me, some of them are for me as town administrator, some of them are for me as EMD. You don't need to take any formal action, but as some of the action points that you have for me in other select board meetings, you just instruct me, yes, start to do these tasks. That's what the remainder of these would be.
But keeping tabs on it is.
Yeah, and then you go
point
into the
is very
spreadsheet
well.
of the select board projects,
Yes.
project sheet. Would you add that?
I will.
And that should be an action step.
I am doing so now.
Thank you.
Good
Okay.
recap though, Peter.
That was
Thanks.
good. It was a fun exercise.
It was, I thought it
I'd like
went
to do it another time. I'm sorry, I wasn't available.
We missed you. Okay, Rise Vermont Amplify grant.
This is very easy. I just wanted to let everyone know that we received our grant. Was actually the day that Richard and I met. While we were meeting, he was getting ready to leave, and I turned around because my email made a little dinging noise, and we were notified that we received a grant for $550 to purchase 2 bike racks, one for the town office and one for the library.
And that now we have a gold star.
And so now we have received our gold star for the 3-4-50 project.
Did you bring them to put on?
We actually got the images that we want to put on our website.
Yep, we got we were given permission to use logos from both, the Department of Health as well as the Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition and BMH.
Great.
And so I shared those with Richard. They didn't give us any specific language to use, but they said that we are welcome to pick and choose from some of the language they have on their website and kind of mold it to fit what we would like to do.
Make
So
it sound like Guilford.
exactly. And so what I'm going to be this week.
So he'll pass that on to you when he drafts it. Okay?
Sure.
So, yeah.
That'd be
Thank you.
great.
Indeed.
I think it's nice, it's a lovely partnership, and I think we can understand and agree on what kind of language will appeal to our neighbors.
Yes.
Yep. And I ordered them today.
Great.
Great.
Okay,
awesome.
on to the warrants. We're moving right along, are we, Gordon?
Okay,
Chop,
Richard.
chop.
I will make a motion to pay the following warrants. Payroll week ending 12/1/19 for $7,721. Payroll week ending 12/8/19 for $10,350.59. And expense warrant number 2011 for $30,049.52 for a grand total of $48,121.11.
Second.
And I will just quickly add on expense warrant, number 2011, things that stood out to me as more significant were our VLCT packet insurance premium, quarterly premium of $12,000. Our Vermeer's retirement number of $4,500 was also included in that. And then other than that, it was really general highway repairs that stood out. Anything else?
Equipment repairs, and they got another fairly sizable load of gravel. He spent like $8,000 on gravel.
Yep.
Do I have a second?
Zon already did.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Zon.
Before
Any discussion?
Thank you.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Communications, Peter.
We do not have any communications this week.
Excellent. Now, in regard to the action summaries here, shouldn't those be enumerated? Because we want to be able to look at the actions that we want to be listed to see how we're...
Sure, when we met last week, you and I had talked about doing it or not doing it, and we had left it as not enumerating them on the agenda specifically.
But we should have it on the agenda, I think.
If you have changed your mind, that's
Does anybody
perfectly.
disagree?
No, I don't see why it wouldn't be included on the agenda.
Yeah. So in
It's-
other
it's
words,
fine.
we're
It's-
looking at the
it's
actions so
clean,
that we
I think.
can, we can
fine.
see how we've achieved them.
I was just basing it off of our meeting last week, that's all. I am happy to change it. I have the actions here from last week in front of me. So there was the approval of the minutes. You approved the resolution supporting municipal authority and commercial cannabis. I was instructed to coordinate a meeting with Jared, John, and the 2 Guilford School District representatives.
So now
which
we can ask you, have you done that?
I have begun that process, and I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Okay.
You also instructed me to reschedule the select board budget meeting, which we did for the 17th of this month. And that will be posted as per usual. You also instructed me to write a letter of support for CC4G for their grant application, their joint grant application with Delta Industries, which I did and Richard reviewed, and they were very enthusiastic about the letter.
It's brilliant.
And so, and
I would
then,
expect no less.
and then Shyla from the Department of Health was going to send me logos for our website use, which she did. She did last week, and then you approved the warrants.
Great, so in the future, we'll have them so that we can.
I'm happy to do so.
So it's a checklist for
Yep.
us, yeah.
No problem at all.
Wonderful, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, do I have a second?
Certainly.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
That's an
opposed?
action step.
Let's step.
But
Wow.
we do have to.
And it's 7:21.
Thank you.
Go, dude.
And cut.
That is-
Yeah, we're all here, because David is not coming, so I can call us to order at 5:31. Let's find the agenda. Okay, first up, I have nothing to add. So approval of minutes. We have November 18th, November 25th, and December 9th. Has everybody had a chance to look them over? Any questions, corrections, changes? And if not, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Do we have a second? All right. So final chance for any changes? Seeing none. All those in favor of approving the minutes of November 18th, November 25th, and December 9th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Communications. I have none of those either. All right.
It's only been a day.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome to central office. Thank you for being here to back us up. So committee reports. Okay, Superintendent Search Exploratory Committee. So we had our first meeting recently, last Wednesday, maybe? The 5th, December 5th. Oh, thank you. And our next meeting is tomorrow at 7 o'clock at Green Street School. So the committee is moving. Anyone have anything else to add on that? Okay. Warrants and payrolls. So we are looking to approve, put my best Christina auctioneer voice on, 1063, 1064, 1066, 1068, and 1069 in the amount of $117,618.69. 1070, 1071, 1074, 1075, 1076, 1077 in the amount of $434,419.82, as well as November 8th payroll of $449,424.61, and November 22nd payroll in the amount of $484,849 even. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Are there any questions? Okay. All right. All those in favor of approving the warrants and payroll as moved, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Seeing none, the warrants are passed. All right. Do we have any administrative reports, or are we just going straight into budget?
I think that's the main event.
Okay. Oh, you've got one?
A couple of communications.
Oh, okay.
Go, but they need to be resignation or return.
All right, so what is my process here? I read, or
I can summarize.
summarize?
Sure.
Would you like to summarize?
One position, resignation effective immediately, Special Education Academy School.
Okay.
And one, a retirement effective at the end of the year.
Okay. And I take it we need to accept them. All right, so I move that we accept the, what are we calling this? Resignation and retirement as detailed in their letters. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor of accepting? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay.
Can I get the names on those?
Yes, would you?
I will note that one is the resignation is a very recent hire. The other is a long-term staff member working with the ELL program, English for Speakers of Other Language, ESOL program, and will be sorely missed.
Okay. I guess we can say accept with regret. Accept with regret?
With That's a friendly amendment.
Friendly
to your
amendment.
motion. Okay. It's a very friendly amendment.
All right, so now I think we're on to the main event of the budget.
Okay, I have documents here to share. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, go this way.
Go
Whoa,
that way.
it got heavier.
Yeah. You
We're all set,
have
yeah.
copies, Paul and Deb, do you have?
We get an electronic thing, we don't need that.
Yeah,
I only need one of
you just need one? Okay. We do have an extra if you need.
Mary might want one.
Mary, you want
Yeah,
to
you can send it around.
bookmark? Oh.
And just so we don't forget, I'll pass these around. You know, we can do
Oh,
them
that's right,
later.
we need the sign?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so fortunately, you have seen all the components of this proposed budget, and just as recently as Monday evening was the largest segment of our proposed budget. So I probably can be fairly brief in my overview, but we're happy to try to address any questions you might have. So the first page is the summary document, just a spreadsheet with page numbers that help you find the 4 programs: administrative and supportive instruction, that includes services, transportation. Second group is our special education services, and then our grant-funded programs and the food service programs. So you see in the total for total expenditures down toward the bottom of the document, $22,783,474 would be the proposed budget and the motion, assuming we get that far. When we look at the expenditures, again, you know, we've gone over each component, and you now can note, based on the assumptions that we discussed at the board meeting, administrative and supportive instruction up 1.8%. That's the $3,942,000. Special ed is the largest component of this budget proposal, and as we discussed Monday evening, largely driven by our outside placements, but a very significant increase to $14,322,000, a 20% change. Then we have our grant-funded programs, keeping in mind that these programs have a revenue source that offsets the expenditures, so it's not part of an assessment. Those programs, we'd like to see an increase there, 5.9%. And then our food services, similar to the grant program, they are primarily self-funded through the child nutrition program reimbursements. And the main reason why we see an increase there is associated, just a reminder, the Putney program is now part of the SU general ledger, where the Putney school used to have a separate Fund 5. So that still operates as it did in the school. It's just the state is saying, we're sending you the revenue and we expect you to report the expenditures out of the supervisory union, as we do with all the other schools. So there's our overview. Just a couple other comments. The first page, as you flip the page over, there's the methodology that we talked about. November 25th, the board reviewed the cost allocation methodology, so I've included that. The page 2 is another spreadsheet that I've just added today, but it may be familiar to you. It's the same information and format that we've included in prior year budgets. It basically takes the enrollment statistics for the K-12 programs, identifies proportional statistics there. You know, for example, in this data set up top, the Vernon is 7.1%. The SD, the Wyndham Southeast School District, is the balance of that, and those are the statistics that are used to allocate costs for the admin and the supportive instruction. The next section of data on page 2 is what we've reviewed in the prior meetings, but it's pulling the data that's in various places in your financial statements and putting it into one place so that it's easy to refer to. It also helps us assure that we get the data into the Wyndham Southeast School District, and that we bill the other entities that where we have reimbursements coming back primarily from special ed spending. So you have allocation for admin and supportive instruction, allocation for special education, the essential early ed, and then the total of all of those assessments. Page 3 is the same document that we discussed on Monday evening in quite a lot of detail, so I won't say much about that. Along with page 4, more of the special ed allocation methodology for distributing those costs between Vernon, the Wyndham Southeast School District, and the tuition towns. So then, starting on page 6 is the detailed budget, as we have discussed, and maybe a very quick summary of that, just kind of using the first page as your point of reference. You see we've got the admin and supportive instruction through page 6 on the detail for the revenues, okay? And then special ed is on page 17. I'm just looking at the first page. And so on. Grants are all the way back on page 55 through 57, and then the food service starts on page 69 on the revenue sections, and then you can see the same references for expenditures. So as you want to refer to different programs, hopefully that helps navigate the report.
It might and it might not. You don't have the center one anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. We did. Yeah. If you orientate this in this way, it is in the. It's right down
Oh, it's down there.
Yeah.
Okay, we
it's
can do
down
that.
Here. So, thanks.
It's down there.
Yeah. It's down.
Oh. Yeah. I was
Okay.
having a. So yeah, if you look at the bottom, I know. I was thinking we're gonna have to do math.
No. This is, as you may know, putting various different applications together and then running
As long as
through.
it's there, that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I know David had sent me questions that I had sent to you.
Oh, okay. We just
That's okay.
wrap
I can.
this up, but I'm happy to address those.
So he had questions on, and I marked them just to make this easier. Okay, the old page 21.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if it's still the new page 21.
It won't
It
be,
won't be?
just because we had you have a number of other programs now.
Okay, so it was a health insurance, special ed, big bump.
Yeah, okay.
He was questioning what was up there.
Let's start with that.
You want to start with that one?
Yeah, and it'll be easy for me to just look at. Okay, so that's the old one, and now let's see what we.
Oh,
have.
yeah, I mean, it could have changed, and then I can tell him. You're gonna find it a lot faster than I am.
Special education in Dummerston. We will look that up.
I have the old page 21.
Yep.
And I see, is he referring to an FY '21, there's a charge of $32,661?
Yes.
Yep.
You have the answer?
Well, do I have the answer? I don't know. I think, I mean, this would be, I don't know if I can get in the budget module here, Frank, if we can connect.
You should be able to, and if not, I can as well.
Yeah, I imagine, I mean, that would be health insurance costs for 4 employees, because there are 2, it's actually 1.5 FTEs on, in the teacher line, and then in the second line, paraeducators, that's 2 FTEs, so it's, I would imagine it would be health insurance for those 4 staff.
Okay.
And as to why that was 0, I mean, I imagine the question is, why was it 0 last year and 32,000 this year? We may have, that just could be it was in the wrong line and we corrected it.
Mm-hmm.
So that might take a little bit of research.
Yeah.
Okay,
do you follow?
so it's for
These staff.
these staff,
Yes.
both the teachers and the paras?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay. I mean, I can let him know the answer, and if he
Mhm.
wants to,
Yep, any follow-up, we're
Yeah.
happy to describe the, the plans that have been signed up for.
okay. So that was that one. Then he had on old page 23,
Mm-hmm.
also under health insurance. So this is 1128, what's
Okay.
1128?
Yep.
Or who's 1128, I guess is the question.
Are we in special ed still?
We
Yep.
are,
There you go, 1128.
so this was an increase of $28,920 in health insurance.
All right. So let me see.
Guilford, okay.
Yeah.
And it could be the exact same
Yeah,
answer.
Here we go. Let me follow along here, 49
I think it may
to
have been a change in
77.
plan. Will you go to
Okay, so, yes, so,
second number? Go to 1128.
yep, for our teachers in Guilford and the paraeducators.
Right.
What we've looked at is what plans they are currently on, is what we've done on all health insurance assumptions.
Okay,
And so we've taken their current plan and we have applied what that board had approved for assumptions for fiscal year '21. And that, with a family plan of
I got the answer.
an employee of 15,000, it can vary quite a bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and Frank is right. No, when we look into the specifics of what makes up that $77,000, that's 3 employees with family plans, which in and of itself is
Okay.
$20, $40, $62-ish thousand, and then another employee who looks like they might be on a 2-person.
okay,
So it is a matter of plan choice
okay.
from year to year.
And then his final one was on the old page 33,
Mhm.
4048. Ooh, that's the SU.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I knew that, yes. I figured that out. So this was a huge reduction.
Oh, yes, yes. So
Um,
that one, I believe, the new version may have changed, but let's
Okay.
see. So psychologist, Marisa and Shelley, 4048, psychologist, and on the new document, it's, let's see, psychologist is on page.
48, if I'm right. I
Yeah,
think 48.
that's.
What's the big number? What's the old? 30.
Yeah.
The old page number was 33. I think the new page number is 48.
48,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Psychologists, I know we've
Oh,
made it.
yes, it did go up.
Yeah. so-
Yeah, okay.
So there was a plan.
So there was a,
There was a plan to hire a psychologist, an additional position, right? We added a position,
okay.
and that was,
So this has been reversed.
Yeah.
So when we get him a new one. Is this new one, this will be online?
it
so I
will
can
be
tell him?
online after this evening.
Okay. All right, those were David's questions. What does everybody else have?
I had a question about expenditures for the board.
Mhm.
We only have $550 in for
Yeah.
supplies, and BCTV is probably working out to be more than that, and I wonder if we should budget for some of the things that we're...
I think that's been going into the professional service component of the superintendent's budget.
Where is that?
Let's go back to the admin group, and that's on the early section. And then we go to the 2310. So we'll get there. Yep, there we are on page 9 on the one that goes 9 of 78 is the superintendent office. And then the 300 series is the professional services. That's on, actually it's the first line on the next page, 321.
So that is where we do BCTV
Generally,
from?
that's where the BCTV, it's a service that we procure.
How are you feeling? Do we have any concept of how much? How?
Well, it's gone up, so...
Yeah, isn't it about $100 per?
I think it's 150.
Is it now?
It
Yeah,
went
that's
up
right, after
because
the
they lost the
FCC
funding, yeah.
change, yeah.
So-
But we don't have that many SU meetings after the budget cycle. So if we had another 5, I think we're sufficient there. That, that line item is hard to predict. It's, sometimes it's the legal services
Right.
and other consulting services. So I think it's been adequate.
Okay. So what's the difference between professional educational services and other professional services?
Yes, so educational meaning typically there's some kind of a connection to program and communication about education.
Mhm.
The other professional, just like the next line down is audit, it's really not oriented toward education. It's more of a service that's not directly related to instruction, like an audit. It's still a professional service, but
It's not legal, or could it be legal?
legal is the 341. That's the larger number.
Okay, so legal comes in under other?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can do a little editing on the descriptors, so I'll make a note of that. We can't substantially change. We cannot change the numbers, the count numbers, but we can help. Like they have, these are all state descriptors, and but we can edit and add certain things. So maybe legal and other.
Now, why has advertising gone away? Is that now under communications or something?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so.
It is, and you can see if you put the actuals together,
Oh, yeah.
it's a little closer.
Okay. All right. Other questions, or does everyone need a few moments to go to their favorite areas and look and try to see? Yeah. Well, so I can start with mine, which is I am still not understanding the Vernon Special Ed. And let me phrase that in the form of, when we got the FTE ratios and projections, it looks to me like the number of students is stable. So I won't say numbers just in case I shouldn't, but it looks very stable there. And as far as the number of teachers, that hasn't changed at all either. So if our number of kids is the same and the number of teachers is the same, I question how our special ed budget can double.
For Vernon.
For Vernon.
Yeah. And it is, it's the difference in being a K-12 system that just shares proportionally regardless of how much is spent at one school versus another. So even though the budget is organized, the supervisory union budget is organized by school site, so that our administrators, can be not only accountable, but communicate the resources at each site based on each site's needs, student needs. We present information at a site level, but if you looked at the actual cost at Vernon in the past versus how much Vernon is paid, there's not much of a correlation there because it had been a proportional allocation. Ultimately, it didn't matter how much Vernon spent or did not spend on special education. It wouldn't change the outcome of the former methodology, which was K-12, what's Vernon's percentage, and what's Dummerston's percentage, what's Guilford's percentage, and everybody is essentially sharing everyone else's costs. That was the old model before Vernon voted to become the tuition town. So when we went to the tuition town, it's all in that third page, which is a very different methodology. On page 4, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
It's a very different methodology of saying, well, what is the Vernon's share? So it's this document here, page 4.
I get that the methodology has changed. I guess I'm just now looking at it going, how can it be fair if we have the same number of teachers and the same number of kids, but our costs have doubled? I just keep going back
that's
to...
a good question. And the answer is tuition towns are different than member towns. So that's the answer.
Okay.
Okay, in that just like Marlborough and Dover and Vernon, we look at the costs associated with that particular group of students and their billed directly. That is not the way it was before Vernon voted to be a tuition town. So on the elementary level, because Vernon is a member of the supervisory union, and the state sends the supervisory union the state aid for Vernon, that we've made no distinguishments. We're still in the old system.
Yeah.
But at the secondary level, Vernon is chosen to be like Marlborough and Dover in that they have choice. So whether you send a Vernon student to Pioneer Valley or to Brattleboro Union or to any other school, it's going to be the same direct bill methodology as opposed to the shared cost.
Now, we don't have any out-of-district placements at the secondary level, is that correct?
That's right.
So if the cost driver for special ed going through the roof is out-of-district placements, and Vernon doesn't have any, I still go back to how are our special ed numbers doubling?
Yeah, so...
I'm having a real hard time wrapping my head around it's because of a methodology. I guess now I'm going, I don't like this methodology. Which maybe it is too late to say that, but it takes a while to understand this and just say...
It is something that we talked about when Vernon was considering withdrawing from the union. We knew this was likely, but we couldn't predict it because we can't predict that page 4. We won't know what that number is going to be next year. And unfortunately, when you are dealing with a small sample size in terms of statistics, a small change is going to make a big difference.
A big difference.
But even then, your logic is sound in that you're saying even when you look at page 4, you see relative stability, or in fact you see a decline.
Yeah.
And that goes back to, again, us discussing the administration, Shelley and Marisa, going into services provided based on the service page on each Vernon student's IEP, and correlating those services with the cost of those services, which is the staff, the salary benefits. So when they did that analysis to basically test these pro rata allocations, that's where they confirmed that Vernon's actually consuming more than